Hello and welcome along and welcome to the 6th Farming Simulator League tournament of Season 3. I am joined by the fantastic Mr. Silver News and the wonderful Mr. Terminator Live. How you doing, guys?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we're back for another month with FSL. Today's going to be awesome.
We are. I am of course Virtual Farmer. For those who don't know, and we've seen quite an interesting set of rounds coming into here today.
We have, yes. We've actually got a similar setup to last month. However, Cortiva isn't playing today. We've got Trelleborg and Herman going against each other today. And what we've seen from Herman is that they're actually a very good team. So can they beat Trelleborg today and come back winning? I guess we'll see.
Yeah, Trelleborg and Cortiva yesterday went all the way to the third round of the matchup between the two. Unfortunately for Cortiva, they fell short and they don't play today. And that's going to be a massive opportunity, especially if Trelleborg can go on to win this entire tournament today to give themselves some separation at the top of the season standings.
I mean, that's the thing with this. These two teams are absolutely neck and neck. And for if Trelleborg are able to take that final, that is a huge leap in points going ahead. It really would make a massive difference. But standing in their way are last time's champions, our last tournament's victors, Valtra, of course, who once again beat John Deere to make it into these finals.
Yeah, Valtra continuing their performance from last month yesterday. Of course, they knocked out John Deere on Saturday last month and then went on to win the entire 5th online tournament. And they were really impressive again. They're sticking to the same strategy, that really solid teamwork and gameplay.
Welcome to the tutorial of the Farming Simulator Tournament client. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players on both sides. Once the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Vehicles with different properties and perks that give you and your team additional powers can be selected here. First, the team captain bans the vehicles which won't be available for both teams in the upcoming match. Afterwards, they can select a specific team perk that'll give their team a certain advantage, and they might secure a harvester or baler as well. After this stage, the captain can pick his own tractor and player perk. This stage will be repeated for the other players as well. A little twist in the pick and ban phase are the limited amount of points a team can spend. So make sure there are enough points for every player to be able to pick and choose wisely. More details about the vehicles and perks can be found on our stat sheet, which is linked on fsl.giants-software.com. Before we let you play, however, let's have a short look at the map for some orientation. Compared to last season, it got a little facelift. It features more hills in the terrain, and there are 2 separate fields now. We've also added additional hidden paths to the silo, and the barn zone looks much smoother altogether. To reach the bale barn, you will still have the 3 dynamic bridges linked to those of the other team. But take care, they are tricky. As a safe way, you can always use the static ditch crossing instead. As soon as the game starts, every player sits in his or her selected vehicle and is looking for the randomly spawning harvesters and balers on their respective pods. Make sure to claim them before the opposing team does so. If a team is able to secure all harvesters or balers, the game ends in a rush, unless you secured one of them during the pick and ban phase earlier. Once you have your garage together, you have 15 minutes to win the game. So, how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than your opponent. You get these points for delivering bales at the barn. To increase the value of the bale, you can sell the grain you harvested on the field at the silo. This increases your multiplier and decreases your opponent's. But be aware, there are special events happening during these 15 minutes of game time as well. At minute 12, 8, and 4, special drops will appear somewhere randomly on the map. Each of these 16 random drops has a different impact to either of the teams. So make sure you pick the one which fits your current tactic or goal the most, and be prepared to adapt. Excited? Then gather 2 friends and form your team on our website, fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Enjoy and happy farming.
So yes, there we have it, everyone. That is how Farming Simulator League works. Now,
Well, I think we've lost Joe there. Mid-thought.
For a moment. So there've been a couple of changes since the last tournament. We've had a little bit of some patches to the client itself. Some interesting adjustments. One thing that
Right.
I will miss.
The Trelleborg adjustment.
The Trelleborg adjustment. The possibility that you can throw your bales using a telehandler into the top has unfortunately been patched out. So we're not going to see any bale chucking today.
Right. The horsepower has been updated on both. The Massey Ferguson 9407S has had its horsepower raised up quite significantly to be sort of similar to the Manitou, but also the brake force has been toned down on the Manitou as well. So unfortunately, it was some amazing entertainment for us last time as casters and viewers, but Trelleborg didn't pull out that trick yesterday, and I think it's going to be a lot tougher to pull off now.
yeah, so I don't know if you guys heard what I just said, but my internet went down, so
Yeah, we heard you like start the thought, and then we lost you, Joe. So
okay, so
we
what
didn't-
what I was saying was that Valtra are 10 circuit points away from beating John Deere and Chrome, and they obviously won last month, so they're getting up there on the circuit points on the leaderboard, right? So they're 10 points away. So can they beat the 180 today in
Well,
circuit points?
The
That'd be
thing
quite cool.
is that just making it to these finals they already have, and
Yeah,
beating John Deere means that they've gone ahead of John Deere already, which is massive.
Yeah,
You know,
definitely.
that puts Valtra immediately up to 4th.
Yeah,
3rd.
Yeah, I mean John Deere out playing today, so yeah, whatever they get, they're going to get more circuit points. So, wow.
We're now seeing the
It's-
replay from yesterday on your screen, guys. The action that happened in the qualifiers.
Oh, that's not a great way for your tractor to be.
There was a first for me yesterday. We might see it here. It was Team Charlie's Martin. I'm not going to give it away, and hopefully we haven't missed it already. There's something I hadn't seen before in the FSL. If we don't see it, then I'll fill you guys in. Here it is right here, actually. Martin drives over himself with the baler and gets himself stuck
Oh no!
inside the wheel.
And he
He sat there for a good minute and a half, 2 minutes before Charlie came and rescued him. It was hilarious. Definitely a first.
Oh man. Yeah, we've not seen that before. Some great bale dropping there though.
Yeah, and that's the
we
cool
do-
bale flick that a lot of players tend to keep doing now, going into the bottom door, right? And look at that just there. He managed to get over that over the static bridge without falling in. Wow.
We do have a new record for first bale. I think it's like 139 points is the current record for first bale.
Right. Set by
Which
Valtra's
is-
Martin last month in the top 8, actually, I believe.
And they tried to beat it again last month, that record, but nobody managed to do it. So, will we get to see it higher today? We may get to see it. Look at this baler.
Yeah, the baler
some
gets
horrible
that was
crashes.
pretty much out of the round from that point. Go and
you
grab
can't
another
hook-
baler and move on.
You can't back up to that.
138 for
Go
a
away.
first bale there.
Yeah, that was
That
Martin
is-
again, not quite matching his record, but Coming pretty close.
Oh, look at that. 2 bales drop off as well. Not good. Right there at the 5-minute point. And it's on top of the cab as well. Wow.
Yeah, really difficult. I managed to get it off though. For to get a bale impressive. Now that is some proper style there. Getting that off there just
Ooh.
to get
Lucas
that
there with
in.
his skills, his turning skills, hooking up to the baler.
Nice little
That, of course,
pirouette.
is one of the advantages of that JCB is it's just really, really maneuverable.
Oh yeah, I was driving one yesterday.
Oh,
Very,
bales filing everywhere.
very, very maneuverable. And we'll then we have Scotty just
loading
putting
up.
some more bales on to score the points.
You can see
Oh.
you can see how close the
Yeah,
points are in these matches, though. You know, those are not wildly different. Coming into
Scotty, a
this.
very experienced stacker of the bales, and realized, I think, right away that one was not going to make it all the way up and adjusted it as it was already partially up the conveyor belt. Quite impressive.
John Deere versus Valtra here. And
What's going to happen
Fabio
here?
going
What's
right
going to happen?
round.
Oh, he managed to do it.
No.
I think.
And
Then we have
Scotty
these
just
two
being
just
pipped to the baler.
the fighting between the baler, but the other team managed to get it. And Scotty goes for the John Deere, I think. Oh, now they both go. Oh my god.
Oh no!
And the other team gets it again, maybe.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh wow.
That has gotta hurt.
That
To
is not
lose
good
not
right there.
one baler but both is just. But of course, they did go on to win that match. Here we go, 7:39 to 7:29. This is Saw the end of this yesterday on your stream, Caminator, and that was just an impressive end for Valtra to finish off John Deere. Back and forth,
Right.
those points went until it just shook out.
Robles coming in with the first bale. Oh, it missed it.
Yeah, but you know what? Valtra and John Deere, like, even though it didn't go to the third round, it was about as close as you could get in those two matchups. The first 2 rounds that Valtra ended up taking to end that one, but they were very close all the way through.
Teams are getting so very, very good at that first bale.
Anxiety watching this.
Yeah, that's the static bridge isn't an exactly safe bet. It can cause problems too. You got to be careful over there.
Too fast over that, and everything is going flying.
I was impressed with Trelleborg's ability to use the transport company really differently than anyone else does. They don't worry about the easy stack player perk to combine with it. Instead, they just bring them and dump them right nearby the conveyor, and they do a fantastic job as a team stacking those bales on as well.
A very classic use of it. That's the way everybody used to use it before. You know, they worked out that the easy stack could be used in the way that it's that most teams end up using it these days. But that's the thing. You know, you don't have to have both of those things together. You can still use this in a very, very effectful way without that easy stack.
And there we have it. That's the victory. So that is from yesterday, everybody. That's what was taking place yesterday on the clean feed. Now today we have all the teams again that are going to be lined up for this month. Astragon and Bednar are going to be coming up first today. How do you think that's going to play out?
I think that's going to be an interesting one. We haven't seen an awful lot of either of those teams in these finals, and they are decent teams. You know, they very much are deserve to be in these finals.
And they're very
but
equal
I
as
really
well.
can't call it because I haven't seen that much of what they do.
Yeah, they're very equal as well. On the circuit points, they've both got 60 points as well.
Right, they are tied for 9th place. So we've seen this. We keep saying it. Trelleborg knocked out Cortiva yesterday. Valtra knocked out John Deere, and then here early on, they can take advantage and knock out one of their rivals in the table. So plenty of opportunities across the board to move up in the standings.
I would say you can see the standings here and just how close it is in those top 5. Valtra, we know, have gone ahead of John Deere today because John Deere are not in these finals. If they beat Krone, they go ahead of Krone as well. Or if Krone lose in the first round and they win in the first round, then you know, Valtra are up to third. So there's a lot for Valtra to play for today.
Definitely. There's a lot for Valtra to play for, and also Trelleborg has a massive opportunity. So maybe also there's a great opportunity if one of those teams or both can get knocked out for someone to follow up Valtra and become a first-time winner this season.
There's Crone as well. You know, Crone would benefit a lot from beating Valtra and winning this as well. So I think they're a team. They're a good team. They're a team that we tend to forget these days, but they are a really good team.
Yeah, and also
and they have a good shot at this final.
My Insanity as well. We have seen them play before, and they're also a really good team. So going against Crone today, they might have pulled the socks up, and they might be able to beat them as well. Going Valtra and Lindner, they're going against each other later on too. And Lindner is actually, I think they're on like a different stand. I think they're on they're on 6th place. Valtra's 5th. So yeah, it just needs to nudge up a little bit more. If they can win Valtra today, Lindner, then Lindner is definitely going to get further on in the tournament. So it's going to be cool to see.
And that's the thing to remember. Both Lindner and Mind Sanity are Lindner, Mind Sanity, and Horman are all just below Valtra. So any of those teams getting further today, they are going to benefit. I think, to be perfectly honest, I think the teams that are going to benefit the most are either Astragon or Bednar. They are down in 9th. Both teams, one of those two teams in 9th is going to be making it into the semi-finals. That is a lot of points that they are going to gain and is going to send them up the table quite nicely. And the thing to remember, you want to be top 8 if you can in the overall standings, because then you don't face anybody else in the top 8 in the finals when it comes around. Yeah, and that is a huge thing.
Yeah, it's also nice to see that we've got some lower teams, Bednar and Astragon, going against each other at the start. It's not like Astragon versus a higher team where there's a higher chance to lose. So they're definitely going to get into the semi-finals today, one of those teams. So yeah, like I say, it's good to see them getting further on. And here they are.
And we're now here, heading into the first game.
Yeah.
So just a reminder, everyone, there is a... sorry, VF. I was just going to plug the giveaway really quickly. The link's going around chat. There's a premium edition, an Alpine farming expansion, and also a platinum expansion being given away today. You just got to go to the gleam.io link and enter yourself into the giveaway.
And we've got Astragon in the blue and Bednar in the red. Astragon going first on the banning face of banned the Fent favorite. 515C. Bednar have followed that up with the Deutz-Fahr and 9340 TTV and the Valtra S 374, which leaves Astragon's final ban to be the New Holland T6.
T6. Oh man. You like those,
my
right?
favorite tractor, and it's
That's
out.
His favorite. I'm just happy we're going to see a telehandler potentially in play here early on. That's not going to be very common today. It's usually a common strategy.
The captains always know what to go for. Just boom.
Both teams going for an ideal harvester, but the New Holland baler has been selected by Astragon, while the John Deere baler has been selected by Bednar. That means that Astragon have an extra point to play with for their players.
Yeah, we also have Herbicide as well, and also Bottleneck. So, two teams going for two different things.
Right, Herbicide will remove all the weeds from your fields, and Bottleneck will raise the 2 innermost bridges for your opponent. Yep. So a couple of different strategies. Of course, Cortiva has become really the top team that uses the Bottleneck strategy, and it has worked really well for them over the course of this season.
Yeah, and you wouldn't really think it would, because the teams can go to other bridges, but it does, and it really helps out. We've also seen Herbicide used a lot more as well this season, so
it's been used a lot. Yeah.
So yeah, two perks that we didn't actually really see much of in last season, so good to see.
Similar, we had similar player perks, and then they switched it up on us.
Oh yeah, we had similar things, and obviously this season it's all been changed up.
So Archimedes in play under pressure.
Gone for a single player perk. That's how they've saved a point from that John Deere baler. And we're away.
Here we go. Hyper is heading for the case. Axial flow. By the looks of things. Firex has got the ideal on Team Astragon.
So that's 2 ideals for Astragon.
Oh wow, that's a good start for them.
That is. And Ventil's got the second John Deere baler for them. So yeah, 2 John Deere balers on Bednar's side and 2 ideal combines on Astragon's side, and they're both getting into that crop now and getting things cut.
And Ventil is already getting the first bale ready to score those high points. The faster you can get the first bale into the barn, the more points you get. So will we get to see anything higher than 139? The highest we saw last month.
You can only go 1 point better, right? I think 140 is the
Yeah,
max.
I
So
think,
Martin
yeah,
has set a really high
140
bar
is
for
about
Valtra.
Yeah,
It's going to be tough to beat, and if we see it beaten today, it's going to be quite impressive to see.
I don't think we will in this round, to be honest.
This isn't going to be it, though.
There you go.
Still a pretty good score,
though. Is an impressive first bale, and is more than Bednar's going to get for theirs. Theirs is a 117.
Yeah, it seems like
So
these two teams don't have the ability to flick it in like some of the other teams just yet. So, yeah, they had to back in just there. But
You know,
two
people
good
sometimes
scores.
maybe think that the score doesn't matter until the end of the round, but that first bale can often make a difference, because yesterday it happened in the second matchup between Trelleborg and Cortiva. Cortiva scored about 20-ish points more on the first bale and then won by a lesser margin than that, so that made all the difference and forced the third round.
Yeah, we've seen points before where it's literally just a few points, that's it, and that first bale is just so important, it really is. So, yeah, you're right, very important.
Just a reminder that today is best of 3 as well, so this is the first of a minimum of 2 that we'll see between these two today.
Ventil coming in just there to get the Ogre trailer, opening it up.
Getting that into the middle of the roadway, ready to empty later on. Oh no, in fact, he is going to empty as they go, because he has got the care wheels on that tractor. And that, therefore, they can keep that combine going for longer.
Now, some might say, well, why are you destroying the crop? Well, it can still go fast. Usually, if you don't have care wheels on, you go a lot slower in the crop. So, it can keep going fast. So, that's the main thing. It doesn't really matter if you damage some of the crop. To be honest, you always leave bits at the end anyway. So, it's not that big of a deal.
Our first drops have spawned. We got bale drop for 1 bale and bridges raised. This 12-minute drop, not usually ones that teams want to focus on, especially if they're busy and far away.
They are fairly far out of the way. I don't expect either teams to go running for those, to be honest.
We usually see the teams going for the second drone drop more than the first.
And the drone drops have been tweaked a little bit as well. They have been made slightly less powerful in this version.
So yeah, well, I guess we'll see how that plays out today. There's a lot of teams are going to have to adapt to some of the different patches that have happened the last game.
I think within the last couple of months, they changed the 6 cents player perk as well to make it a little bit better, and we've seen more teams using that.
So Bednar have gone for Bridges Raised, which obviously Astragon, they've got the perk, which opens up Bednar's Bridges, right? So, yeah, Bednar's sort of combated that.
Countering it a little bit.
Countered it, yeah.
Bam Bam dropping the first of the grain, and Ventil is there to respond to this as well. I don't think this is going to change things too much. They've got a similar amount of grain here, so we'll just see how this really shapes out at the end. Neither team, I think, has any bales back, which means if there is a multiplier here, neither one can actually benefit from it. Or is there? No, there's not quite enough. In fact, that is a pretty much identical amount of grain from both teams.
If you can see any difference in those two bars, then you are better at your vision than I am. I can tell you that.
No, they're exactly the same by the looks of things. Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's super close.
That is,
We saw this yesterday between Trelleborg and Cortiva too, just continually like matching each other. When one goes to dump grain, the other follows right up, and it just stays even throughout the entire match.
And it's not even like they've got different combines, the same combines. You know, one team's got 2 ideals, one's got an ideal and an axial flow, right? A case. So they're getting different amounts of grain. Still managed to keep it equal, which is quite cool.
this thing, FSL, the best way to win at this is to disrupt the other team, and that's why you end up getting these match for match responses, because you don't want to be disrupted by the other team, and so you go and deliver your grain when they do, or you try and deliver it first, and you get countered by the other team. We see this a lot, because the moment that you let your guard drop, the moment that you let the other team get even a slight upper hand, that can cost you the match.
Right, we saw it yesterday in Trelleborg and Cortiva as well. One of the 3 rounds that they played against each other in the pick and ban phase, one of the players on one of the teams goes with the 6th Sense perk, and then the other one has to go and match them because they don't want them to have that advantage to see where the drops are going to be located, and you know, that can often make the difference. But then next round comes around and one of the teams doesn't pick that at the same point, and so the other team doesn't pick it, and they adapt and match each other again. So you've got to be able to adapt, I think, to be at the top level of the FSL. You've got to be able to adapt on the fly.
And that's something that both the Trelleborg teams have been really good at, adapting to whatever the other teams throw at them.
Yep. Now we're coming up to the 8-minute point. So we've got the new super drop, new drone drop, the second one. Super drop is later on, and you can see we have grain multiplier and bridges lowered. Now we usually see the teams going for this one. This is usually the one they might go for. So if they want to combat each other right now, they will go for it. We're also seeing all the teams starting to take the bales to the barn as well, ready to score the points. Getting closer to the end of the game. 30 seconds out. If they're going to get it, they need to get it soon.
We often see like a cat and mouse game played even between the top teams when it comes to drops. They'll wait until the last second, so they have those few crucial seconds advantage over teams. Yeah. The grain multiplier will increase the output when you're selling grain for 90 seconds. It's going to be at 1.5 times for both teams, and only really 2 seconds difference. So again, they've canceled each other out.
And you can see we've got Philip already going down there to unload.
Some great communication on both teams, ready to drop that grain the moment they grab those multipliers. Because if you're tipping grain, if you're unloading grain outside of this multiplier now, it's going to be so much harder. You have to deliver so much more grain to counter that's delivered inside.
And Ventil is out in the field still getting the straw to make the bales to score the points.
Look at those bars again, almost exactly even, if not exactly even yet again. Jeez. So they've canceled each other out yet again, these two teams.
This is really surprising that they can do that.
I mean, they are tied at 9th in the standings, so very evenly matched teams from the look of the standings. So they're proving it here.
And the points have not changed since the first bale, of course. Oh, no, there we go. Bales starting to be delivered by Astragon now.
166 for Astragon right now at the 6-minute mark. Oh, one of the bales just dropped off from
Is he going to stop? He is going to stop.
Not looking good. He's going back
to get that. He needs to put all 3 on there a bit differently, I think. That's just not well enough attached.
This is a valuable time being lost right now.
Yeah, every second counts, and so mistakes like this can often cost you. But maybe Virex will get away with this one here.
No, his builds are too far apart. It's taking him too long.
I think maybe you just stick with taking the 2 and leave the 1 and come back for it later, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the more time you're there waiting, trying to get all 3 on, the more seconds you're losing.
Philip coming in.
Yeah, with the new baler.
I do like that New Holland baler.
I think it's one of the most requested pieces of machinery now to be input into the game for people to play after seeing it in the FSL. A very nice looking baler.
my suspicion is we might see that in FS22.
Oh,
You
that's
think?
probably a pretty good suspicion.
I feel happy making that prediction. I will point out I have no insider knowledge at all. I have not been told anything.
Yeah.
I always give that disclaimer too. Like I'm just purely speculating. I have no idea. I'm just being hopeful with my love of farm sim.
Well, it would be
Yeah.
a shame if we just kept it in FSL, right? So we'll see what happens.
I mean, I'm sitting here predicting it on the Giant Software channel, but it's still just me predicting it and me not having any official information.
All right, so we're coming up to the 4-minute mark, everyone. And look at this. Everything is starting to heat up. All the bales are starting to come in now. Look at the points as well. Very close. 286 to 297.
It's really fun to see. You know, it's a 15-minute round, but often most of the points are being scored in these final 4 minutes. And these super drops now at the 4th minute can make a huge difference, as well as Crazy Tool has been picked up. That'll allow them to press bales.
Got Crazy Tool. Right,
for
so,
a lot lower amount of straw. Here they are now.
Yeah, Ventil's going to start using this super drop. And look
Crazy,
at the bales
the
coming out of this
duration
thing.
of Crazy Tool has been reduced, though, from 45 seconds in previous tournaments to 30 seconds this
And look
time.
what I'm saying, it's about to end.
So,
literally. 3, 2, 1. So he's only really got 2 bales.
Well, and maybe if they could have had someone already running the baler as that was activated, it would have been a little bit more beneficial. I think they lost a good 7 seconds or so.
Coming in very fast there. He needs to be careful
he
with that little
did.
tractor.
He did need to keep producing bales, though. Stopping and to unload those was probably not the greatest idea. He might have got another bale out of it had he not done that.
Well, even if he didn't get a full bale, he would have got more straw, right? To make another bale once it ends. So yeah, he should have carried on.
So we are seeing a few little unforced errors creeping in here, and those are always the ones you want to try and avoid, and try and get, ironed out later on.
Yeah,
chat very much knowing how my predictions go.
I was just going to say as well, because these teams are so good, so close to each other, and so good, you know, in terms of compatibility together. We don't really know who's going to win there. You know, they're very close in circuit points. They've both got 60. So usually we can say, oh, there's a higher chance the other team is going to win, looking at their ability and the history of playing. But right now we don't really know with these two teams. So 2 minutes out, and we'll find out.
31 points difference right now. 2 minutes to go. The bale advantage is in the favor of Astragon, who have just taken the lead now, 466 to 457.
Look at this, so we've got a big line of bales coming in.
Ooh, you like the riskiness of following your teammate over the bridge, but they executed it well there. Ventil and Hyper timed it perfectly.
Oh, that tractor just jumped up.
Not a great piece of unloading, but the bales are off the front.
Yep. Bam Bam is still out in the field. Seems like he's coming back to the barn.
Unfortunately, this New Holland baler is not on the mod hub. Expert. As much as I would love it to be.
The NH404 baler not found.
That bale on the back of that baler, that would have dropped off in real life by now.
Yeah.
A minute to go now. 566 to 517. Astragon in the lead. The first of the best of 3 here between these two teams. First matchup of the top 8 today of the Farming Simulator League online tournament number 6.
We have
Terminator Live. We got Silver News and Virtual Farmer alongside me today.
Ghost going over the static bridge. Oh wow, we're 40 seconds out, everyone. 646
quite
to Astragon.
a lead being pulled out here by Astragon, actually.
Well, it's only about 40, what is it, 48 points or so?
Yeah. 50-ish points is... that's quite a few bales. Well, 5 bales.
Yeah, I don't think that Bednar does not have enough extra bales in play, even if they get them all delivered. Not going to be quite enough.
Oh no! Those two just dropped.
Especially now.
Not good.
Yeah, they needed those two, and I don't even think that would have been good enough.
Looks like
Unfortunately
it's going to
for
be
them.
Astragon, guys. Astragon are going to win. There we go.
There we
Hyper
go.
climbing
First
up the
round
barn.
to Astragon.
I'm running out of time.
Those two
every
bills right there at
day
the end.
goes by.
They should have. If they had them going up, then they would have been closer to winning. Anyway, Astragon have won. Well done.
A good
Look at
round.
the-
Some
look at the
nice play
grain.
there. Quite a few unforced errors, I think. But having said that, Bednar got all of the power ups and still managed to lose. So
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, like you were saying with the super drop, when they got the crazy tool, he should have kept going. You know, that was one of one of the errors. So yeah, a few errors, but it is the best of three, so we'll get to see them competing again next. Will Ben now be able to take over Astragon and win this next one? We'll find out.
Or will this go to a third match?
Yeah, last month we had no 3 matches, best of threes at all.
No.
Like it was just always, one team and then the next one and the one. So yeah, will we see best of 3 today? Hopefully.
Oh, I thought
It
you guys
was-
were just being kind to me because I have to get up at 1 a.m. I thought that's what happened last month since I joined you guys. Yeah, I got really lucky, I think, with that one because that's never happened before.
Yeah, it's never happened before, so he's pretty lucky.
I got to experience it yesterday, though, for the first time with Cortiva and Trelleborg going to the third round in their matchup. I have a feeling there's some really even matchups here today. I have a feeling we're going to see some of them, at least one, surely, going to the third round.
We usually see, 1 or 2, 3. So
we did think. Although having said that, we did think last time, the final between Trelleborg and Valtra, we fully expected. It was Trelleborg and Valtra.
Cortiva, right?
Cortiva and Valtra, sorry. That was going to go to 3 rounds, and that didn't. It was close. Both games were really close, but yeah, that's still only went to 2 rounds. So it's very possible 4 games to be close, and you not to get 3 rounds out.
I mean, maybe Cortiva just wasn't, themselves last month. There was struggling clearly.
I would probably say they're not themselves this month either. They've not made it through to these finals.
Yeah, they're not even in today.
No.
Wow.
It's kind of a shame, really, that we're not going to get to see them today because, they're at the top of the standings, currently tied with Trelleborg. That's going to change today, obviously, but they're up there for a reason. They're one of the best teams, if arguably not the best team, depending on who you ask in the FSL. But we don't get to see them today, but that opens the door wide open for another team to take advantage.
Yep. Still Farmer, though, with his mic drop. That's funny.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna lose their second place.
No.
I think even if the other teams get maximum points, so even if Krone or Valtra take the top spot, it's gonna start getting closer though. That is gonna close that gap quite a bit if either of those teams win today.
All right, here we go again. Second round between Astragon and Bednar here. We're in the band phase. Let's see if the teams go with a similar setup or if they switch it up this time.
Yeah, it'll be
as the
interesting
Lin track is out.
Be interesting to see if Bednar does switch things up as they just lost. Lin track, yep. Fent Verit 515C is out.
Now that Lin track, that was not banned last time
No.
because Astragon were using it, I believe.
There goes the virtual farmer ban.
The
new Holland T6.
I guess that right there could be Bednar's tactic now against Astragon, banning the Lin track.
Oh, now John Deere as well, so both of the stackers. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, both the triple bale ones have gone.
They are definitely trying to
Astragon
combat
going to
them.
reply to this?
Will we see a similar setup? Captains usually know what they want. Yeah, it looks like we are. Yep. Exactly the same. Yeah, the captains usually have everything this stage planned before the game. They know what they're going to go with.
Which kind of feeds into the whole not being ready to adapt, because that's what we've seen with Trelleborg in the past. Is that yes, this stage is planned, but being able to switch it up in order to counter what the other team's done before has always been a strong bit.
Yeah, I mean that's
for
important.
winning.
That's important against Trelleborg as well. Obviously trying to combat them and trying to find little disadvantages that can knock them back is super important. So,
and we're not really seeing much of a change here from Bednar, other than banning a couple of other pieces of equipment, and Astragon have come back to that with the Massey Ferguson, with the telehandler, which may not be a better situation for Bednar, to be perfectly
Right.
honest.
Yeah, nice adaptation there, as we were just kind of talking about that sort of thing.
That telehandler, you're now going to be able to put bales higher up onto the belt as well, and it's going to be more nimble. You're going to be able to turn faster and things. So, yeah, it might not be good for Bednar.
Anyway, the teams are away.
Yep. So they're going to go with this time. So we have Hyper heading for the John Deere combine. That Bednar's got the John Deere combine.
Bentil going and getting that early bit of straw along the end there. But Astragon doing exactly the same as Bam Bam comes along this top edge to go and get that first bale.
Yep.
Now this is an interesting question I got, I think. Does going up that top end and getting first bale like that actually speed things up? Or is it quicker to do what the other teams do and go right round the top of the smaller bit of field and get the first bale from there?
Yeah, I feel like where we see on screen now, usually going on that area is kind of the area that Valtra go for. Of course, they hold the record now, because that gets you as close as possible to just turn into the bridge and get it delivered.
But we're still, 13 and a half seconds.
Yeah.
That is still a really good score.
That's a good score. I just want to say, something I've just noticed is that John Deere baler, that destroys the crop going through with that case tractor. But the New Holland one doesn't.
So does basically anything you tow behind a tractor with
but the New Holland one doesn't.
Wheels destroys
it never destroyed it just there.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And both tractors are on the front with care wheels, but that New Holland one doesn't destroy the crop.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Maybe something to keep an eye on.
Is it maybe like so in the stat sheet it lists the New Holland in the case as narrow? Does that have something to do with it?
Yeah, that would be narrow tires on those wheels.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there you go.
Actually, having that baler is actually a good advantage there as well.
Yeah. So there's the advantage for having that New Holland baler, is it does not destroy the crop.
And it looks really nice too. There's something to be said about that.
It does look really nice.
At least for us watching it. Maybe not so much for them playing it, but for us watching it home.
Bednar a little bit ahead, getting their grain unloaded from their combines.
The very first
now
unloading is
that.
about to take place.
And all of those drops are going to be really near to the edge up here.
Will we get to see them?
It could be very, very useful.
Yeah, we may get to see them go for them. Bentil seems like he's already got a load of the combine just there, some grain. And
we've got speed limit and bridges lowered.
Well, yeah. Maybe Bednar would go bridges lowered.
Drop in speed for 90 seconds on the other team, or lowering all of your own bridges for 120 seconds. And
speed limit from Astragon.
Like Astragon have, Astragon have slowed Bednar down.
Oh no!
The speed for the next 90 seconds is dropped by 20%.
It would be good for Bednar to go with the drone drop, which opens their bridges, but it seems like they haven't.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm wondering in the chat now exactly what FSL Horde mode would be.
Oh no, that sounds like an April Fool's joke for next year.
Bednar's gone for speed limit against. So Astragon is now slowed down, everyone.
Yeah, like you were saying, Joe, Bednar could go for bridges lowered since Astragon are running bottleneck and their 2 innermost are raised throughout the entire match. But they only have 2 bales at this point of the game. It's not really worth it, I don't think, to, worry about taking a trip over there. That's probably their thought process. So instead, they've just gone for the match like for like.
It's a real pretty. At the moment, Bednar really should be loading bales onto their conveyor. They've managed to deliver their grain first. They've got a 2.4, 2.5 multiplier, and they're going to lose all that the moment that Astragon finish delivering their grain. So, really, the moment they deliver their grain, they need to have bales on the conveyor, and neither team is doing that and taking advantage of that first person to deliver the grain.
It's starting to feel more and more like the grain delivery between these top teams that make it to the Sunday events just are there to cancel each other out. When one goes to put grain in, the other goes and cancels them. Like, we aren't really seeing, like you're saying, Alex, we're not seeing people take advantage. Yeah, they only have 2 bales out there, but if you had it at 2.4, that's more points than you'd be scoring otherwise. So if you have a moment, it might be worth it to take them over there.
Well, that's at 2.4, 2.5. That is an extra 10 points.
Yeah, between the two
opponents can get. That is pretty huge. I mean that is over 2 bales. That's a winning score.
I mean, it seems like most teams know the other team's going to be going, and they both go at the same time to combat each other. But like you say, if one goes now, it's random, and the other team's not ready for it, and it's surprising. So it could kind of knock them off guard.
Both teams should also know when they plan to deliver their first grain. So if you know at 10 minutes is when you're looking to deliver your grain, why do you not have somebody ready when you deliver your grain to have bales on your conveyor?
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
It's Hazelsaurus in chat says, never knew there was a competitive scene until today. Dude, this is insane. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, and everyone else in chat too.
We will see you here still in 3 hours' time.
Yep, welcome to the stream.
That is what I love about the FSL. That kind of comment comes in every single time. The ones I always love are people who come into here, and the first thing they do is troll. And then, as I said, I see their names still here 3 hours later.
Hours later, they're like, this is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many new people that watch the FSL, and they don't even. Some people don't even know of Farming Simulator, and they come and watch these streams, and they get into it. So it's great. It's really nice to see.
It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, we have a drone drop. 2 seconds
what's it
out.
Gonna be? There we
Bale
go.
multiplier and direct delivery.
Direct delivery could be a really powerful one for both teams at the moment. Bale multiplier again could be really powerful if either team are ready.
Oh, he's gone for
deliver. He's gone for the bale multiplier. They need to be delivering bales.
You see, if they just go for a drone drop and they don't have anything ready, like bales and things, there's just no point. So
that's why something like they do.
They do good.
But they don't realize as well that you get it applies for bottom bales, right? So the bale multiplier goes on top of your current regular multiplier.
Does Ventil know this? Well, we get to see him do it now. It'd make his life a lot easier.
But
there goes one off.
Oh.
They've still got 50 seconds left of it, so plenty of time. And now Astragon has picked up and answered back with the bale multiplier drop.
They do need to get these bales in, though. This is wasting valuable seconds.
It looks like to me that Bednar's is 1.5 times, and Astragon's that they picked up is 1.6 times.
Hyper getting stuck on the bridge. He's left a bale there. Not good.
Get that bale in, and then go back for that other one.
So slightly more points if the regular multiplier though is in the favor of Bednar. So they're getting 1.5 times on top of 2.4 and rising at the moment. Nice bit of work by Bednar.
50 points. I know 30 points in it at the moment.
Oh, the sun's come up.
Oh, and Bednar are delivering grain. Look at this. Nicely ahead. Okay, so we've got some disruption of Astragon here now from Bednar. have delivered grain while Astragon are not ready for it.
Wow.
They need to get bales in and get scoring though.
Look at that multiplier right now.
Otherwise,
Yeah. Now Astragon are evening it out and delivering their own grain.
Yeah, we are not like the previous game right now. The multipliers were very close in that game. This time around, it's very different. You can see we have Philip there unloading and changing that multiplier as we speak. Now they're equal. Now they are equal. Look
I'm
at
not
that.
sure
Two
how
Team
much
Bednar
advantage.
players.
I'm not sure how much advantage Bednar took of that.
Yeah, heading down to the barn for the points. Oh, is he going to get stuck on that belt? He's going to push it.
Pushing it through.
That's a good tactic.
That
Yeah.
is a
Gotta
good
be
plan.
careful. Yeah.
Not running out and grabbing that, but just sort of pushing it into place so that it can be easily done.
Yeah, that was actually really well played
Afterwards.
because he doesn't have to pick it up. He just push it, which is really good.
Just make sure you don't drive over it as well and get the tractor stuck right on top of it to where you can't get it unstuck.
Very good use of the time there. And
Here comes
the telehandler.
Virex across the bridge.
This
Very
is the
nice.
telehandler that was picked to combat Bednar's Lindtrack ban.
Got the one on perfectly, but the other one fell off for Virex there, so some seconds are going to tick off the clock for Astragon. We're 33 seconds away from the super drops. That could change this one here. 105
Over
point lead for
100
Bednar.
points.
Bednar currently in the
Astragon
lead.
don't have the bales at the moment. They need to get out there and get making more bales.
Yeah, if Astragon want to have any chance today of getting into the semi-finals, they need to win this round.
All right, the super drops are out on the field now. Let's see if either team can take advantage this time around. Looks like someone is lurking near the bottom left location.
Oh, we have crazy tool. No, multiplier switch.
Oh,
Wow.
So-
it is. That
and
is
it's even.
Yeah,
There's no point going for that.
that is a neither team I'm expecting to actually go
Neither
and get
team
that
has
drop.
any grain either, so it's not like the multiplier is going to change the rest of the way from the look of it. So yeah, definitely not worth it. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that is a dud super drop.
So it's down to purely can Astragon produce and deliver enough bales now to counter however many Bednar have. That is quite a hill to climb, but Bednar are having a little bit of trouble getting their bales onto their conveyor.
Until coming straight behind Hyper. Minutes out, everybody.
I don't think Bednar are going to have too much trouble maintaining this lead, to be honest.
Oh, Hyper's getting
Oh,
stuck.
Hyper on his side.
Getting not good there for Team Bednar. Again, valuable.
There is a 5 bale advantage currently for Astragon, but they need to make sure they get every single one delivered as well because they are trailing. They've got the ground to make up. It could go either way still. There's still plenty of time as well.
And at
If
20
Astragon
points a
win,
bale,
that's it.
It's only 2.5 bales more they need to deliver. And Hyper coming across the land bridge, bringing more bales in. Bednar are not doing bad at maintaining this lead.
No, they are doing
Yes,
very
it
well.
is
You gotta,
slowly closing.
but now only 1 bale advantage and 5 points difference. Now even on
Oh.
bales for both teams. I think like if the super drop had been useful, especially if it had been like bale withering or something like that, it could have swung this for either team, but it's going to come right down to the wire because of that.
And look at this. Bednar have now pulled out another 100-point bale lead. That is just...
We've had an oops. Oh, Hyper in the drink over there.
Oh wow. Hyper is not having good luck to.
This is all now whether Bednar can get these bales back, because Astragon keep closing this gap, keep
Yeah.
making sure that they can stay in it. And they get so close, and then Bednar just come and reply with a load
5
of bales.
points the difference. A minute to go.
And we're back to that 5-point difference. And just bales coming in for Bednar now.
A bale falling off the conveyor could be an absolutely crucial error for one of these teams right now.
Astragon, I don't think have the bales to maintain the lead they've got at the moment. It's a bale and a half, and Bednar have the bales.
There goes one off,
but
like
they
I
need
just
to
said.
Get them in.
Yeah, they can't afford those to fall off. 25 seconds to go, and one bale could be the difference right now.
That is
5 points the
6:45
difference. Bednar in the lead. Gonna go in the bottom there. Bednar are with that one.
16 minutes
they
out.
tried
points
to
the
do
difference.
two with what's left.
685 to
685.
Oh, this is so
this
close.
enough?
715
Oh my
to
God.
710 and no.
Will Astragon
730
do
to
it?
715.
Is that it?
Astragon don't have any bales.
735.
Oh,
Astragon
the
take it.
735 right at the end, and that's it.
Last
Astragon move
bale.
on.
Wow. What was we
Oh
saying
my
about the first
goodness.
bale earlier on? The first bale is so crucial.
Oh.
The first bale and the last bale in this case were
Look
at that.
absolutely crucial.
And
Five
Astragon
man.
delivered one more bale
Jeez.
than
I thought-
Bednar, and
I
that
thought
won it for
Astragon
them.
was done. There was just sat there with nothing, and then it went up 5 points.
That's what
that
I
is
need.
just-
A nice match like that early in the morning to wake me up. Forget the
That is-
coffee and all the
yeah.
caffeine. Give me some pure FSL adrenaline and
There
hype
we
me up
go.
with a match like that.
That is what we like to see. A nice, close, high-scoring game. Because that was what? That was 7:30 to 7:35.
That was a good game. That was really
What a
good.
game!
The
I mean-
the last 3 minutes was just like they've got a 5-point lead. No, they've got a 5-point lead, and it was
Yeah.
all that way up until the end. It was crazy.
But it was,
Bednar-
it was
Bednar pushed
amazing
it.
that
They really did.
Bednar would pull 100 points out, and then Astragon would just pull it back, and
Exactly.
that was, that just kept happening.
Yeah, I mean, for the majority of
Absolutely
the game,
brilliant.
nearing the end, Bednar was up, and then Astragon just came back, and boom, they came and flipped it. So, well done to Astragon there. That was really good, and that
Yeah.
means Astragon in the semi-finals are either going to be going against Trelleborg or Herman, which are two very good teams. So,
And that puts Astragon, that puts Bednar down to 10th.
ooh,
Right, Astragon are going to stand alone in 9th place
Yeah,
at the very
they
least.
currently, I don't think they can. Maybe if they won overall, they might get enough points to get up to 6th. But that would be a bit of a stretch. That'd be 80 points. So yeah, they wouldn't need it.
Yeah, they have to win the entire tournament. That would give you 90
We
points.
will-
All right, welcome back to the 6th online tournament of the Farming Simulator League. Kerminator live alongside Silver News and Virtual Farmer today. Guys, if that matchup is anything to go by, especially that second round, we're going to be in for quite a day of the FSL here today.
Oh yeah,
Yes, that was something to see just there. Yeah, that whole ending was like that was like what we usually see at the end later on in the finals, and that was literally right at the start. So yeah, things are getting heated up. It's looking good. Next up though, we're gonna have Trelleborg and Herman, which this is gonna be fun because these two teams are good.
Can we see an update from Herman here? That is an upset at this point would actually be fairly well in keeping with tournament 6. But,
I think Cortiva are probably their biggest fans right now and hoping that the upset does happen. That's for sure.
I think it would do really well for that setup. But
we do have some look backs of the previous round. There we go. This was right at the start. The 126 points was
106. Yeah. And it was 100. I think it was 100 and.
This is the first round,
117. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So 9-point difference in the first game.
We have seen points before, which are like 139. But only 126 for this one. But that is still a very good score.
We've also seen teams ignore that first fail at their peril.
Yeah. And also we've seen teams ignoring it and to still win. So it's like
yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? It's pretty strange. Everyone has their own time.
And here we got Virex dropping that bell, losing moments on here. Thankfully, they didn't cause too much of an upset. But yeah, at this point, I think you just have to abandon that third bail and just get yourself back.
Because you had 2 on there. Take the 2 over the one you lost. You're wasting time to just get one additional one.
And you can see how far actually Astrian came back in this first game. They were over 100 points behind at the 5-minute mark, and go on to win this. It's just.
And then it was 5 points and 5 points and 5 points.
To do, to be
honest. This is when Hyper was going through the bridge with Benzel at the same time. He didn't lose his bail that time. Yep. There is a time when he did lose his bail.
You can see now with a minute 15 left on the clock, Askren are in the lead.
Yeah. Was it Bednar that had the bail drop off the conveyor in that second round right at the end, or was it Astragon that lost it?
That was. Somebody was saying in chat that the Bednar actually in that second game had an undelivered bail.
So 2 fell off there, and then 3 fell off.
Yeah. Wow. So many unforced errors at the end of that. Wouldn't have made a difference to the final score, but yeah. So many unforced errors.
And then this is where Hyper lost his bail. Hyper had a few mistakes today.
Ooh.
He really did.
And it's really, you start to panic, I bet, as a player when you get stuck like that and the bridge is already activating on the racing. So,
but he did do this. He
I was going to say, this was his cleanup, which just worked really, really well.
Yeah. So even though he had a few mistakes here and there, he managed to combat them and do a few good ones.
And it just gets into this madness at the end. 100 points.
Yeah, this was crazy. I mean, it was looking like Bednar was going to win, and then Astragon just came and flipped it. Look at this, so close, 4 seconds out, and then Astragon won.
There is one undelivered. It looked like there on the screen. I was watching bottom left, and Bednar still had one outstanding. So
they could have won.
They had a bail out there somewhere that could have won it for them. That is just.
I think it's one of those games where Astragon won, well done, but Bednar, they could have equally won just there, and so they're both so good, Yeah. I guess it's luck at that point.
They're so close. So whichever, Astragon now move forward into the semis. They are going to face Trelleborg or Horriman next. I don't see Trelleborg losing this. Having said that, we have had a lot of surprises, and Horriman are a decent team, so it's very possible they could upset Trelleborg here.
Yeah, I mean, Herman came, what was it, like a month or 2 ago, and we didn't know much about them, didn't expect them much, and then now look where they are on the circuit points. I mean, they're good. They're a very good team. Came out of nowhere, and now look where they are.
And now we're going to see what they are made of. So the last tournament, Trelleborg faced Herman, and Trelleborg won it.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. So maybe Herman can combat this today and beat them.
A bit of a grudge match. In fact, Herman and Trelleborg seem to play a lot. You go back to tournament 4 and first round. In this point was Herman versus Trelleborg.
Wow.
So I'm just trying to go. Is this been the case the whole way through? No, Trelleborg versus My Insanity in round 3. It was Herman versus Lintner back then.
I mean, I suppose that gives Herman a lot of practice to understand Trelleborg, right? So they should win this at some point, hopefully. So maybe today will be the day.
Versus Trelleborg was Herman beat John Deere in tournament 2 to face Trelleborg in the semi-finals, which Trelleborg won against them. And tournament 1, do we have a Herman Trelleborg here? We don't. Herman weren't in the first tournament finals, so they have met several times so far through this.
I like the banning of the John Deere 6120M by Herman here, because Trelleborg's Wooler loves that tractor. If yesterday's anything to go by, one of the best stackers in the FSL, and taking that one and the Lindner out, they're going to have to adapt now and go with a different piece of machinery.
Yeah, and very similar stuff here with the captain picking phase, apart from not picking a baler on Trelleborg's side. Very interesting.
Trelleborg obviously feeling that they can grab a baler, but absolutely want to have that ideal. And it does give them an extra 2 points to play with in their player picking phase.
Yeah,
so they can get either a more powerful tractor or a better player perk.
There you go. So Wooler's gone with the Manitou MLT instead to do the stacking of the bales. Usually he's the one in charge of it for Trelleborg. Really, really strong at the stacking onto the conveyor belt. Yesterday, Trelleborg against Cortiva, we saw Trelleborg go with 6 cents as a player perk. It'll be interesting to see if that might be what they're thinking again here.
Herman making up for their points deficit by going with the Fiat, because of course that costs no points to pick.
Fiat,
So here we're going to have 2 different strategies with Transport Company. We have Herman going with the Easy Stack player perk with the flow, and then Trelleborg, of course, we expect this from them. They've gone Transport Company without Easy Stack because they'll be stacking them 2 at a time.
Yeah, and one thing
right nearby the conveyor.
One thing we've seen with that Fiat as well is driving backwards. It's actually much faster. So there is a lot of people might think, why would you go for that? Well, there is actually an advantage. It is very fast going back. As we've seen.
Oh, the 2 advantages of that Fiat, as you said, it's very fast going backwards, and it costs you 0 points to pick it.
Yeah.
Which frees up points for.
And you can see it's already going backwards right now.
It has been slowed down a little bit going backwards since previous games. Can he go?
That combined nearly the back
hold of the case. And he missed out.
In chat, Chalky asked who will win this, when Trelleborg or Herman, and Felden says, at this point, I'm not confident enough to make a prediction. I don't want to fall into Virtual Farmer's prediction trap.
Just make the prediction. It never matters if you're wrong. YouTube's taught me anything.
Yeah, one thing we've seen with FSL is it can go either way, and it can literally go either way within the last second.
Von Hogan,
and we've seen many
patches.
teams take. We've seen many teams take Trelleborg to a third game, so they are beatable. And
one way to beat them is to disrupt them. So if Herman have got some tactics under the belt right now to disrupt them today, they can do it.
And JK coming in for those all important
and he crashed. Oh my god!
He catches himself on the conveyor.
That is terrible.
That is awful.
He was coming in there thinking, I'm going to do it, and then boom, crash.
And no front loader on that, so he can't easily correct it.
Best thing to do is leave it, I think, now.
That's a huge mistake for a team like Trelleborg, especially because
man.
just a couple of months ago,
109.
Feldon dubbed it the Trelleborg flick, the little move you see getting the first bail in a smooth motion, but not the case here.
And
So
JK is a good player. He's good at that.
yeah, he is.
And Horman are just ignoring the first bail.
Yep.
There's 109 points on the board, and Horman are going to deliver 6 bails to counter that.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
they
they've got a
do
7...
not go for these first bail points.
When you have transport company, and maybe it's worth it to not bother with wasting the time to take your baler over there. You know, just go focus on creating as many bales as possible, and then you can go ahead and get an entire Anderson loader full of bales delivered before the other team can. So it could pay off for them. We'll see, though.
I think if you you deliver it right, so if you go and cut that top end of that field, and go in and swing in and then come back out, you actually don't lose a lot of time doing that. And so yeah, it's an odd one to ignore first bail from my point of view.
But at the same time, this game is so complex where one little thing, say ignoring the first bail, can be combated down the road with a higher multiplier or something, right? With the auto stacker, like you're saying. So
yeah, it does. It gives you it's one of those things that ignoring it does give you a disadvantage, and yeah, you've got to be very confident that you can counter that disadvantage later down the road.
Well, we do have a drone drop, we have bail drop, and we have something else. And the bail drop's been picked. There we go. That drops a certain amount of bales near the team's barn.
And I think it's a single bale that Horman got for that.
I wanted to address something that Von Hogan said in chat a bit ago about the telehandler making it through. We might get to see some tosses straight into the barn again. There have been some patches to the telehandlers since the last tournament, so the horsepower has been updated for both the Massey Ferguson and the Manitou, and the brake force has been toned down for the Manitou as well. So I'm not sure we're actually going to be able to see that pulled off again here today.
Team Trelleborg getting the bail drop as well. That takes probably about 1 bale to their barn for later on for putting in to score the points.
And it looks like Trelleborg are also going to go and drop their first lot of grain. In fact, yes, they are. They are putting Herman on the back foot straight off. This is not shaping up to be a good game for Herman at the moment.
No.
Trelleborg only have 1 bale, though, so they're not going to really get any points scored off of this multiplier being in their favor.
However, we have Herman just collecting the bales with the auto stacker. JK running back to the field.
Oh, they are not dropping that grain yet.
Wow.
They know they've got time. They know Herman are not in a position to do it themselves. And so they are not dropping that grain yet.
They're probably going to wait until they think that Herman are going to deliver that Anderson loader and then throw them off, I think, by maybe switching it then. But they definitely, Trelleborg need to get some more bales created at this point.
However, Marek he's going to start heading back to the unload point.
Are narrow wheels important? Yeah, in this, narrow wheels are really, really good. They allow you to move at full speed through the crop. As we were discovering in the previous round, there are a couple of the balers as well that have narrow wheels set on them, the New Holland and the Case. And that means that you can drive those through and not slow yourself down or destroy any crop as well. Yeah, narrow wheels are really, really good.
Yeah, so unlike the actual FS game, FS19, going through the crop with not having care wheels on actually slows you down in FSL. So yeah, having care wheels makes you go much faster through.
I think I'd quite like to see that in the main game, actually. Because you're going to get slowed down if you go into crop without care wheels on.
You would maybe corn or something. Maybe like sugar beets and things. Like wheat, probably not.
Wheat, probably not. No, true. Ooh, Deflo is folding everything up so that he can get in here easily. And then unfolding everything, ready to unload.
And Herman and Trelleborg are both now delivering grain at the silo. Probably going to end up being even when it's all said and done here. Trelleborg have a massive advantage with the amount of grain that they have outstanding, though, now.
I think Trelleborg have a little bit more grain here. Yeah, there we go. They've done that tactic of unloading the combine into that as well.
And they did. They
And
waited.
look at that.
Look at this just there. This is going to really bump up right now.
This is going to be a counter.
And they've passed it.
There's the counter.
Yeah, there's the counter.
And some are dropping off. Oh, one did a flip, but still went in. There we go. Only one dropped off.
Harman did well off that, but Trelleborg definitely got a massive amount of points off that.
New drone
30
drop
points
is
with
about
the
to be
counter.
dropped.
And they did. They waited until Herman were ready to deliver the Anderson loader full of bales and then flipped the multiplier in their favor so they didn't get as many points as they could have.
We have Paul just there on Trelleborg coming in to unload some more grain.
This is a masterclass on disruption.
Trelleborg are good at that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
A reminder, everyone, there is a giveaway
like
today.
Have blocked Trelleborg's silo. Yes, they have.
Oh no, this is not looking good right now for Trelleborg. Because they're
Trelleborg
waiting.
is sitting at a 2.3 multiplier. Herman really needs to take advantage of this. They need to get some grain in while Trelleborg are unable to. Trelleborg have gone instead to slow Herman down.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's going to be enough time
for that.
But Trelleborg would have really liked to have that just there where they can begin to unload. I mean, the combines are there waiting and ready.
It's only a really big advantage for Herman if they actually deliver grain while Trelleborg can't. Because Trelleborg are just lining up grain ready to deliver at the moment they unlock. And they have the multiplier advantage. Herman need to do something more than just lock the silo. And
We'll just managed to get over that bridge before it went up.
And Trelleborg taking advantage of the 2.3 multiplier they've got. Getting bales up there anyway to score points.
They need to take advantage of that because if Herman begins to combat it, their multiplier is going to go down. So right now is the time for them to do it, especially when their silo's locked. But it's now just unlocked. They can now begin to, and you can see there we go. Trelleborg are now going to begin to unload.
Just increasing their multiplier.
Even more, but they need the bales.
Why have they not delivered any grain?
They have 22,000 liters outstanding and counting too.
It's okay increasing the multiplier, but they need to get bales there ASAP. It looks like Paul might be about to do that with the auto stacker.
Yeah, but he's only got one on it now.
For Herman.
Wait, there's no grain.
It's going to take him a while to get it filled up.
Herman have no grain in there.
Nope, it's all in their combines.
So they're either going to drive there directly with the combines or take the time to unload. Wow, what are they doing?
Herman need to really work on their game a little bit.
He's going to try it anyways. Okay,
and he's done it.
Well, it is still possible.
Oh, wow.
So, all right, Trelleborg says challenge accepted.
He's still got it in him.
Go ahead and ban the John Deere. I'll just pull out the toss with the telehandler instead.
At the game so that it's harder for us to do it. We're still going to do this.
He's been practicing with the telehandler.
After I said we probably won't see it today too, and they've made me out to be a liar. What do you know?
I reckon he's been practicing with the telehandler as well, just in case.
I'm really happy. I'm really happy to see that.
And that's
today, to be
that's what they've got to do as well. They've got to practice with other things, so in case it does get banned like the 6M has, they still can do it.
Right, you got to have a backup plan or maybe several because you never know what's going to be banned to throw you off.
Look how fast that bale's going up there right now. That's because their multiplier is really, really low. Might think that's a good thing, everyone, but the faster that belt goes, the higher its chance it's going to break. Then they won't get the bales up.
Trelleborg nearly got 14 bales here, ready to drop a massive amount of points.
Now it's a race between lowering the multiplier on Trelleborg's side and Trelleborg getting these bales on with their multiplier as high as it is.
And it's a multiplier switch.
Oh,
for 15 seconds on Trelleborg's side, 23 seconds.
Actually Trelleborg don't want to get this. Just saying, Herman needs to get it.
Well, Trelleborg want to get it to reduce the amount of time that it is.
You're right. Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, they can get it, and then it won't last as long, and it won't flip. Yeah.
And Trelleborg now bringing 14 bales in, ready to score a massive amount of points. And
Trelleborg's got it.
Trelleborg
Why the hell haven't
are
Herman
going to
got
take
this?
it. Yeah.
Wow.
And it has switched for 20 seconds. This is Horman's chance. They need to deliver bales now.
But can
And
they do it?
because Trelleborg have instigated it, I don't think they're ready.
Oh,
and in fact,
he is waiting to combat all these bales
he's
going on the
waiting.
conveyor.
Oh, it's disrupted everything.
Oh, wow. This is not
What
good right now
happens
for
if you
Trelleborg.
deliver grain during a switch like that? It's a good question.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it still counts as what's been switched, so yeah.
Von Hogan going back to the bale toss into the upper barn. Braking force means nothing when you use percussive braking with the conveyor belt. Very nicely put.
So that whole multiplier that Trelleborg had to put those bales on has been lost. That is terrible.
360 corn shot.
Oh.
Trelleborg could have got so many points just then.
And look at that. Trelleborg are now in are now in the lead though. They
They are in the lead. They are in the lead, but that would have
and
really
Horman
helped if
have
that multiplier
nothing
was up.
to reply it with.
2 minutes out, everyone.
Herman are going to have to create several more bales and get a bale advantage to make up this difference here. I don't think it's really going to be good enough, though.
It kind of feels like Horman have been on the back foot most of this game.
Yeah.
They had opportunities to seize control, but they didn't really take them either.
They've never really taken. Yeah, they've never really got on top of those. Oh.
Oh, this is not looking good. And what was we just saying
That's
about
not
Herman? No way. This is not good.
Trelleborg
Another
in
Anderson
with
loader.
more bales. 100-point difference. This is not like the last match. Where the 100-point difference at the end. This is just going to be Trelleborg piling on points now. That is just. Are we christening this the Trelleborg toss?
This Trelleborg toss.
I think N805 is taking a coffee break. Or maybe he's just waiting to combat.
Yeah,
I
he's
think
waiting to
he's
counter.
waiting to combat the Bale-tastic, but that's got to be
can he do it? That's the thing.
serious timing.
Yeah, I don't know if he can do it.
Or is he waiting for his teammate?
If I was him, I'd get that bale on.
I'm just, I'm afraid here for Herman, there's just not enough time. They're gonna have to get this loader lined up on the belt. They're wasting seconds here.
Bale-tastic for Trelleborg.
Yeah.
So there's
that was
50
just-
more
scored
points,
the
and that'll do
bonus.
it.
So there we go. Him waiting there with that baler was not. It was useless then. And that baler needs to be out in the field. Get more bales.
There's not enough time. 15 seconds.
There might have-
There's
there
not
might have
enough
just
time
been,
for
though, if
these
he wasn't
bales
sitting.
to go in.
Yeah.
Are these going to score points? It doesn't really matter. There's 300 points between the teams. There's
Trelleborg's
not
won,
300
everyone.
points there. But these
Trelleborg's
are
won.
not going in.
Nope.
Oh my days.
Oh,
There we go.
man.
Trelleborg obliterated them.
Oh.
Well, if
Uh,
that's anything to go by, Trelleborg are going to seize this opportunity to
Yeah.
go well ahead of Cortiva today. Herman are
Look
going to
at
have
that.
to adapt.
So many more bales.
Look at that.
6 bales difference. Trelleborg, of course, went for the first bale bonus too, and Herman ignored it. So there was a massive gap there too in points.
Yeah.
So that
Nice.
strategy of just playing the patient game didn't pay off for Herman.
Herman absolutely have got to change up their strategy. There are a lot of holes through which Trelleborg were driving tractors.
Yeah.
They
I mean,
were, they absolutely were.
if Herman wants to come back and win and beat them today and get into the semi-finals like they couldn't last month, they need to get this next match. And if they don't,
Yeah.
they're out.
And it's gonna have to be a huge turnaround from Herman to take the second game. I honestly don't see how they're gonna do it at the moment. It's
Well, how they just played, they will lose if they don't change things up.
they're Trelleborg were disrupting them left, right, and center, and Horriman, every opportunity they had to disrupt Trelleborg, were ignoring it. And they've got to score that first bail point. You cannot let a team like Trelleborg have a 70, 80 point advantage off you for the whole game.
No.
Because they will take you. Somebody saying in chat Horriman had 10 undelivered bails. That's 200 points. They would still have lost by 100 points, but they wouldn't have lost by 300 points.
I also think Herman, they didn't get the first bail either, did they?
No, yeah.
No.
That's what we were saying.
They
didn't.
did,
Again,
but it was really late. It was part of that first batch of bails they delivered.
So there you go. I mean, again, another error.
It was
that would have helped.
It was a good 80 points that they left on the table because they didn't deliver that first bail quickly. And it just doesn't pay off. In fact, there we go. That's it. Between the 80 odd points they were behind on the first bail and the 200 points they left on the field, there's how they lost it.
Wow.
Because that's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the 300 point difference. That is nuts.
They do have it is the best of 3, so they can compete again and try and pull the socks off, I guess, and try and beat Trelleborg. Whether they'll be able to do it, we'll get to see pretty soon.
And you add in bits and pieces like the fact that they let Trelleborg have such a large multiplier for such a long time, that they didn't deliver grain when Trelleborg were unable to deliver grain. Things like that. And there are just all these little pieces that Horriman can improve and can go and win. But they need to take advantage of them, I think.
Right, getting the drops is just the beginning of the equation. You got to also be ready to take advantage of them. It's hard to you don't know exactly what the drop's going to be, so sometimes it's out of your hands, but if you can get something like silo closed, you need to make sure that you have grain that you can deliver if the multiplier is not in your favor already, and also bales to deliver to take advantage of that moment. Otherwise, it's just 60 to 90 seconds of really wasted time.
Yep, and while we wait, I think this will be good times to say that we are running a giveaway, right? Is it the Alpine today?
Alpine,
it
Platinum, and Premium.
Wow, there we go. So and it's exclamation mark giveaway in the chat, I believe. You have a chance to win.
You could get a copy of the Premium, the Alpine expansion, or the Platinum expansion.
It's not a giveaway that's run through
Alpine
a bot in
expansion
chat, by the way. You have to click the link for the gleam.io and enter on the web page, guys.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yeah, you will see a link coming up in the chat on Twitch, and you click that, go to Gleam, register, and you have a chance to win.
There we go. Right. So we're heading into round 2 in a moment. We're gonna see if Horriman can close up these problems that they've had going up against Trelleborg. They need to not only make their game a bit tighter, but also try and find a way to disrupt Trelleborg as well. It is very doable. As we showed, sort of looking at the last game, there are plenty of places they can improve, and they can close up that gap that they had with Trelleborg fairly easily.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe they should focus on just trying to clean up their side of the game instead of trying to disrupt Trelleborg, because they tried that in the last round, I think, by banning the John Deere 6120, but then Wooler just goes with the telehandler and chucks 2 bales into the top part of the barn again. So the Trelleborg can easily adapt to what their opponents throw at them. So Herman need to clean up their mistakes and maybe close that gap a bit.
But I think it's a bit of both.
A lot of their mistakes is them not taking advantage of the disruption that they could have done on Trelleborg. That's the thing. It is one of the examples of that, as I said earlier, is the whole thing of closing Trelleborg's silo so they can't deliver any grain, and then not taking advantage of that and delivering grain themselves to not only get rid of the multiplier advantage that Trelleborg had at that point, but also put themselves ahead so that they can then score more points per bale. And it was a good minute and a half they had that silo closed and never delivered a single litre of grain.
I mean, this is what we've seen as well from other teams. I mean, you can be an amazing team and go against Trelleborg, and you can still lose. So I think what Herman needs to do is become a better team. Get better in this next round, and then also use the disruptions they have available to combat Trelleborg.
And so here we go. We're into round 2. Hopefully, Herman are going to tighten up those places where they had those unforced errors. We shall see.
Well, it'd be good to see. I mean, Herman, they're 6th on the circuit points on the leaderboard, and Trelleborg are number 1. So this is a big team they're going against right now. So we need to we all need to remember that. Oh, maybe we're not starting just yet.
Nope.
Seems like we might be having a few little technical problems behind the scenes, but we will get it sorted, everyone.
This is the thing with the online tournaments. Without everybody in the same place, everybody in the studio, you do get connection issues and things like that. So hopefully that will all be sorted shortly, and we'll get into this second round. Just sort of looking a little bit further ahead. What we have later today. After this match completes, we've got Valtra versus Lindner. It should be a good game. Both teams fairly close in the rankings. Valtra, of course, absolutely on fire at the moment.
They did great last month. They won.
They did.
Yeah.
And they keep beating John Deere. They keep beating John Deere to make it into these finals.
I know, right?
Which is not great for John Deere because it just means that they're taking a hammering at the moment.
And then we also have Crone and Mind Sanity. Crone's a good team as well. So
Crone are a very good team. They're one of those teams that's because they've been sitting at 3rd behind Trelleborg and Cortiva, they tend to get a little bit ignored, and they're a good team. They are at 3rd overall. They're not bad at all. So yeah, that's going to be a good game, and yeah, I think we're in for some interesting semi-finals today.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at who's playing today, the likely final 2 teams is either going to be essentially Crone, Valtra, or Trelleborg or Herman. So it's going to be probably one of those. However, another team may pull the socks up. We do have Mind Sanity as well. So we'll see.
There we go.
All right,
versus Trelleborg, round
we'll try
2.
Again. We'll try again. Attempt 2 this time. See if the connections work. All right, so the game is starting.
Into the band phase. Herman to go first this time.
Annie 2.
Von Hogan, I think you're right. I don't think Herman played badly. They just had a lot of unforced errors. They just had a lot of and stuff like that you can't do. Trelleborg will exploit the hell out of that if you let them. Bent 1050 has been banned as the second one.
Yep, very similar setup to last time, apart from the Manitou's been banned this time. So Herman must be thinking, well, Trelleborg won us with it, so maybe we'll give them the 6M back or something.
Yeah, the 6M would stop them from throwing bales.
Yeah.
Trelleborg banning the big tractors. We didn't really see Herman using those, so it's an interesting choice of bans, really.
I'm sure they have the reasons. Then Herman looking like they're going to ban the Puma.
And the Puma as well. So they're looking to change things up. They're looking to. It's a good sign that they're looking to take a different tactic, and ban some other bits.
Oh, there we go. Banned. Right, captain phase. Will they go with what they have planned, or will they change things up?
20 points each, so both teams very similarly matched at the moment.
Exactly the same as last time.
Exactly the same.
The captains know what they want.
It's those tactics. I just It's the selections at this point. I don't think are the problem. I don't think this is where Horman's gaps are. I think it's more of the taking advantage of stuff as they go.
I'd be willing to say, yep, there it is. Wooler's going with the 6120M this time. So Herman banned that last time. He went with the telehandler instead. They banned the telehandler this time. And so he just goes back to the John Deere 6120M, and he does a really nice job with that tractor and the manure fork on the front with the stacking of the bales. They're a really strong team, Trelleborg. They just play their roles very well. I mean, Paul is usually the one delivering the bales with the Anderson loader. Willer's the one ready to stack them. And JK, of course, is out and about doing all the other various tasks like harvesting and baling of the straw as well. So very, very strong team.
And there we go. So each team going for a care-wheel tractor. The Fiat going to Horman again. They've chosen to have that nice cheap points tractor, and they got the JCB Fast Track this time with Easy Stack, which should be quite useful to them.
And here we go. So Herman have got to win this if they want to get into the semi-finals. If they lose this, Trelleborg have beat them again, like last month.
Oh, and Horman going up for the case baler, and I don't think DeFlo is going to make the case combat. No, he has. It's been completely ignored by Trelleborg. That was a very roundabout way for Trelleborg to go for that combine. And we can see here Trelleborg going out and taking that top end of that field to try and score those first bale points. Our Horman do not look like they're looking to get first bale points again.
Oh no!
It is a mistake. It is definitely a mistake.
I mean, the thing is, the first bale point, because you don't need to increase your multiplier, you don't have to put in the work for that. You just get, it's just easy, you know. You might as well do it. But it's so easy to get those high points without increasing the multiplier. I don't know why they would miss it.
Horman heading across the field. Doing the top end of the field, they seem to be going fairly far away. Can JK score some high points here?
Will he get stuck this time? Oh,
yes,
there we go.
126. He's done it.
That's what we're used to seeing from Jay.
Not the highest we've seen, but it's still very high. Straight back out in the field.
Perfect for where to pick up the bales from. And you can see how much Trelleborg practiced this. Everything is absolutely position perfect to make everything work as well and as smoothly as possible.
Paul and JK, a little nice bit of teamwork there. And yeah, Herman just not bothered with that first bale again. 50 seconds away from our 12th minute drops. And it definitely cost them last time. It's really surprising to see them stick to the same strategy really this time around.
They seem to be doing a lot of stuff at the far end of the field, which is, again, is an odd strategy. It's basically a lot further to travel for everything except for the grain delivery.
Right.
But you don't really have to worry about that as far as the grain delivery is concerned. You know, Trelleborg doing a wonderful tactic here of getting as much grain as quickly as possible into their auger wagon. In fact, Herman doing the same thing. They are running around getting the grain. And here we go.
The drops are right nearby both teams. Really close by both teams where they were working on the field there. So it'll be interesting to see if they go for them. They've got 50 seconds left. So usually we see teams wait until the last second to grab one.
Yeah, both teams filling out. So they're both employing very similar tactics at the moment. Horman just ignoring that first bale. So with a very similar tactical setup right now, Horman are 126 points down.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really surprising. I mean, I thought maybe there was a bit of strategy to it when they did it the first time, but it backfired. So I expected them to not ignore it the second time around, but they've done it again, and it probably will end up costing them again.
What is DeFlo doing?
I think he might have been waiting for the... He might have just been waiting. So when Trelleborg actually runs out, Herman may still have it for a little bit longer.
Yeah, what is it, like 12, 13 seconds or so, something like that is the difference.
Oh,
again,
Mark's getting in the way.
Have caught Horman out of place. Horman are not somewhere where they're ready to take full advantage of this. And these are valuable seconds that they're losing.
Yeah. And we have Team Herman just heading down. Increase their multiplier. JK already waiting, and he's already began to unload.
He knows the combine isn't going to be here anytime soon, so he's taking advantage of that grain multiplier while they have it for the next 20 odd seconds.
He also knows that Herman are coming as well to begin unloading their grain.
Right, we're seeing something a little bit different, at least this time from Herman, whereas last time at this point they already had an Anderson loader full of bales to go. This time they're running 2 harvesters and stacking up the amount of grain they have, so they can hopefully try to control the multiplier this round, and that could really be what they need to do to force the third round here.
Yeah, they're definitely changing the tactics.
That is a much better counter.
Yeah, whether they can pull it off, that's another thing. Hopefully they can.
Yeah, they timed that well. Those extra seconds where they waited to pick up the grain multiplier drop paid off for them to counter that one back.
Yep.
It did. I
take
it back. It was,
9-minute point. Yeah, the combines are still out in the field on both teams. Just we have the Ideal, the Case on Herman, and also the New Holland and Ideal on Trelleborg. They're all out. At this point in the last game, I think there was definitely a few different things going on. So there's definitely a change this time
Herman
around.
had already tried to deliver like a full Anderson loader full of bales, but they weren't focusing on the grain as much, and that allowed Trelleborg to really control the multiplier throughout the round. A little bit different this time around.
Yeah.
I want to see the Russell Mash harvester start to get a little bit more love. I know it has the lowest horsepower and the smallest grain tag, but it is the fastest harvester and it ignores weeds, so you don't need herbicide when you use the Russell Mash harvester.
That is one good combine if it ignores weeds.
And it's a cheaper pick as well.
Yeah, it doesn't get a whole lot of love. Yeah, only 2 points to pick compared to 3 or 4 for the others, but yeah, it doesn't get any love.
I would say using the Russell Mass is a good thing if you have another 2 combines that are big on the go at the same time. So you have 3 altogether. That would be really good.
And here we go, Trelleborg putting in extra grain.
Combines nimbling the way down with
Horman
the
are
headers.
here to counter. So
Through the
a
buildings.
better countering game coming in from Horman now.
Yeah, when you're coming through there to the unload point with those combines, you've got to be really careful. Because those headers are wide.
Brilliant play from Trelleborg. They have closed Horman's silo.
Oh no. Holman really needed that just then, and they've now locked it.
And now Trelleborg doing exactly what Horman didn't do last time. Horman are stuck up the other end. They got 22 seconds to get back to close Trelleborg's silo. Trelleborg are already there to
15
empty
seconds.
stuff out. And take
They're not even
advantage.
going for it. Too far away from it.
They're like, no.
So huge moment
time.
potentially.
This could be the deciding point of this game right now.
Oh, here we go.
Trelleborg are bringing bales in to take advantage of the multiplier.
Not going to be able to chuck these straight into the top barn this time with the John Deere, but Wooler is equally as strong with this.
They're just going to score, extra points. They're scoring an extra 12 points. No, extra 14 points, I think. No, 12 points over
you had it right.
their rivals. That's huge.
Yeah, especially because the first bail bonus, they already are ahead by 126 points. 152 now. It's going to go up even more very shortly.
And look at this just there. We're starting to see this method used a lot, where the combines come and unload right here directly at the unload point. Really speeds things up. You don't have to faff about in the field. Putting it into the auger trailer, you can just do it directly here.
And Trelleborg now bringing stuff in. And Harman only had enough grain off 3 combines to counter Trelleborg and bring it back to a 2.0. So still got a disadvantage.
There we go. Now it's going to be a slight advantage for Herman. 2.2 to 1.8.
There we go.
214, 232 to 0. Herman have a huge hill to climb here the last 5 minutes, 20 seconds.
Herman still have no bails. What is going on? Right,
I'm not even sure.
Yeah, we may. This might be the moment we get to see the first bell.
Yeah, but it's interesting because they have the transport company team perk as well, but they have not even started loading the Anderson loader from the look of it, unless it's somewhere off screen. And here comes Paul.
Budge is going up, but he's made it.
8 more bales.
Yeah, and here we go. This is the first bale, and the multiplier is in Herman's advantage right now, which is good.
So 52 points for first bale. So quite a significant difference, nearly 70 points.
That could really harm them.
Quite well.
Paul's so methodical with bringing the Anderson loader in, and here comes his teammate ready to start stacking them onto the belt again too. Just really perfectly timed there. Hey, I'm taking the Anderson loader over. Get yourself over with some more bales and get ready to start stacking. Great teamwork.
There's a good question that's come into the chat that is something that I'm trying to find on the stat sheet and the information sheet.
Lord Baylor
exactly
2 bales is super drop.
Oh, Lord Baylor, that is a good one. Well, I don't think it's going to change too much for either team. But yeah, with the herbicide, removing the weeds increases both the straw and the wheat output, as well as speeding things up.
I would say that bringing those 2 bales with Lord Baylor would be good for Herman right now, to be honest, because
bale-tastic combo, meanwhile, by Trelleborg off screen.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get more bales.
50 more bonus points.
Usually you would have more bales at this point.
Should point out at the moment that Harman still have fewer points than Trelleborg scored for their first bale.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's
and they have no bales back at the moment. They really need to get these bales in.
Oh, here they come now with the Anderson loader full. They do have a nice bale advantage at the moment, but they're way behind in points, and Trelleborg are going to be creating more before it's all said and done.
Lots of switching round. And Trelleborg are out there grabbing bales. I mean, it's a 300-point advantage again that Trelleborg have over Harman.
Here we go.
We're gonna...
There's the replay. Look at that.
Coming in and jamming a bale in the bottom.
Was that just trying to counter but mistiming it? I'm not sure what that was.
Trying to miscount. Yeah, I think that was a mistimed counter.
2 minutes to go, and Trelleborg look like they're going to coast
coming
to this.
In, ready to counter the bale-tastic here. Look at this.
Oh, look at all these bales going in. This is what we need.
No.
Oh my God, this is
what
terrible.
Is that? 3, 4 now of the 5 there fell off. Oh, poor Herman.
Herman was wanting that moment of the game to go perfectly so they could get the points up, and it just failed. Oh,
Wow.
that was crucial, and he failed.
That was absolutely crucial.
200 points roughly separates them at the moment. 1:20 to go.
And the entire Anderson
I mean,
stacker
yeah.
are coming
that one's
in.
come off as well now. Oh my days.
That's not good.
It was like a quarter of the trailer just went off the conveyor.
And in order to get them in the top, Harman have got to be very careful, because pushing them too much towards that bottom door is going to cause them to go in there instead. They can't afford that.
Look at the confidence that Trelleborg has in each other here, that they stick to their tactic. With less than a minute to go, they still unload the Anderson loader nearby the conveyor, because they know that Wooler is the best stacker, and one of the best stackers in the FSL.
And they did it so perfectly as well. It's not even messy.
They don't even need to get all of these bales in, but Wooler very well could pull it off with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, Herman are at an advantage though with the multiplayer still, but Trelleborg has the
The
bales.
other thing to note is how well they unloaded from the stacker. They have got this perfect gap between them that is just enough for him to stack one of them on the on the conveyor without the other getting pulled in.
It looks
now
like
these four are going to go in the bottom.
And they're all going in
just like they did last month. They have not pulled it off. They have not beat Trelleborg.
Wooler can't get around the conveyor there.
They've done it. So there we go. We were saying earlier on, can Herman pull the socks up? Can they come around this month and beat Trelleborg and get them back for the failure they had last month? And no, they haven't done it. Trelleborg have won.
And again, more bales delivered. Less grain, more bales. Less with multipliers. Basically, Trelleborg do more with what they've got than Horman do, and that's the trouble. Trelleborg are able to counter. They're able to disrupt, and Horman are not taking advantage of those opportunities they have. And if they do, they will close that gap and conceivably beat Trelleborg. But until then, I think they've got a little bit of work to do to just sort of tighten things up.
Yeah, I mean, Herman are a good team. I mean, they really are. But obviously, they're going against Trelleborg. Trelleborg is a top team.
Yeah.
So it's,
Trelleborg will take advantage of every mistake you make.
Definitely. However, we will be going to a short break at any moment. We will be we'll be seeing two other teams next, Valtra and Lindner. Valtra won last month. They won in the last month. They was a top team. So yeah, will they win again today? Will they manage to beat?
I think Lindner have a little bit of an uphill battle here, but they are capable of winning it. They are a good team, but Valtra is on fire at the moment.
Yeah, Valtra carried that over against John Deere yesterday as well, knocking them out on Saturday for 2 times in a row. And we'll be right back.
Right,
And
everyone,
we're back.
welcome back to Farming Simulator League. Next up, we have got Valtra and Lindner going against each other. We just had Trelleborg and Herman. Trelleborg and Herman, they went against each other last month, and today we was thinking, will Herman manage to be able to beat Trelleborg? They didn't. Herman have just lost and Trelleborg won. Next up, we have Valtra and Lindner. Valtra are an incredibly good team. They won last month. So Lindner have got something to, they've got a good team to go against next. So we're going to see how it goes. And joining me today, we have Virtual Farmer and Kerminator as well. How are you guys doing?
Hello.
How do you think this is going to go?
I said before the break, I think Lindner are a good team. But I think Valtra are absolutely on fire. And yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle for Lindner, but we can have surprises around here, and yeah, there could be an upset. As always.
With the momentum that Valtra have right now, shutting them down for Lindner would be like stopping a train with a bale of straw. So,
speaking of trains, here's Trelleborg. Although this was not a good start for them in the first game.
No, but the first bale bonus, they missed out on some points they could have added on top of it, but because Herman didn't really worry with it, it didn't really cost them.
I honestly don't get Herman's thing of not going for the first bale.
It's Hazelsaurus in chat. Yes, I was a Mixer partner. You asked if I was on Mixer. Yes, I was.
Yeah.
And Beam as well.
There we go. Multiplier switch.
This is when Trelleborg. Trelleborg countered this. At that point, if Herman would have got it, it would have been amazing for him. But they didn't.
Well,
do it.
actually, the amazing thing about it is that Trelleborg getting the multiplier switcher actually disrupted Horriman. Because Horriman couldn't deliver their grain because they would have just given more multiplier to Trelleborg. Which is crazy.
Yeah, the whole thing the whole game was funny. Yeah.
And then that is an absolute. There were 5 bales on that conveyor that didn't make it in.
Yeah. This is when Trelleborg closed Herman's silo right at a moment when they needed it.
And this is Trelleborg at their most disruptive. You know, you can see it multiple times in these two games where they just do things that upsets the flow of the other team. So it's a combination of Horriman not taking the opportunities they have and Trelleborg taking the opportunities that was
the flow making a statue bail then.
That is an impressive stack. Yeah, 490 to 106 going in here, and then half of them just falling off.
That was terrible.
Just not quite straight on there. And then 100-point difference at the end. Not that high a scoring game though from Trelleborg in that second one. It was a sub 700 game, so we know they're capable of scoring even more points than that.
I wonder what the highest score we've ever had in this season of FSL.
It is 1,533 points scored by DAF in the play-in round of the 4th online tournament.
Well, there we go.
Terminator is faster on the stat sheet than I am.
Holy crap.
Which is, that is just a massive amount.
That would be awesome to see, but will we see that again? I don't know. That is a good point.
Yeah, that was a play-in round game as well. You know, it wasn't on the top 8 between the top teams in the FSL. So I think you'll be hard pressed to see that high of score when you've got teams that are so evenly matched across the board.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing. As we get closer now to the ending of this season, the teams are getting they know each other more, right? And they're getting better, and they're getting closer and closer in terms of abilities and things. So those scores, they're getting less.
There we go.
Nice.
Valtra versus Lindner.
Yep.
This should be
Valtra are a good team. They won
Valtra,
last
the
month.
5th
yeah.
online tournament winners last month. The first team not named Cortiva or Trelleborg to win a tournament this season. Can they carry over that momentum today and make it 2-2?
Manitou has been banned first by Valtra.
Valtra are one of those teams as well that like don't pay much attention to the score early on. They win a lot of really close games at the last second and score the majority of their points within the last 2 to 3 minutes of a round as well. The Fent 724 and the Case IH 240 CVX are out.
Yep, lots of care wheels are out currently, and then we also have the Massey Ferguson maybe. Looks like we do. Massey Ferguson telehandler.
Veldon, yeah, just to. I think what happened with those bales going onto the conveyor is it wasn't quite straight, and yet it caused a jiggle in the top ones, which then pushed all of the bales off the side because it jiggled them sideways. So it was a case of the bale stacker not quite being straight enough at the bottom of the thing, and that's what ended up causing those bales to fall off.
Nearly identical setups there, just going for the different balers, the John Deere and the Case.
Yeah, it looked like Valtra knew what they wanted more, and then Lindner they took the time.
10 points to 11 points. With Linda going for that baler with the care wheels on it. Are they going to go for a care wheeled tractor as well to match up with it?
That would be good.
Ooh, I don't think they're going to, because that Deutz is kind of what you would normally go for if you weren't going for a care wheel.
No, they're not.
Wow.
Wow,
Interesting tactic here from Lindner.
Valtra going for under pressure and Archimedes. Well,
So do you think Martin is going with the Deutsch Fahr for the increased speed to try to top his record from last month
maybe.
of
Quite
139
possibly.
points? It's a very
That is-
interesting
that-
choice.
That is a very fast setup that Valtra got hold of there. That little John Deere, the JCB, and that Deutz are all pretty quick tractors.
Yeah, I mean that Deutz is big, but it's fast. So
Yeah,
we may
70
get
Apollo
kilometers
not
per
getting
hour.
the
We may
greatest
get
of
to see-
starts there.
we may get to see a good first bale
Oh.
again.
I
Ooh,
think
Ferek's going
that
too far.
Valtra got a slightly better attachment on that. Yeah.
And you can see we have Hightower just here on Team Valtra. He's got the Massey baler, the Massey combine.
That's some really good work here from Valtra off the top.
Barex has got the baler, which can make 3 bales.
All right, here's Martin. See it on it already.
Now this is interesting. He's gone up this top end to do this, and we did ask this question whether it was quicker to do that than wait for your combine to go and get the first bale.
Yeah, different strategy by Martin. Usually they go the nearest side from the bale barn to shorten the distance they have to drive, but they have gone with the faster tractor, so let's see what happens here.
Look at this, look how fast this thing goes. And he is ready for the first bale. I don't think it's going to be a high point, though, as high as it has been.
In fact, it looks like
Linda
Ferek's
going
might
for
get
the
there
bale
first.
flick.
The bale's not coming out, though, yet.
Oh, not quite.
Yeah, this ain't going to be a top bale. 119.
190.
It's
Oh,
good.
Martin.
Was that on purpose? I don't think so.
No. Wow.
Definitely
That's
not
the
setting any
first-
records here.
No.
That is the first unforced error we've seen from Valtra.
Yeah, he is under pressure right there. We got a replay. Yeah, look at this.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, he hit the barn.
What was he
Yeah,
doing?
bigger tractor, and you gotta be careful in those tight spaces.
Yeah, he usually does that with different tractors, so I guess he needs to get used to using a bigger tractor. Because it is
an
quite tight
interesting
behind the
choice.
conveyor belt.
It is an interesting choice that he went for that Deutz over a care wheel tractor.
Yeah, and also went to the far side as well to start the first bale.
Yeah. A few little kinks in the armor of Valtra here. And
How
you can
slow
see
he's
how
going now.
much that crop slows those tractors down.
And this is why they open it up. You can see what Linda's done. Linda have actually harvested in front of it, so we can get it and go fast.
Pretty even on the grain right now. If you're ever wondering what's going on and around, if you're new to the FSL or you just don't know, if you just look at the screen, most of the information you need is right there for you. Bottom left, you can see the mini map, the amount of grain that each team has outstanding bales as well, and also what their current bale combo multiplier is.
Yep. And we also have drone drop. It has been spawned. What is the drone drop?
Are both teams just going to ignore it? It's quite a way off the beaten track. Although, looks like somebody for
Grey
Valtra
multiplier
is running
and
up there.
Bale drop. I'd say Grey multiplier would to go for.
Yeah,
Martin, Valtra has grabbed
Valtra
grain
have
multiplier.
gone for the grain multiplier. Are they going to go and drop their grain now then?
Tired Hands in chat
90
asks,
seconds.
when are the casters making a team? I would like to see. I would like to see the Farm Sim ambassadors. I believe Silver News, you're a Farm Sim ambassador too, right? We're all ambassadors here. Am I correct in saying that?
I believe so. I don't think I am actually.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, I don't think Silver is.
Oh.
But I would love to see some of us get together and do like a invitational type tournament just for fun. I think it'd be
just a lot of us playing.
Yeah,
my skills would be absolutely embarrassing, and some of these players that I make fun of when they make mistakes could be in chat making fun of me because I would make a million more mistakes than they do.
I was going to say, anybody who's seen me play FSL knows that I can't hold a candle to most teams.
Right. It's easy for me to sit here at home in my comfy chair and laugh when the mistakes happen and people crash and things like that, but I would be an absolute nightmare of a player in the FSL.
Yeah, you've just actually reminded me I need to do that ambassador thing. I was going to do it, and then I forgot.
Well, there you go. I'm happy to push you along the way.
You can still apply, Silver. Just drop Liz an email.
Well, I'm like 6 months late.
Or Chris an email.
Yeah.
There we go. Evening things up. I'm not sure this.
That's a good point, Feldon, that you make. Yesterday against John Deere, they didn't take any prisoners and really brought their A game. But could that backfire? You know, taking Lindner for granted and saying, well, let's come into this quarterfinal and test out something new. That if that's what they've done, that's a bit risky because Lindner are no slouch of a team either.
And it's fine. Oh. And what I'm trying to get at here is it's not so much a change in gameplay. That's fine. You know, trying out a new tactic is fine. But what I was saying about the first bale is that is an unforced error. That is an error where he definitely did not mean to do what he did.
Right, and Martin is usually one of the best with the first bale delivery too.
Yes, yeah. I don't know what happened then. I mean, maybe it could have been the bigger tractor as well. That could have been, or maybe it was focusing on something else at that moment.
It would be
the good thing with this fast track is you can just, like we just saw from Martin there, you could just spin around quick because it's obviously got all-wheel steering, back up to the baler and hook up and go. Super nimble.
Ping would decide that.
that's possible.
Virtual Farmer Silver News and Mr. CDP against me and some more of the North American ambassadors. Yeah, Ping would be the decider.
Well, considering both Silver and I have some fairly awful internet connections most of the time, I think disconnections would decide that.
Oh, is that the excuse? We'll go for that.
Yeah. What is an FSL ambassador? There aren't any FSL ambassadors. There are Farmer Sim ambassadors, which both Combinator and I are at the moment.
Yeah, we're basically just a connection between the community and the community coordinators at Giants, the development team. We basically, Virtual Farmer and I are both streamers as well, so we get feedback from our communities and we take that feedback to the Giants team and let them know what the community is thinking about Farm Sim, what they're looking for, things like that. It's a
Yeah, and
volunteer
if you-
position.
If you have any questions, our DMs are always open. Send them over to us, and we can pass them on to Giants. And do what we can.
Yep, and it improves the game. Okay, so we are coming up to 7 minutes. We have the drone drops already out. We've just gone for the Bale multiplier. That was Valtra.
Apollo
10
for
seconds out.
Linder playing the waiting game.
Nice.
Gonna give themselves a little bit of extra time
Yeah,
over Valtra. This
Yeah.
could be a good move here by Apollo.
There we go.
they've got it. So yeah, that was a good play. That was a good play on Linda's part.
Now they need to take advantage though and be ready right when
Ooh,
Valtra's
Scotty not
runs
quite
out.
picking those, but doing what you should do in that situation and getting the 2 he has got back.
That back weight just there on this Linda nearly knocked him into that barrier.
Here comes Scotty. Gonna
Comes
beam
Scotty.
up some bales.
Yep. And the multipliers are still equal right now. ×2. So no team has got a better multiplier. And goals are very
Lintner
close
really
as well.
holding their own here.
Yeah.
Impressive performance at the moment from Lintner.
Yeah, I mean everything's quite equal at the minute. Goals are quite similar.
We do know in the
Okay.
past though that the place where Valtra really starts to shine is in those last
Yeah.
sort of 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Right.
We saw
They
that last
lay
month.
it on heavy, and
Yeah, that's what we saw last month. We was like, oh, it's looking at the other team, then all of a sudden Valtra come in and they just go boom, and they win. They're good at that.
Pilden, yeah, I cannot wait to do these things in person again. I am itching for the day. Got my first vaccine last week, which is great. Things are going to be getting back to normal soon. I can see it. Apollo, evening things up. Yeah, getting back to taking it up to 2.1 for Lintner. That is great news.
They
for
took
Lintner.
advantage
That
of that
means-
multiplier well there.
They did.
And Scotty get this third bale. Can he do it this time? He has done it.
Can he
No.
keep it on though?
Yeah,
is
that's
the
the
question
question.
now.
And all the bridge is going up.
Ooh, well done. Nice and smooth.
Those are he's actually pretty good at stacking.
Okay,
he's done a
used
great job.
machines would be a very nice option in FS22. One of those things I'd love to see.
The thing is with this grab on the front, this manure grab is, that third bale is very, very close to coming off if you want to carry it.
Right. It's very precarious.
Well,
when you have them
evening
here,
things up here now.
better off just taking the 2. When you
Yeah,
have
it
them
does
there,
take skill.
but transporting them, yeah, it takes a lot of skill. Really close game. The 20 seconds away from the super drop, and depending on what it is, that could decide this one here. 5-point
There
lead
are-
for Valtra.
Again, we're only 5 points between.
Now
Yeah.
now
It is
Linder into
close.
the lead.
This whole game is really close right now. Surprised. But, like we say, Valtra may just come out at the end and just obliterate them.
Oh, and there.
Super
well,
drop.
The drop didn't spawn there.
No.
Valtra was
Bale
right
with
nearby
the
it.
ring.
We got
One
bottom boost?
bale.
Oh no, we have.
This very well could come down to one bale. So a team that
This
gets
is-
that, even though it's only one, it could make the difference.
What, we got Bale withering?
And
And
Valtra
Hightower gets
have
it.
withered one bale.
And Linder were already at a disadvantage, so they're disadvantaged by one more bale now. That they definitely needed to get that one over Valtra.
Yeah.
Some beautiful unloading from Lintner though.
Yep.
Apollo's creating a nice stack.
And Scotty now beginning to load them on the conveyor.
1
his,
point did it.
Yeah, his multiplier isn't the best, but he's still doing it.
20 points now.
3 minutes out, everyone. Oh, and he was straight over the bridge, and he made it with 3 bales on as well.
Beautiful landing.
This is going to be really close.
Well, we say that, but Vultures do come out of nowhere at the end, and I've seen that last month. Whether they'll do it this month,
Right.
we'll see.
Hightower is creating more bales, and Valtra need that at the moment. They have plenty of time to get a few more over, and they need everyone they can get right now because they are behind in the bales at the moment. They're ahead in the points, but that is about to change.
Talking about bales, I mean, look, there's a lot coming in right now for Linda.
Yeah, they've already got 2 there, 3 more coming in, 2 about to go into the top barn, and they have the multiplier advantage too, even though it's just by
Yeah.
0.1% there.
It is looking pretty good for
Interestingly
Linda. They're in a
enough,
good position right now.
They seem to be playing Valtra at their own game, which is quite interesting. They've taken the tactics that Valtra have been using to win, and using them pretty much as effectively as Valtra have been.
Yeah.
Yeah. 9 points in it, 2 minutes to go.
This is the thing. I mean, Valtra are a fairly new team in terms of winning, like last month, right? So it's going to take a while for these teams to adapt, and they've obviously been watching Valtra over the last month, seeing where their weaknesses are and what makes them win. So Linda looks like they're ready, but can they pull it off?
But Valtra doing what Valtra do best, and just in the last 2 minutes delivering so many bales.
Right,
Valtra have countered the bale combo as well. That's given them a massive amount.
Yeah, 30
points.
points there. That's helpful. They have 4 extra bales at the moment with 1:30 to go. Over Lindner's amount. This is still going to be
already
close.
heading back out. I mean, yeah, this is going to be close. And now Martin is going to start collecting the bales. This is the moment when we're going to see loads of bales coming in from Valtra. 1 minute
There
out,
we go.
everyone,
Linda
nearly.
back in the lead. More
605, 576.
Can Valtra win with the multiplier not on their side?
10 points in it at the moment.
Could this come down to the multiplier? Could the multiplier be the decider in this game?
That bale looked like it was coming off for Valtra.
Yeah,
Valtra back in the lead. Valtra back in the lead.
50 seconds left on the clock.
6-5-2 to Valtra. 6-7-1 to Valtra. See what I mean? It just, unless Linda can pull the socks up right now, they're gonna lose. Look at 690 to Valtra.
I don't think that Lindner have the bales. Valtra did a really nice job of creating more bales right in the last couple of minutes.
This is how Valtra wins.
Lindner had the bale advantage, but Valtra were out creating more than Lindner were there in the last couple of minutes, and they were doing it right nearby the bridges to the barn.
7-2-8 to Valtra. It's close.
747.
747.
3 bales.
10
no
seconds
more bales
out.
for Valtra.
No more
3
bales.
outstanding.
Oh no.
3 outstanding for that one's falling off though.
Valtra's going to win, everyone, by just
that would have been 21 points.
Wow, 21 points.
Yeah, that would have been 21 points if that bale had gone in the top, but it fell off. But I don't think it would have been enough. What was the final score there? Let's see.
You know what? Linda played better
27
than the finals of last month with another top team. You know, was it Cortiva? Oh, Trelleborg
yeah.
last month. Yeah, I mean,
it was Cortiva versus Valtra last month.
Linda just played better than them. Actually, in this round, that was good.
Definitely some uncharacteristic mistakes by Valtra, though, given their momentum that they were carrying into this one. We saw Martin mess up with the Deutschfahrer on the first bale, getting kind of clipped by the conveyor belt with the bigger tractor. And so it definitely wasn't the strongest performance we've seen recently from Valtra, but they still come out on top.
Yeah, big congrats.
And they still won by less than 30 points. You know, it's a
they are the kings of winning by small margins, though. They live for it, I think.
I just think actually it was a bale and a half that they lost by, that Valtra won by. Lindner dropped 2 bales at the end of that.
Right.
If Lindner hadn't dropped those 2 bales at the end of that, Lindner would have won. It was that close. That bale needs to go into the top, and the one they had in the baler needs to go into the bottom, and that would have been enough points for them to take it.
Yeah, Valtra seemed to just get stronger the later in the round it gets. You know, they made some mistakes at the beginning, but when it really mattered in those crucial dying seconds, they showed the quality they have again.
That was close. That was really close. And both teams made a few little mistakes, and in both cases, it could have cost them it. And in Lindner's case, it did cost them it. But I'm impressed with Lindner's performance there. That was a really strong showing from them.
Yeah, and like Von Hogan just said in chat, reiterating the 1 undelivered and the 11 points they could have got if that one didn't fall off the belt. Could have made the difference. So it really was just the smallest of margins. Mistakes at the end ended up costing them. They were right there on the doorstep of pulling it off.
And the thing is, we know Valtra's tactics are capable of beating other teams like John Deere and like Cortiva. And so yeah, if Lindner can follow through with these with a similar set of tactics, they are capable of beating some of the big teams out there as well, which is really interesting and actually really exciting to see another team using these tactics so effectively, even if they didn't win the last match or the last
Right.
match.
Yeah, more competitive FSL across the board is just going to be more entertaining for us as casters and the viewers. So it's great to see a team like Linder coming in, knowing they're facing the tournament winners from last month and really giving it their best effort in that first round. And now, if they can clean up just a couple of mistakes and try to repeat their effort, they might force a third round up in this matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, what happened last month between Valtra and Cortiva? That was in the finals, and Valtra won Cortiva. What would be really cool to see today is if Valtra and Trelleborg are in the finals today, and then Valtra win Trelleborg. So Valtra will effectively knock out the two top teams of the whole FSL at the moment. So
It could
just-
match up
yeah.
that way if they make
Yeah.
it all the way to the final.
it
both
could do.
teams.
I'm just thinking
I
that would be
have
pretty
a
good.
sneaking suspicion that the reason why Trelleborg have gone back to using Transport Company is a response to Valtra's tactics.
Yeah, maybe.
I think they saw how Valtra beat Cortiva last month, and I think they formulated a new set of tactics to counter how Valtra's playing. And that is where I think it's going to be interesting if those two teams end up in the final today, because I think
just gone for
that's
John
what's
Deere.
going on.
Then they've changed the Baylor.
Yeah, the
Giving
exact same
themselves
setup
an
for both
extra
teams.
point to play with, interestingly.
Yeah, last time they went for the Case Baylor. Now they've gone for the John Deere. It's exactly
Yeah.
the same. So they've changed the tactic a little bit. Not sure
Same
how
trackers
effective it'll
picked
be.
so far.
So where are they going to use that extra point? That's the interesting thing.
Yeah, you see a lot of the teams they think this is the place in the game where they decide if they're going to win or not. It is, but it isn't. It's playing the actual game and how good your tactics are. That is a huge part.
And not quite identical setup, but a similar setup. Looks like that extra point has gone into the Massey Ferguson in this case.
That's interesting.
So it's an almost identical setup on the tractors as well. So both got one with the manure fork on, both got one with the front loader on, and both got a large one. So it's and teams are away, and it all looks like a bad start for whoever's in the JCB. Scotty seems to have hit the barrier.
Not good. And he's just hit the combine.
Oh, and Hightower has managed to get the John Deere combine.
That is a big combine. That is going to definitely help them. We also have, I think it looks like Farex potentially. Maybe, yep, on the Crone Baylor. Produces 3 bales.
And Scotty has got himself a baler as well. Was that the Coon baler he grabbed?
Could have been. Yeah, here's Farex with the Crone. So he's got this. Now, will we see another top scoring bale today?
They're going near side, right near the barn.
Yeah, they're going close to the barn. We may see it.
It's taking a minute for Farex.
Oh, Martin is already at the barn.
Martin very quickly.
That was quick. Yeah.
See if he can make the adjustment and not crash this
Farex
giant
is already
tractor
in the
into the belt.
Can he do it?
There it is.
132.
132.
That's good.
That
That's
is
good.
A very nice point score.
We've seen 139 before, but 132 is amazing. I think that's the highest one we've seen today.
One advantage that Lindner did have in the first round was they got the first bale before Martin was able to get it for Valtra, and now this time already trailing by 10 points. Martin doing a much better job in getting back to his normal ways there.
Yeah, that was good. I think he took it a little bit slower coming into the barn today. Yeah, obviously helped him out.
I think I don't think going up the far end to get that first bit of straw is necessarily much of an advantage. It definitely seems to have slowed him down a little bit. We know he's capable of scoring sort of at least 7 more points.
Right. 138, I think Martin got yesterday, and he wasn't using the Deutsch Far against John Deere in the play-ins, so it's definitely a change in strategy and not scoring quite as many. But Lindner are now going to have to hope that they can pick up some points to make up the difference elsewhere. 37 seconds away from our first drops of the match.
Thankfully, 10 points is not a massive one to make up. It's sort of a single bale in the bottom.
Right, but it was the advantage that they had in the last round, getting it a nice little boost at the beginning. So they've got to make it up somewhere else. Hightower and Martin, nice little bit of teamwork here, unloading the John Deere harvester into the Horsch. Have a look at Apollo now running the ideal for Lindner.
We are seeing that with a lot of teams now, not letting those combines stop, just keeping them going, having that single carter out there, trying to get those early points or that early multiplier to cause a bit of disruption to the other team.
Valtra already an advantage in bales, 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's this part of the game where everything is fairly slow around coming up to the 10-minute mark. After the 10-minute mark, things really start to speed up. So the combine's out in the field right now. You can see we do have some drone drops. Nobody's gone for it just yet.
I would say that's the advantage that the Valtra have at the moment is, as you said, Kevin, they've got more bales out there. They spend a little bit longer earlier getting some bales created, so that when Martin goes and drops this grain now, they've got bales that they can immediately go and grab and get in and score points with. Whereas for some reason Lindner just don't seem to have filled up their auger wagon as quickly as
this is true.
This could be a crucial moment for Valtra if they have bales ready to deliver in and take advantage of this early multiplier. They're a team that we know, like we've been talking about, they score a lot of their points late, but this is a great opportunity for them early on in the round to score some points and get out to a nice lead.
I mean, another advantage Valtra have is the John Deere Combine. I know Lindner has the 2 ideals, but the John Deere Combine, I think the header's a bit bigger. So even though the tank's maybe smaller than the ideal, I think the header's bigger.
Yeah,
so they are getting more grain.
13.7 meters, both the John Deere and the Case IH 9240 both have the 13.7, so they're the biggest header width in the FSL for sure.
Yeah, so that could be one of the, that's probably one of the reasons that are contributing to them having more grain.
So they did have a 3-to-1 multiplier, but they didn't deliver any bales. So here comes Ferrix now to flip it back in the favor of Lindner. So a missed opportunity really for Valtra.
I think they had people out there trying to get harvesting as much as possible. It's a really difficult trade-off. Trying to, whether you have those bales in there ready to deliver and have somebody ready there to deliver them, or whether you keep out there harvesting and keep out there creating the straw and the grain so that you're not in a worse off position later on.
Right, and the thing too is like we can see both teams as observers, but the players in the match cannot see what the other team is doing. So it may have just been a case of Valtra is thinking, well, maybe Lindner are about ready to deliver their grain, and they're going to put the multiplier in their favor. So we need to go deliver some now to keep that from happening. But yeah, definitely a missed opportunity with the 3-to-1.
100%.
Yep, he's unfortunately got it. Stuck on the side there.
Yeah, I think he got
his end of the world.
I think he got his fork stuck on the conveyor a little bit. It kind of just made the bale come off.
Blimp
nice
sighting.
Bit of stacking from Martin.
Zer's doing a tight turn with the combine and he's back down the row. And he's full. That looks of things, so he's gonna head to the auger trailer.
I do like this idea that that Von Hogan has, that maybe Valtra are trying a little bit stuff to sort of mix up and hide strategies for later. Yes and no. The trouble is this strategy, or the strategy that Valtra are using, is something that they've already been seen to have won with. And we know Trelleborg just will watch back what other teams have played. Oh, two
Bale drop
bales
for 2
picked
bales.
up
Yep,
for Lindner.
Lindner going for that.
That will cover that deficit they had in the beginning with the first bale.
Now,
rather
will
nicely.
Valtra go for a drone drop? They may or they may not.
No, here we go. Scotty looks like he might be heading for it now.
Yeah. Oh, he's turning. Or maybe.
Nope.
Right.
Oh, there we go. His teammate had it instead.
There we go.
Martin.
And they also grabbed a couple of bales.
So both teams going
they
for
got
the drone
one
drop.
bale.
The bale drop.
So yeah,
Full
that
trailer.
is the deficit from the first bale. That is now sorted and
Now,
evened up.
the multiplier is equal for both teams right now. This is the moment they're going to start to begin to combat that and give an advantage to their team, lest the other team can counter it.
Oh,
And
it
Valtra
looks like
now
Valtra's there
delivering
already.
rain.
And here comes
And
Scotty to
Scotty's
try to take
coming in.
advantage. Yeah, here we go. They're going to take advantage of this multiplier now. I think they've got enough time to get at least a few of these through before Lindner can get over there and flip it back.
Valtra's multiplier's already just gone up as soon as Scotty was heading to the conveyor. So
Yeah, great teamwork there.
yeah, that was really good. Good communication skills as well with both teams there.
Ooh,
Well, with
I'm
the team.
not sure about that bale though.
That's precarious.
It might just make it, I think. Maybe.
A little airtime for Zerzeris.
Lots of bales just sitting out on the road here on Lindner's side.
Martin
now
setting
coming
out
in
to
with
work on more.
another set of bales.
Here
And now
now
Lindner
the,
is going to combat the multiplier.
Is there enough?
Don't think there is, actually.
Can they send it the other way?
No. Maybe just.
Nope.
Maybe.
It's enough for the
Oh.
2.0.
Oh, yeah.
It's not
There we go.
enough to send it the other way though.
Valtra did take advantage though when they had that multiplier and they got some bales delivered. So that could end up making the difference. If Lindner can now not get the multiplier in their favor through the rest of this match, they've got a mountain to climb here. And a bale-tastic combo for Valtra. Nice bit of work there by Martin, just putting a few into the bottom to get those extra points, 50 bonus
There's
points.
those 2 bales from the drone drop, just waiting to be put into the ban.
And Valtra got a
366
really
right now,
healthy
Valtra.
lead now.
Yeah, Valtra have got a healthy lead, like you say, yeah. If Valtra do what they did last time, and they start to absolutely throw these bales on and get the points right at the end, looking at everything now, Lindner are going to struggle.
I think
Lindner are
Lindner are
playing
going to
well.
have to hope for a good super drop, and they're going to have to be the ones to get it if they want to have a chance of forcing a third round.
Yeah.
Because they are a lot further behind at this point than they were last time, and as you just said, Valtra do score a lot of their points late on in rounds, so there's still a lot of points going to be put on the board by Valtra the rest of the way.
Yeah, what
interesting
Valtra seems
thing-
to do, to me, is like load up with their bales and get some good points around this sort of time, but then absolutely just throw them all on at the end.
Right.
But the interesting thing to me is that I've not seen any obvious mistakes that Lindner have made.
No,
There's
they're doing good.
nothing that where they've particularly gone wrong so far.
Yeah. They are playing pretty well. 6 sensors activated, so we can see where the super drops are going to be, everyone. It all depends
Mini
on
map
who's
bottom
going to get
left,
it and what it's
flashing
going to be.
purple circles.
Yeah. What is it going to be and who's going to get it?
Someone's nearby one of the potential locations where it's going to drop.
Yeah,
So they
very
could get
close.
lucky.
Yeah, Valtra are all over this, and it's dropped away from them. It's
Multiplier
a
switch.
multiplier switch.
Well,
which
again,
is
a dud of a
pointless.
super drop.
Yeah, another
Again,
dud.
second time we've seen that happen when the multiplier is even.
Yeah, that is not going to help out right now. So, yeah, not looking good for Lindner on that.
And in
Or
fact,
Valtra
you can
even.
see Valtra have gone nowhere near it.
Yeah.
They're just laser focused on getting these bales.
Yeah, and Lindner just does not have the bales right now to make up this difference. It's even 10-10 outstanding for both teams.
Yeah, I mean,
And
there's more
Valtra are
going
just
on.
going to keep bringing them in and putting them on. And
Yeah.
I think this
Yeah.
lead's probably going to be too far gone
How
at this
have-
point.
How have Valtra got themselves such a lead, though? I mean, that must be them taking advantage of the multiplier. Because
It was.
is...
They got. I didn't see exactly how many bales they got in, but they I think got in at least 4 or 5 with that multiplier in their favor. So
yeah,
I think it
and
was
that's-
what
that's-
2.6 as well. So 26 points per bale. And you multiply that by 5. I mean,
there's loads of things. I mean, obviously the first bale was really good. The combine they've got, the John Deere, that obviously is going to get more grain, more grains for multipliers and things, and took advantage of the multiplier. Yeah. So this all adds up. This is why they're where they are.
beautiful picking up from Xerxes there.
3 bales
I
on the front. Can he
I
do
think
it?
it might end up being a case of like, Lindner just got a tough draw here in the top 8. They're a really strong team, and they've played Valtra really well as anyone has really over the last 2 months. And unfortunately for them, they're just going to come up short here. I think they just don't have the bales to change this score line at the moment.
2 minutes left on the clock. Over
Yeah.
200 points in this.
And this is right now at 2 minutes. This is not looking good for Lindner. As we know, Valtra throw loads on at the end, so this is certainly not looking good right now for Lindner.
Yeah, you don't want to be placing Valtra, playing Valtra and be at a disadvantage or a deficit in points in the 2 minute mark. You know they are just going to throw a ridiculous number of points. And Valtra, to be honest, a 600 point score for Valtra at this point means Valtra are heading for an 800 point game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you want to be either equal with Valtra or just above them.
Yeah.
Not below.
200 points deficit.
And that sometimes in recent history hasn't been good enough for
666
teams
points for
either.
Valtra.
Yep, 666 there to Valtra and 462 to Lindner. Now 706 to Valtra. You know what I mean? 1 minute out, everyone. Let's see if it starts to load up. They may not. I mean, they may think, we've already got loads of points. But I reckon... Oh, look at that,
Martin
and
getting some air.
Martin took the chance and he failed.
Losing his bales, but getting some air doing it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, some style points as well.
That was good
pleasing the
entertainment.
crowd watching at home.
That was good entertainment, but he lost the bales.
"35 seconds to go, and this one has pretty much been sealed up for the last couple of minutes. And Valtra look like they're going to move on to the semifinals here and continue their strong run of form from last month when they won the 5th online tournament.
Yeah, I mean,
without losing a single game.
Will we see Valtra go against Trelleborg today, just like Valtra went against Cortiva last month? I mean, that would be cool to see, going against the 2 top teams in 2 months.
Right, we've got one more quarterfinal matchup after this, and then we'll be into the semifinals. And it very well, if Trelleborg and Valtra win in the semifinals, that would be our final matchup.
Yeah,
there
so there
we go.
Valtra have done
take it.
Well done to Valtra.
832.
Yeah.
Did they deliver more bales? That's what I'm intrigued. Is it that big a difference?
Yeah,
oh wow.
7.
It is that big a difference.
Not only was it 7, but at least 4 or 5 of those 7 were with the multiplier as well. So.
Yeah, and they only and 1 less into the bottom, so they were almost all of them, into the top. That is, there is your points difference.
Surprisingly, Lindner delivered more grain,
which is intriguing.
Yeah.
But it's Valtra. I as I said in that, I don't think there's anything I can point to and go, Lindner did that wrong. It was
they played well.
Was purely a case of Valtra just outplaying them.
Yeah,
I mean, they matched them with the tactics, but Valtra just showed that they're a little bit stronger at the tactic, a little bit faster, and a little bit stronger with how they stack, and they cut out those individual errors. But
I mean, Lindner played really well.
In the first game, did show that they can use the same tactics as Valtra effectively, and I would very much like to see Lindner sort of work on it a little bit, refine it a little bit, and I think that they could be a very, very strong team with the same tactics.
Definitely.
Anyway, guys, we will be going to a break pretty soon. We've got Crone and Mind Sanity coming up next. Two good teams. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game in the quarter-final of the 6th online tournament for the Farming Simulator League. I am Virtual Farmer, and I'm joined by Silver News and Terminator Live. Hello, guys.
Hello.
That
Corona
was
versus
quite
Mind
a
Sanity
game.
next. Yeah, it was.
Corona versus Mind Sanity next.
Yeah, we've got
but
those two
that
coming
was,
up.
Valtra versus Lindner. Lots of ideas in the chat and things about what went wrong for Lindner. I think they were just outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, they played really.
Valtra...
They played really well. I mean, I think it was the fact that there was just with Valtra, which are an amazing team, and that's there was just outplayed, like you say. Next up, though, we do have Crone and Mind Sanity. Crone are actually third on the whole circuit points, so they're up there with John Deere. Mind Sanity is sixth. So Mind Sanity again, they're going against a good team next, but yeah, they might be able to pull it off. We do have some look backs though of the previous round, and you can see Martin. This was right at the start of the first bail.
Uncharacteristic mistake there by Martin.
And he's good
the
at
record
the
holder
bail.
for first bail points.
Yeah, he's good
season.
He's really good at getting the first bail, but obviously he crashed just there and lost that. Barax then took it and got it with this one. This was
Scotty
the moment.
coming in with a nice stack of bales.
Just got over the bridge.
Over the bridge.
Yeah, he just made it.
And then Zerster is showing you exactly how it's done. That was flat.
Nothing lost either.
That was just a perfectly flat jump that he did there.
Yeah, Martin getting over the bridge just as it goes up.
And Scotty going all the way round. And you can see at this point, it was actually quite close. And there we go. It was, yeah, 2 bales, 1 bale missing.
Valtra managed to pull it off. So as Valtra won all of this, that means they're going to either be going against Crone or Mind Sanity in the semi-finals.
Ryan
Oh, it took out JCB.
I didn't see that. I
didn't see that live either.
We never saw that.
Hang on. Did he knocked it over on the way out and knocked it back up on the way back?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
That's how you do it.
all those points in, and yeah,
There's the
just
fantastic.
I mean, for the majority of this game, Valtra was just up in points. I mean, look, 500 right now at the 3-minute point.
Martin is really
Phenomenal.
good at that as well, getting the first bailout of the baler and then stacking the other one almost identically on top of it.
This is when
Ooh.
Martin lost the bales. Really badly played there on his part for that
Little
part.
nosedive.
And yeah, just trying to get those bales in at the end, and it just wasn't going to be enough. Yeah,
there we go.
just a little bit of a outplayed by Valtra there, Lindner.
Yeah, I think that's all it was. Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit of a tighter game, and I think they'd have made it a bit closer. And Valtra scoring points by using the multiplier fully and by getting the Bale-tastic and things like that is why Valtra's points pushed so far ahead there. So maybe a little bit more of a counter-attack needed from Lindner for when those kind of things happen, but that is just Valtra playing really, really well as opposed to Lindner playing badly.
Yep. Anyway,
Right,
talking about all of that, we're going to have Krone and Mind Sanity next. Krone are a good team. We've seen them play before, and they, like we were saying earlier on, we don't talk about them much, but they're a good team. They're third.
Yeah, they're third for a reason.
Yeah, they're on par with
And no
John
matter
Deere.
what they do today, they are going to go into sole possession of third place since Valtra knocked out John Deere yesterday. So Krone will be in third place on their own. But how many points will they get? They have a good opportunity to bridge that gap to Trelleborg and Cortiva at the top of the standings.
It does depend. If Valtra beat Krone, Valtra go into third place.
Right. There's a lot at stake. If Krone advanced to the semifinal against Valtra, that is going to be a massive one for the winner of that. The team that makes it to the final. But My Insanity are no slouch either. They had a strong start to the season, and they are a strong team, so they could cause Krone some problems as well. My Insanity currently level with Herman and Lindner in 6th place in the overall standings, as the Valtra T234 and the Massey Ferguson 9407S have been banned.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Mind Sanity beat some pretty good games before, and they've done a good job. So it actually could go either way right now. These two are very good teams. Anyway, banning phase is now complete. We've got the Massey, the Manitou, like Kermit says, and we've got Valtra banned. And the other one that we got banned is the 7726. Captain phases is usually when everything's planned, but maybe not. Sometimes they don't have it planned and they just decide as it goes. Herbicide, ideal.
Even
up.
Is it going to be the same as Valtra and Lindner?
No Baylor,
taking their
no
sweet
Baylor
time
on the part
no
of
Baylor,
Krone.
Yeah, that
gives them
quite similar to
2
the
extra
previous
points
game.
to spend now in the player pick phase. So let's see what they do with them. I'm glad to see everyone having fun. I've seen some more people that are discovering the Farming Simulator League for the first time today. Welcome, everyone. Whether it's your first time or you've watched the FFSL a lot, we're happy to have you here with us today.
Hello to all 180 odd people in the chat. I hope you are enjoying today's proceedings.
Yes, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to hit the follow button. We will be back again. I don't think it might not be next month actually.
The next scheduled
Let's talk about
one is actually FarmCon some point in July. So I can't tell you exactly when the next FSL is because I don't know what's happening with FarmCon yet.
So if you go on the Farming Simulator League website, everyone, on the schedule page, it says the next one is July 2021 FarmCon, and the date is we don't know. We don't know the specific date.
We don't know.
We'll see. And then there's Gamescom that might not even happen, so it might be another online tournament. We'll just have to see. So stay tuned to the social medias, and you'll find out.
Yeah, we will definitely let you know because if the next one's FarmCon, I am definitely doing it. I'm here every month anyway. I love the FSL. It's awesome. Right. 3 balers. Sorry, 4 balers, 4 harvesters.
J4N just crashed, but he managed to keep going.
Two tractors going either side of this baler. Who's going to get it? J4N
J4N.
is slightly ahead.
Yeah,
And that has denied Crone.
Dealer's already got the new Horn Combine.
And going in on this side of it, getting the auger out immediately.
And we've got J4N with the case baler by the looks of things. Ready to get that first bale point, which is vital.
Oh, and not going into the crop at
And he's
that
actually
point.
pushing
That's
the
as
combine.
close as you can get.
Yeah.
As close as you can get.
So
He's either trying to push.
That is something that has not worked since season 2 of the episode.
Yeah, that used to be a thing, everyone. You could actually
That
push
did
the
used to be
combine, and the combine would go faster. But that was fixed.
They did.
He's-
They
he's
left
already
2
gone.
points on the board. That's a good point. Crone
Yeah, I
didn't
thought
reserve a
so.
baler and left 2 points on the board for some odd reason. You might as well reserve the baler. First points for My Insanity, 121, whereas 118 for Crone.
Yep.
So
Not terrible, but
3-point lead.
not amazing.
And they went with head start. They could have spent the 2 extra points on the runner player perk. I was thinking maybe that's what they were going to do, but
Yeah.
they went with head start, which only cost you 1. They could have also went with 6 cents and had a point left over if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird that they left those points on the board and didn't reserve the baler. That's for sure.
Kind of wasted opportunity there.
My Insanity, ooh, not quite got that right. Managed to drop a bale there. I'm not sure he wanted to do that. And these new case and New Holland balers, they take 3 bales each as well, don't they? They're quite useful from that point of view.
Yeah. And like we say, they don't damage the crops. You can go through them fast, so
Yeah, overall
They're
they're
good.
a pretty good baler. And both teams now freeing up their auger wagons.
very far and heading to the combine to unload. And already we have Crone at it. You can see dealers and Gun 3S. They're already beginning to unload, and right now only My Insanity are doing it. So a little bit
And our
ahead on Crone's side.
First drop has spawned. It's a way out of the way. Direct delivery, and I can't see what the other one is.
Bridges lowered, I think, or raised. Bridges raised.
Bridge is raised by the looks of things. So, yeah. I think it's a little bit out of way for both teams to go anywhere near. J4N going to go and empty the other combine for My Insanity now. Similar amounts of grain, similar numbers of bales for both teams.
Yeah, nothing too much going on right now at this point. It's just harvesting and essentially getting the grain unloaded and taken to the unload point. We may get to see them now begin to increase the multiplier, but they may just wait.
It looks like Crone is going to go and be the first to empty their grain.
Yeah, like I say, they might just wait, or they might, until they get more bales, or they might begin right now. Oh, the road has died. There we go. Awesome. So they need to get bales on now.
Are they in position to score points? This is
what I mean.
The question.
It would be wasted if they're doing it now, if there's no bales.
The giveaway link is in chat again, guys. Don't forget, click that link and enter the giveaway on gleam.io. You could win a premium edition or a platinum expansion for Farming Simulator 19 or an Alpine Farming expansion DLC as well.
No bales. So what the hell was Crone doing there?
I think it was to force My Insanity to go and deliver their grain now. Get them off the field. Get them delivering at this point. Try and cause a little bit of disruption. Make them make that move.
Okay.
And it's pretty even.
Hasn't really done much, to be honest. All that, it's just like you say.
It does mean that Crone are back on the field and creating bales, while My Insanity are still dropping off grain.
Yeah. So I suppose because they was just a little bit faster, like I was saying earlier on, they was unloading them first. They've managed to get these bales produced faster. So yeah.
And it could be as little as meaning that Chrome produce one extra bale, but as we've seen many times, you have one extra bale and you can win this. So
right, they're also guessing whether their opponent are ready to go deliver grain or not as well. So it's all about trying to anticipate what your opponents are going to do and try to think like they're thinking to try to counter them. So that could have been part of the thought process for Crone as well.
And if you could force your opponents to do something rather than do it at the time they want to do it, that always gives you an upper hand. Five bales each now, and 29,000 litres of grain each as well. We're coming up to the 8-minute mark. We will soon have our second power-up drop.
Yep, coming very soon. 10 seconds out. In terms of score points, everything's very similar at the moment. And there we go. Bale drop and bridges are lowered. I'd say bale drop. Bell drop is probably the one to go for. Will Crone go for it? Will dealers go for it? Yes, he is doing.
Yeah.
There we go, he's got it.
There we go. So both teams gone for the bale drop.
That moves a certain amount of bales directly nearby the barn for teams that pick up that drop.
Yeah,
so it can be a very handy one.
Yeah, it's one bale, but it helps a lot. I mean, it's one less trip.
I think sometimes it can be more, right? I think we had 2 earlier today.
Yeah, or it's one less trip, or even just one less bit of hassle trying to get that third bale onto the end of your the hook at the front. So the attachment. And Corona back at it, increasing the multiplier. Now, do they have bales? Score points at this moment at the barn.
Both teams unloading their grain. You can see, so we can see that as observers, but they can't see each other. Like we're seeing the silhouette there of the Crone player. So both of them were delivering grain at the same time, and that multiplier is back to even again.
Yeah, so right now it seems like they're not trying to beat each other with the multiplier. They're just trying to keep it equal, which it gives them the opportunity just to work on tactics and getting more bales.
Red Viking, the Horse Titan, holds 30,000 liters of grain in its tank.
Yeah, it's a lot. But sometimes the players just like to bring the combines over to the unload point. They don't like to use it. DB 400 hit with 3 bales on the front.
I think the multiplier is increased though if you deliver it through the grain auger. That's why you don't see most teams delivering directly from the combine. You see them doing it via the auger instead.
Yeah, unless it's like the last remaining seconds of the game, we don't see that. What we do see is the auger trailer packed up at the unload point, and then the combines unloading into the auger trailer.
Yeah, exactly. But with the current setup, you have to have a tractor attached to the auger trailer for the cover to be opened. So that's why you often see a tractor left up there as well. You just seen the same thing I have.
Yeah. Good old Felden. Good old Felden. 2:37 to 2:18. 5 minutes to go.
It's a pretty close game. This we've got bales coming in for both teams. They are doing well. Chat is cracking me up right now. Yeah, this is pretty close. My Insanity doing really well against Crone here. 277 to 238 on Crone's part. And Crone don't have any bales. They do not have the bales to respond to My Insanity at the moment. It definitely seems like this is My Insanity's game in these last 4 minutes.
20 seconds to go until the super drop, so maybe that could change things.
Yeah, Crone may be able to change things around and beat My Insanity with this super drop. But like we've been saying, My Insanity, they're a good team. Don't knock them, guys. Even though Crone's third, they have it in them.
297 to 298.
They may be able to beat
317 to 298.
And the super drop is spawned, and it is
20 bale points.
Wow, that is pretty good.
Yeah, that could make a difference. There's only 1 point in it right now.
Who's
the team
it
that gets
be?
this, it could make the difference.
Other
no one nearby.
Ignoring it.
No one nearby this one or the other one from the look of it.
This would be really good for the teams to get right now.
30
it looks like
left
someone might be heading over there for My Insanity now. They were the closest to the further away drop that we saw in that shot. But looking at the mini map, it doesn't look like there's any movement towards them. No. Yeah, I believe it was Jan here, J4N, that I thought was heading that way, but then they changed course.
Oh, Static Bridge is kind of taking Jun a little bit.
Pulling out a nice lead at this point.
Managed to pull through.
30,000 Red Viking. I did respond earlier. You may have not have heard me with all the awesome action going on, but 30,000 the Horse Titan holds.
Yeah.
Lots of bales coming back now for Crone.
Yeah, I mean, look at the amount.
But they are 80 points down.
2 on the front of this new horn, and then there's 3 coming out of the back at the same time. I mean, that is a lot of bales.
Oh, wow. Yeah, both those balers bringing in a lot of bales.
And PB just there getting 3. There we go. And the bridge lowers right at the moment he needs to cross. 2 minutes out, everyone.
Just 50 points in this. No, 60 points in this. Which is 3 bales into that top conveyor. And points now coming in for Crone.
As soon as one exits, the other's out. There we go.
I think
Jan
My
leaves as
Insanity
one
doing
comes
a
in.
really good job of keeping their stacker fed with bales at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, Crone are a good advantage as well because they've got those 2 new good balers. That does give them a little bit of an edge.
And again, they've managed to counter all those bales that Crone brought in. Really well.
Multiplier is also equal for both teams as well, so nobody's an advantage there. So
About
literally,
100
it is coming
points
down
between the 2.
Yeah, it is literally coming down right now to the bales. Can they get the bales onto this conveyor in time to win? Either team.
You're
1
welcome,
minute
Red
left
Viking.
on the clock.
It is so close.
100 points. Well, 99 points in it to be exact.
You see now they're all starting to come in really fast now. They've only got 45 seconds to go.
This is a really impressive showing from My Insanity. Really impressive.
I mean, they're a good team. We've seen it before. They're a good team. So, no
100
surprise.
points, nearly 99 points.
Well, My Insanity beat
101
Crone.
points.
They have a chance.
Look at that. My Insanity are just queuing up to put bales on that conveyor. Wow.
They might do it, guys.
Crone do
bales
have
are not there
3
for
bale
Crone.
advantage, but I don't know if they have enough time to get them in the upper part of the barn there. They had 2 sitting on the ground nearby. There's all the
looking
bales
like a
for
My
My
Insanity
Insanity.
win.
There we go.
Yeah,
Looking
not
My
enough
Insanity,
time.
100
This is
points.
gonna
My Insanity, guys. They've done it. 3,
Yeah.
2, 1, and
Impressive.
PB is up the conveyor.
A little bit of showmanship there at the end to celebrate winning the first round. So, wow.
Wow.
My
Yeah.
Insanity got it done.
That's
They beat
that
a,
is an
yeah.
impressive play from My Insanity.
Crony's
More
third on the
bales
circuit
delivered.
points, and they've done it.
5 more bales delivered. A margin, just 6 liters less grain. A fair amount less with the multiplier. But yeah,
That was a good game.
superb gameplay there from My Insanity.
I did say
Yeah.
right at the start of it, these two teams, we've seen Corona, they're amazing. My Insanity, we've seen them win some good games before. So, yeah, it's definitely very, very good teams, and they're very close to each other in terms of skills. And My Insanity just pulled it off. Can the Corona win them back in this next one? I don't know. We'll see.
And
Yeah,
also
My Insanity.
seeing both those teams, the amount of bales they delivered at the end, that is the kind of gameplay which will give Valtra a run for its money as well.
Yeah, and the winner of this one will be facing off against Valtra in the semifinal, so it'll be an interesting matchup to see which one goes up against them.
It's going to be an it's going to be an exciting second, possibly third game. I think it's also going to be an exciting semi-final with whoever goes through, because they are just both teams there just demonstrated such an ability to get bales and points back in those last 5 minutes, which seems to be the way you beat Valtra at the moment.
Right. Yeah,
if
My
anybody-
Insanity, I mean, they've got a good opportunity if My Insanity can go into the next round and then knock out Valtra. Even though Valtra won last month, they could potentially jump over Valtra in the standings into 5th place. So
I mean that would be
Lot at
something if
stake.
they can. That would be really something if they can do that. Yeah, that would be awesome. But
they've got
Yeah.
to finish off Crone first, though.
Yeah.
Crone are a strong team, and so we're going to go to at least
Yeah.
the second of the 3 here. Crone have to win to force the third, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a third match in this matchup here.
Conceivably, we could see John Deere fall down to 6th today.
Yeah, they've had a tough last 2 months, getting knocked out by Vulture on Saturday and not making it into the top 8 for 2 months
But
running.
the
So
amazing
they've
thing
been
is we know
slacking.
both Valtra and Crone are now ahead of John Deere in the standings. So John Deere have already fallen down to 5th by not being in today's finals. And My Insanity are only 40 points behind. So if My Insanity were to beat Crone here, there is a very good chance that they could go ahead of John Deere. That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean,
That
in
is
the
incredible.
previous season, we had these top teams, and they wasn't really flipped too much. They get to see it in this season. That'll be really nice to see. It adds a lot more change and variety to Farming Sim League, and with all these new changes as well. I mean, obviously the new patches that have just come out, the new map and everything, all these new points and all these new super drops and everything. I mean, it just adds the ability even more for more teams nowadays to combat the other top teams. So it's good to see.
I promise you that the sound is not desynced. You are seeing the German language broadcasters on the screen, and you are hearing the English language broadcasters who are all set in our homes in various parts of the world. Well, both of you guys are in the UK.
Yep.
I'm quite a ways away from you guys.
I was going to say, you're across the pond from us, having a very early
across the pond, way in the middle of the US.
Big
so
pond.
very similar set of banning stuff.
Yeah, it looks like it's identical to last time. Oh, they've actually gone for
they
another
have
bailer
actually.
this time.
I'm kind of wondering if that was a mistake last time.
Yeah.
Whether they left those 2 points on the table by mistake.
It's funny because Valtra and Linda actually went for the same captain setup. With them
Right,
two
yeah,
teams.
you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's pretty cool to see these two teams copy in there.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys will see our lovely faces on screen at some point once we can do a bit of traveling.
Oh, did you hear that? He thinks our faces are lovely, Joe.
Thank you, thank you, VF.
So
I appreciate
kind
it.
of him. Oh, that's a great compliment. I'll take it. All right, here we go. Crone versus My Insanity. The picks have been made. And,
Only difference is
points
the
left
fast
on the
track
board
and
again.
the New Holland. Yeah, 3 points or 2 points. So...
Oh no, okay, now they're gone.
No,
A little
now
bit
they're
of
off.
lag there.
Now there's no
Yeah,
points,
okay.
so they're now taking advantage of all their points this time.
Right, they reserved the Baylor this time, so
Yeah.
They've learned from their mistake, I think, last time.
Okay, right. Well, here we go again. Another 15 minutes of Krone and Mind Sanity. Mind Sanity can win this. They are through to go in head-to-head with Valtra in the semi-finals.
And away we go. So can Mind Sanity build on their performance of the first game here and beat Krone to face Valtra?
And slap into the... I think he does that on purpose.
It worked!
He does that on purpose, I'm sure he does.
In all fairness, it worked.
I mean, to be honest, that's the right thing to do, because if you go to the other side of the pad, you've got to jump onto the pad. If you go to the left-hand side of the pad, you've got to go around the tractor that you've just jumped out of. So just slamming into the back of it and being on the pad is probably the right thing to do. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's the most direct route to get there. There we go. Bit of a bromance going on, apparently.
Back.
And J4N heading in to score those important first bail points. I reckon this is going to be about a 130-pointer.
It's going to be a good one. This is fast. Oh, he missed it. No way.
Misses.
That is not good. Now it's 125, is it? Probably. 119. Wow, even worse. Jeez. Not bad, though.
But still faster than Krone?
Yeah, Krone coming in now, and they haven't even got it coming out. They've got to back up and do it.
107. So 12-point advantage to Mind Sanity right now.
Gun is back onto the field. Yep. Tunes
coming in now to start doing some bailing. One bail for Mind Sanity so far. Two bails for Mind Sanity, one for Krone. So again, Mind Sanity just that fraction bit faster than Krone, and it's resulting in an extra bail.
Yeah, I've just noticed as well. These fields are actually really big. When you actually look at the whole thing, I mean, there's a lot of wheat to harvest.
Yeah, I wanted to quickly touch on what Caroluna said in chat, asked about the Saturday qualifiers and not being able to find the broadcasts for them here on this channel. That is because Giants on Saturdays for the qualifiers does a clean feed on twitch.tv/Giant Software. Clean feed is the link. And anyone can actually take that and rebroadcast it and do commentary. That's what I did a few months ago, and now here I am alongside these two awesome guys and Virtual Farmer and Silver News, part of the official English language broadcast team.
Yeah, you guys.
So
can
give
do
it a go. You never know.
Yeah, keep at it. I mean, I'm going to be going out farming this year, bailing the things, so I won't be here during the summer. So, who knows? We may need somebody else.
We've got bridges raised or silos. Silo closed are the first two drops.
Yeah, you're welcome, everyone in chat. That's what we're here for. We're happy to help out. And I've done real sports commentary before, but I have to say these last 2 months being on these broadcasts is an absolute dream, because it's better for me than doing live sports commentary because of the interaction with you guys in chat. That's something that you don't get with, an action sport. So esports is definitely has an advantage in that way, because we can broadcast and hang out and chat with you guys who are loving the FSL action at the same time.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Farm Sim League as well is this is all new. Like, no, there is not a league of farming. This is like the first time it's ever happened. And a lot of people are still getting used to it. I mean, a few months ago we had like 10,000, 20,000 viewers at times when you get on the front page of Twitch, and people just are like, "What? Are you kidding me? There's a farming sim league," and they can't believe it, but they love it.
You can always tell when we get front page on Twitch because it just goes insane in here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's happened a few times.
And yeah, last time it happened, 20,000 people watching, which is just that's a little bit nuts.
At that point, we're like, hello.
I'm kind of wondering who Chris has sent that to. Not me. Okay, that's fine. This is real sports. Oh, it has been blocked. Both teams have blocked each other's silos for around about a similar sort of time. My Insanity
couple of
is going to
seconds.
become unlocked first.
Yeah, there's a couple of seconds delay on Crone's side, I think, but it's nothing major.
Yeah, arbitrary hubris. Chalky has responded to you in chat, but we as observers get to see the silhouette of the other team. So right now we are focused on My Insanity, but we're also seeing the silhouette of Crone's player here at the silo delivering grain. But the players themselves cannot see this. This is for observers only.
Yeah, so it's like a ghost. So the players in the game, they don't actually see that blue thing right now, that ghosted blue thing. They don't see that.
Yeah.
It's just for us to know where the other team is and what they're doing. Pretty cool, really. I like it.
Dealer's clearing up the remaining wheat on this field, making sure that his tank is full before he goes across to the other side and starts to cut into there. The grain delivery has resulted in an equal multiplier, so no team getting the upper hand there. Although amazingly, My Insanity created 4 more bales than Crone at this point.
Yeah, they have actually. That's interesting.
So yeah, My Insanity again, definitely in the definitely with the advantage at the moment.
Yeah, you can see the massive John Deere coming into a load again. Just missing it, I think. Coming in a bit too fast. We do have 6 cents activated, so we can see where the drone drop is going to happen in about 5 seconds. There
Pretty
it is,
nearby, not too far to go.
Yeah, I mean
Direct delivery and bale drop, 1 bale.
I would say direct delivery maybe.
I would say
Yeah,
if they can get the bales in, direct delivery is definitely a good choice.
Yeah.
Right, and both teams do have some bales now, so if they can time it right, make sure they get it flipped in their favor in the multiplier.
I mean, they've got
get
to go
those
for
bales
this now.
delivered.
They've got
But
to
look
go
at
for
this. So
yeah, he's
here
going for
comes Dealers, and looks like they're going to go for bale drop here
wow.
instead.
Okay.
But both of them went for bale drop.
Both teams gone for bale drop.
Very interesting.
Okay, I thought for sure it'd be the other way around,
Yeah,
but
definitely.
again, if they had both gone for that, they both delivered grain, it was going to end up being a wash anyways. So at least that way they've given themselves less work by moving 1 bale nearby the barn. Warco in chat says, looking forward to how it evolves when FS22 hits. I think everyone is excited about that for sure because, like Joe was just saying a bit ago, this is the 3rd season, but the Farm Sim League is relatively new, and with a new game and a new version of the Giants software engine, who knows what we'll get. It'll be exciting to see.
So the finals for season 3 are due to happen around the time that we're looking for FS22 to drop.
That 4th
so
quarter.
It's likely that season 4's game client will be built on FS22.
Yeah, I mean, if looking back at the previous season,
not good.
Oh no, it just crashed. Looking at the previous seasons for FSL, and looking at this one now, season 3, that bale just slid down there. I mean, this is just completely changed. I mean, just look at the scenery, everything. I mean, it's just beautiful. So looking at how the new game is going to be, if the new FSL is based on that, it's just going to be. I mean, there's going to be so many more features. It's going to be awesome.
Having a look at PB 400 for My Insanity there. Here comes Dealers now for Crone.
Yep.
6 minutes to go. 179 to 147. My Insanity in the lead.
All these bales coming in now. Johnny's got them in the baler and on the front.
Dropping it in. Again, very close scores as we're getting up to the 5-minute mark.
if My Insanity manages to win this round, looking at the semi-finals, it could be a case of maybe no best of threes, and then maybe the best of three will be in the final. Because there's two big teams in the semi-finals, Trelleborg and Valtra, and they're obviously going against Astragon and either Chrono or My Insanity. So, yeah. But again, you can disrupt these top teams. Just if they manage to be able to pull it off.
Well, this is the time to watch these two teams. I think with both of them, with one of them going up against Valtra next. You know, we're in that 5-minute mark. How much do their scores increase from 200? Because that is the thing that is really going to be telling.
Yeah. I mean, right now the scores are so close.
My Insanity are in a better position though. They have more bales sitting here, ready to go onto that conveyor.
All right, guys,
15
we've got
seconds away from the super
activated. Drop. Yep. Like Kermit says, we've got 6 cents activated now. With about what is it, 10 seconds out or so. Any second now.
Mini map bottom left, you can see the flashing purple circles. That's where the drops could potentially be spawning here.
And we've got it.
And super drop is up.
What is it going to be?
And unlike the regular drops, only one team, the first team to claim the super drop, will get it.
Crazy tool for 30 seconds. 2.9 multiplier on bale creation. That is huge.
This means they're gonna be able to pump out bales like crazy.
Prone could really use this right now because they're 5 bales behind.
The thing is,
and
what they need to do now.
It shows in the multiplier. 2.9 would be the multiplier if Crone gets it. 2.0 is the multiplier if
the thing is,
My Insanity gets
what they need to do to get this super drop though is they need a baler ready to go right now. And when they get it, they need to not stop and just keep going. But whether they do that, whether they know that, we'll see. It is still there waiting to be picked.
There are so many bales out there for My Insanity at the moment. They just have a ridiculous number. They've got to get them back.
Nearly
and
double the amount.
Score points with them. And they don't have a stacker sitting there doing it, which is what Crone have at the moment. They have someone who can continually get bales on for them.
Here you go.
PB 400 is coming in though.
Right on cue.
And it looks like nobody has gone for Crazy Tool.
It's a fairly long way out, and you're probably not going to get enough of a advantage for it. And certainly, it looks like My Insanity wouldn't get enough of an advantage for it. They have a huge number of extra bales compared to Crone.
Look what they've got here at the barn already. Got like one going up, there's 3 on the floor, just a few been dropped now. The baler's already going back out to get more.
This is great work from My Insanity. Just look at that. So fewer bales there for Crone.
Close in the scoreline, but it's going to come down to maybe a mistake by My Insanity at this point and not getting a bale into the top barn because they are just chugging away here. There goes 2 more onto the belt.
We're about to hit 500 points for My Insanity. Any second now.
PB is doing a fantastic job with the John Deere of stacking those bales 2 at a time onto the belt. There goes 2 more now.
That's over 250 points. No, yeah, over 250 points that My Insanity put on in the last 4 minutes.
Wow. And here comes some more.
They're just coming in out there. It's crazy.
This is proper Valtra level.
Right, like if My
delivery.
Insanity hold on here, and it looks like they're going to face Valtra in the semifinal, and that's going to be a really intriguing matchup. If they can play like this against Valtra, buckle up because it's going to go to the last second.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was just saying a second ago that they're about to hit 500. Now they're at 600. I mean, they're loading them up fast, just like Valtra do. So they're playing up pretty similar to Valtra right now here at the end. I mean, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, Jan's doing a great job, 1 at a time, and then PB comes in with the John Deere with the manure fork and gets them on 2 at a time, and they are just doing a great job here in the last few minutes.
And
20 seconds to go.
689 to 627. Mindsanity are just pulling away at this point.
Yeah,
10
and then
seconds left.
Crone just don't have the bales unless
There-
these two look like they're going in as well. They're not going to fall off. So
That's,
there it
That's
is.
going to be it.
Here we
It
go,
has
guys.
gone
My Insanity
to
have got
My
it.
Insanity.
Wow.
2-0.
Wow. They played
Wow.
really well. That was
They
really
did.
good.
I
Wow.
mean, Crone are no slouch of a team. They're third in the standings. John Deere, I think, will be happy that My Insanity has knocked Crone out here so that Crone doesn't go too far ahead of John Deere being knocked out yesterday. But My Insanity against Valtra in the semifinal is going to be very intriguing.
Yeah, that was top
It's-
stuff just there from My Insanity. Well done.
The trouble is, either way that match went, that was bad news for John Deere.
Yeah.
You are right. You are right, because now My Insanity are just going to climb the table. So.
My Insanity are going to climb up now. I mean, I don't know how many points it is for getting into. I can't remember how many points it is for getting into the semis, but basically, My Insanity have just leapt up the table.
50 points if you make it into the third or fourth place finish. So if you get into the semifinals, you're getting 50 circuit points.
So that's 190. That puts them above John Deere without going any further.
Wow.
You're right. And Crone are
John
above them now
Deere
as
have-
well, because Crone get 30. So John
Yeah.
Deere are in fifth basically at this point.
Sixth, because Valtra's gone ahead.
Yeah,
of them
you're
as
right.
well.
They're in sixth. Wow.
So John Deere have slid today from not being in these finals. John Deere has slid down to 6th place.
Wow. And
This is-
back-to-back months they've not made the finals, so that's
This
really
is a-
cost them.
This is a very bad day for John Deere, everyone. Let's just take a minute to.
And you know
Sorry.
what? And snapping on their heels at 7th is Lindner.
Yeah.
Lindner
Yeah,
and
you're
Horriman
right.
are now snapping at John Deere's heels with
Wow.
170 points each.
And Linda have actually done pretty well today as well, so they may come back.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
This is a big change in the positions on the boards.
Right, and Trelleborg are going to go
And
into
in
sole
fact-
possession of first place as well today, so no matter what happens the rest of the way.
And
Well,
then
next up,
Astragon
we've got-
have shot up as well. They're yeah.
We'll see you soon,
That's-
everyone. We're going to be going to a quick break in a
We-
second. Any minute now. We don't
Yeah.
know when it's going to happen. There we go.
Yeah. And we'll see you for the semi-finals.
All right, we are back. the 6th online tournament of the Farming Simulator League, and we are set to move into the semifinals. We've got Astragon versus Trelleborg and Valtra against My Insanity after that in the semifinals. Kerminator live here with Silver News and Virtual Farmer. And guys, what an event so far.
It's been a really fun day. Yeah, it's going good.
The bottom half of this is shaping up really, really interestingly. I'd be interested to see what Astragon can bring against Trelleborg now as well. I don't rate their chances of making it through to the final, but
no. It would be a shot.
You know?
Never say never.
But I mean, they've got every chance right now to make it happen before the play happens. But you know, no one will expect them to do it. But anything could happen.
And as we were discussing before the break, this today is a massive shakeup in the overall positions. John Deere just dropping down the league incredibly. But first, we're going to have a look at some replays of Linda just My Insanity just playing really well. Yeah, impressive gameplay here from My Insanity. Just kind of outplaying Crone for most of the way through.
Right. Yeah, I was kind of surprised by that. Like, I know My Insanity is a strong team, but I expected Crone to come in and, you know, really give them a tough go at it. But My Insanity handled it well. Here comes a little showmanship.
Yeah, this was right. This was right at the end where they was winning, and he's like, "I'm going to show off, go right to the top," and he's. He was right to do that. They had a good game.
They were well ahead at that point, and they won by about 100 points both games.
This is when they missed the first bale just there, and they had to turn back around and get it in.
I think my favorite thing to see a victorious team do though is the little waving of the front loader at the end of a round when they all sit in front of the conveyor and give the crowd a wave. That's always fun to see teams do.
Yeah.
As we have a look at June there smacking into the bridge and losing both bales. That one's stuck on the bridge.
And then it takes a nice slide down the other side. But he with all the bridges up there, he very sensibly decided to go and create more bales rather than try and get bales back in.
Right.
And there we go. Second game going to My Insanity as well. Just playing two absolutely brilliant games there. Yeah, really impressive.
We said right at the start between Crone and My Insanity that they're very similar in terms of skill levels. Obviously, one's a lot less on the circuit points than the other, but that's been changed up now. I mean, My Insanity's come through and they beat Crone. However, later on, next up we do have Astragon and Trelleborg, but later on it's going to be Valtra and My Insanity. My Insanity, watching them play just then, they was actually putting a lot of points on right at the end of the game, just like Valtra did. So there could be a chance to have a really good match between them two later. But next up we have Trelleborg and Astragon. Yeah, we'll see how this goes, but let's just say Trelleborg are an amazing team.
Astragon definitely wins for best goatee in the FSL. I can tell you that much.
And they are Astragon are up to 110 points, which basically leaves them in 9th place, I think.
Yeah.
Bednar slipped down to 10th as a result.
But we have seen Trelleborg lose very easily before to teams that aren't as good as them. So there is a chance that Astragon could win this.
There goes the John Deere 6120M out. We know that Wooler likes that a lot. So if they can't ban both telehandlers now unless Trelleborg does them a favor. So we'll probably see Wooler go with the telehandler for this round since his John Deere has been banned.
Yeah. 7726 has been banned. The Valtra maybe? Looks like it.
Yep, that's the Valtra T series has gone as well. I don't think we've seen that used today so far, though.
No, we haven't.
And the
JCB's been banned. So I think we're definitely going to see either the Little Lintner or or one of the telehandlers selected by Trelleborg now.
Yeah, definitely. Their team captain is. I'd be willing to bet that He's going with one of the telehandlers here, and he's going to give the crowd something to get excited about and maybe attempt a toss again. It was patched, and we thought it wasn't going to happen, but Trelleborg had proven us wrong already today.
So Bottleneck chosen by Astragon and Transport Company by Trelleborg. Interesting matchup there. Yeah, the way to really counter Bottleneck is to have Transport Companies. So it'll be interesting to see how those two go together.
He's gone Lindner Lindtrack this time instead of the telehandler, so not quite the John Deere, but still got that nice little fork on the front, and going to allow Wooler to easily stack those bells up. One of the best stackers in the whole FSL for sure.
Case Puma with Under Pressure and the Lindtrack with the Runner are the next two choices. And then finally,
the Runner player perk is an interesting one. It can definitely give you an advantage on beating your opponent to get to a drop, or if you're having to run between different sets of equipment, maybe you want to leave the auger wagon over at the silo or something like that. It can come in handy. And we see Archimedes for both teams as well.
A really interesting setup between the two there. Archimedes plus, no runner on Trelleborg's side, but then they've used the extra points to get themselves that larger Valtra.
Yeah, they've used all the points as well. Yeah, it's a great use there. You can see, I mean, they've picked a lot. Look on this screen. Lots of different brands.
Yeah, we've seen a few different things, like Alex was saying momentarily, like a bit ago. Like we've seen some different picks here in this matchup. It's going to be an interesting one to see. I think everyone thinks that Trelleborg is going to win this one, but who knows? Time will tell.
Yeah, we could be surprised. Anyway,
the interesting thing about Trelleborg's setup is that they've only got one front loader, so they are very much reliant on their stacker.
But one of the best stackers in the FSL as well, so it's a good person to rely on for sure. And with the Lindner, they shouldn't have too many problems. So we'll see what happens.
But what I mean by that is that what they have at the end is that they can't have any of their balers drop any bales out there.
True.
All the bales in those last 5 minutes have to be brought back by inside the baler, and you know, anything dropped on the field, their stacker has to go out, get it, and then there's nobody putting bales in for anybody else who comes back. It can
very good point.
You.
I don't know if you guys saw it, but we weren't like 30 seconds in, and there was already a tractor flipped over there in the camera shot momentarily.
Astragon coming in for first bale. Bam Bam overshooting ever so slightly, but still scoring 129 points. That's
not
really
bad.
Quick.
That's pretty good.
And Jay is a good player at getting the first bale delivered too, and Astragon have beaten them to it here in the first round.
That's actually really good. Yeah.
Nice.
JK coming in now with a bale and 115.
Okay.
Wow.
Impressive again.
It was a clean shot, but it was obviously not super high.
14-point advantage to Astragon on first bale. That's putting them in a really good position to start.
Yeah. And Bam Bam just here getting some more bales collected, some more straw collected, ready for the scoring of the points later on. This is the preparation stage of the teams.
That's the other thing. The first bale going in quickly doesn't just give them the advantage in points, it gives them advantage in bale creation because they are back out there earlier, creating bales quicker than Trelleborg as well. So it could be worth as much as 34 points that if they have an extra bale created in that time that Trelleborg doesn't.
Yeah, and I mean, and also you could look at it as they get more points for that first bale, so they don't maybe even need to make as many bales now in the field later on. I mean, I would say they do, but just in case something bad happens, they don't necessarily need to. So, yeah, like you say, it certainly allows things to be. It allows them to back out and keeping the bales going and being produced.
Trelleborg are always doing that. Trelleborg
always
are
mixing it up.
Constantly mixing things up.
Yeah. They like to stay. They like to stay fresh and active, right?
Yeah. And I think today's tactic is very much an attempt to try and disrupt what Valtra have been doing. Because Valtra was shown to be very, very effective against the tactic that they were using before, which was the same tactic as Cortiva were using. So yeah, I think this is an attempt to disrupt that. We'll see how effective it is. I think we got bridges lowered or one bale in a bale drop,
And he's going for bale drop.
and Trelleborg gone for the bale drop, as have Astragon.
Again, making use of those care wheels just there. Bam Bam is in the field, collecting the grain while the combine is harvesting.
And not
Keeping that
destroying
combine
that
going
much
is
extra
super
crop because
important.
he's
Speeds things
running
up.
down his where he went last time.
Yeah, these care wheels are great. I mean, if he didn't have them on, he'd be so slow going through this field. And it seems like he's coming in with the very first load of grain.
First bit of disruption here from Trelleborg, delivering the grain first, making Astragon's grain delivery reactive,
But-
except it's not. He's going back to get a harvester.
He's leaving it. He's
I
going to
saw
wait until Bam
Trelleborg
Bam
yesterday play the waiting game, and then they may potentially. They're going to have to force their hand here because now Astragon are going to deliver. So what I was going to say though, yesterday Trelleborg would play the waiting game and bring both harvesters over and fill it into the auger wagon as well.
Well, he
But
went
they're going to
running
probably
away.
have to answer right back now.
Yeah, he went running away, so he's going to have to run back. Unless he's going to get
I'm
a
pretty
vehicle
much
and bring a
expecting.
vehicle.
I'm pretty much expecting Trelleborg to do that. There is no. Nobody's got any bales back, so Trelleborg know they've got time to respond to this.
Right, and at the very worst, there might be a couple of bales scored with this multiplier for Astragon. So Trelleborg are a smart team with being a little bit patient. So we'll see what they decide to do here.
Oh, one of the
someone's
weights
flipped over.
have been lost. Oh,
Oh,
wait.
that's a weight.
What?
Yeah, this
That's
is
a
a
wait.
weight.
Yeah.
I thought we were at like a
talk-
higher view and we were seeing like a tractor flipped over at first.
It is in another dimension.
Talking
It's under the
about a
ground.
waiting game, they've waited their week.
It is too early for that in my brain right now. It took me a second. And it was only because Joe was like, "Oh dear." I was like,
yeah,
"Oh,
BS
okay, I
making
get it."
bad puns again. There we go. Bam Bam going to grab the Coon Baler and get some more bales created. Currently, Trelleborg have a 2-3 bale advantage. So Astragon needs to get some more bales created. This is probably the baler to do it with. It uses less straw per bale, and so will help
Thing
you
is,
create bales quicker.
Talking about that though, about Trelleborg, their conveyor has been broken, right? You can see their conveyor's not running right now.
But they have nearly 2 full ideals here that they're going to take over, and a full auger wagon sitting in and waiting over at the silo as well.
Yeah,
So
they're ready to counter it. Definitely.
they're about to counter it. And Astragon, they don't have a lot of bales, but an opportunity to score 10 extra points per bale right now, could be very important.
That's the
Oh,
weight.
hello.
Yeah. That was the look back at the replay of the weight then. Obviously that was in the field. They didn't see that. Two massive combines coming in now. Let's begin unloading, and you can see the unload directly into the auger trailer.
Bye multiplier advantage for Astragon here.
Yeah.
Speed limit
and
and
bale
bale
multiplier.
versus bale multiplier.
Bale multiplier right now for Trelleborg could be an absolute killer if they could get some delivered.
I mean, look at this. They've got so much grain in the trailer, in the 2 combines. And these 2 combines hold the most grain as well. So they've got loads and loads of grain here going.
Well, there goes Feldon now bringing another dad joke in the chat. You could say it's laying in wait.
Oh,
Lying in wait.
so many.
It's waiting for its time in the spotlight. Too bad they only grow wheat in the FSL because you guys are pretty corny right now.
Yeah, that was a proper weight loss for that team just there.
We're taking it too far now. 129 to 115. Multiplier is into the favor of Trelleborg now, but here come
And
Astragon with some more grain.
Astragon nicely responding.
But we still have both these ideals emptying into the Forge Titan for Trelleborg. Where's this going to end up? I'm not sure here.
I'm not sure. It's gonna go
Even.
No, it's even.
It's even.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Even with all of that.
Yeah, even with all those
It
combines.
ended up even.
Yeah, with all that grain, it's even.
Wow.
You can see that there was a little bit more for Trelleborg, but not much. You can see the white
Red-
bar above it.
Red Viking, the most bales in this season of the FSL is 39 bales scored by Lindner in the 3rd online tournament play-in round against WLKN.
Yeah, Lindner as well. That's really good.
Astragon are massively behind in bales. Trelleborg have 22 bales. Astragon have 14.
Yeah, currently Trelleborg are, in terms of the bales, they're obliterating them, but it can turn around. But we're only 5 minutes out.
Trelleborg can convert those into points, then which they're going to because they're Trelleborg. Yeah. Dad jokes are allowed, otherwise I'm in trouble. One can't take dad jokes and puns too far. Absolutely. 169 to 175. 23 bales, 24 bales outstanding, 12 for Astragon. That is not a good position for Astragon to be in now. They're not enough points ahead for Trelleborg to be that many bales ahead. This could be fairly fatal. And there was the moment we were waiting for.
That was impressive.
The weight is back on the front of the tractor.
We had to wait a long time for it, but we finally got it.
Just put the weight back on.
It was worth the wait.
Oh dear.
Boys, we must have come up with like a dozen jokes with that.
Yeah, between us and chat,
Yeah.
we had quite a few created in a short span of time there.
In all fairness, though, it was very weighted in our favour.
He keeps going. You must be butter because you're on a roll. 289 to 235, and we have bottom boost as the super drop. It looks like Astragon are trying to get to it. This could be a good one.
Oh,
This will allow them to put the bales into the bottom door of the barn
there we go. So,
and get the
for
same
the
points.
next,
It seems like they're gonna. Astragon are coming in.
right,
And
into
now
the
they're going
bottom.
to take advantage of that right away.
Yeah, right into the bottom door.
Yeah.
There we go.
Right into
Awesome.
the bottom door. Get it in there, then.
Quick,
Oh,
hurry
there,
up.
he's waiting.
Chop, chop.
Get in there. Get in there. He's got one of them in there.
Jay waiting to counter.
Look at all these bales lined up there, ready for
He's
Trelleborg.
not got.
Didn't quite get it.
Oh
Didn't
no.
time it right.
Okay. He'll leave it there to put on the conveyor maybe.
The highest first bail
Astragon
today.
really need to score points.
What, 132, I think, today?
Yeah, somewhere around
Something like
there.
that?
133 maybe. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Our highest first bail today, I think, was a 130. Yeah, 132.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it was definitely somewhere around there.
And here we go.
Look at this, just there. Four bales at once.
Yeah, this
The
point
points
gap is about to
are
be bridged
about-
very quickly here.
Trelleborg is about to completely obliterate them with these bales going on.
I think it is nice that Astragon have been able to get this bottom boost and easily get some in quickly, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah.
They just 20 bales separate them and Trelleborg now outstanding, so that's going to put Trelleborg well into the lead. With
Yeah,
2 minutes and 20 seconds to
Astragon
go.
are still taking use of this bottom boost. It's still active right now. They still have 10 seconds
They've
left.
got another 10 seconds to get bales in, but they don't have the bales there. And that's their
Right.
biggest problem.
And I'd be willing to bet that Trelleborg are going to get all 18 of these outstanding delivered before this 2 minutes is up. No problem.
Here we go. Trelleborg going into the lead.
Oh, no,
Oh,
that
and
was
Philip.
That is not
Is
good
he
at
far
2
enough
minutes.
from there to activate it? No, he has made it across.
Wow. That was not good at the 2-minute mark for Astragon.
And now Trelleborg 100 points in the lead.
Yeah.
Wow,
And
just like
more
that, and
bales
even more.
coming in,
And there's
and
more
a
coming in.
Bale-tastic.
There's
Yep,
even
there
more.
you go.
This is about all over.
Now it's nearly 200 points difference and 5 extra bale advantage and a minute 25 to go.
This
I
is
think
not
it's
looking good
too
for
far
Astragon
gone now.
right now.
Yeah, you're right, Joe.
And this right here, that sudden leap in points, this is why I think this is Trelleborg's answer to Valtra's tactics.
Okay, it's going to have a little dance going up, but it's doing
not quite the telehandler straight into the top, but
It
that
works.
was pretty impressive
But it is
nonetheless.
This, I'm just saying, I think this might end up being a Trelleborg and Valtra final, just like it was a Valtra and Cortiva final last time. So can you believe Valtra potentially going against the 2 top teams in 2 months? I mean,
Right.
yeah. I
The
mean,
thing-
it still
the
can
thing
change.
If that
though,
is the
this
final,
is-
I mean,
Yeah.
Trelleborg have to finish off Astragon, and then of course Valtra's got to get into the final
Yeah,
over
with
My Insanity.
Insanity.
But
Yeah.
if it does happen, you're right. It would be impressive if Valtra could knock off the top 2 teams. They'd really show that they're one of the best
For me,
teams
though,
in the league.
this is currently a winning tactic against Vultures. I mean, look at those points. 835, and we've still got 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
This is going to
Right.
be over 900 points.
They're getting all 3 of their outstanding bales delivered before the end.
I mean, this might be one of the highest scored games we've got today. I think it is.
Yeah, it is. There we go. 895 points. Okay, not quite 900, but still, that is the highest points.
Trelleborg flashing the lights. I like it.
That's
Well
nice.
done.
Showing off right there on their victory. So there we go. Trelleborg managed to obliterate Astragon. And I'll use that word because it really was. Look at the score.
13
that was
bales.
impressive. Look, 39 bales they delivered.
Wow.
That
Look at the
is a
difference.
ridiculous number.
More than double the amount into the top barn as well. So that's pretty crazy to think about.
Although, thing to remember is that bottom boost did happen for Astragon.
Right. So
that's why
maybe
Astragon would have had
most
more
of
into the
those
bottom.
9. Good point.
But still, that was impressive. I do think that that's a tactic that will work well against Valtra. Valtra are well known for getting all their points in those last 5 minutes, and certainly Trelleborg are looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, if Trelleborg
with their setup there,
if Trelleborg can pull that off, if they do end up competing against Valtra, they've got a good chance to win.
Yeah.
So,
Incredible Mouse says Wooler is such a darn good stacker. You are correct. Really,
that is
really
very
strong.
true.
yeah, they've got him designated to that, and is great at it. Yeah, that's the main thing as well. The captains have got to look at the team members and see who's good at what, and designate them mainly to those things, and that's what they do.
Right, and Alex made the point at the beginning of that last one that, Trelleborg only had the 1 stacker, but when you have someone stacking like Wooler, is super strong. And with the transport company, they bring them in and just set them in stacks of 2, and we talked about it earlier in the quarterfinal as well. Like, they are spaced apart so well that they're just really easy for Wooler to pick up. So it starts with the teamwork, really. It's not just about the stacking, it's about the delivering of the bales with the Anderson loader as well.
Yeah.
If I was one of the other teams looking for somewhere that I could disrupt Trelleborg's play, that is where I'd be looking now. I'd be looking for trying to do something that means that single stacker has to come out and get stuff, because otherwise you are in that position where you've got a really good stacker sitting there with the transport company, because the transport company, of course, negates that whole trouble of only having 1 front loader, because you can have somebody out there collecting stuff all the time. And so, yeah, you need to try and draw that stacker away and make sure that he can't be there just constantly scoring those points when that auto stack comes in.
You are correct. It'll be interesting to see. I think like Trelleborg showed why they're at the top of the standings against Astragon there. Astragon's really going to have to come out and play a flawless game and have some drops to go their way, I think, to be able to bridge that gap. Here we go. Round 2 of the best of 3. If Trelleborg win, they're into the final.
Yeah.
Astragon needs to create bales. That is the thing that they lost that on more than anything. They did not have as many bales as Trelleborg did. Although Trelleborg creating 39 bales was ridiculous, to be honest.
Yeah, that was wild.
I mean, Trelleborg absolutely obliterated them really in the last one just then. So if Astragon, they need to change something. Really, I mean, they need to change their ways for this game, or else Trelleborg are going to win. They're going against the top top team. You know, it's that and Cortiva, right? So it's difficult for them, especially when they're not the top team.
So you said Trelleborg had 39 last round.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then they've matched the record for the season. We were just mentioning that Red Viking asked about it in chat. And so, yeah, they've matched the season record with that 39 bales. But instead of doing it in the play-in rounds, they've done it here in the semifinals. So pretty impressive.
Yeah. So we have the Massey 7726, the 240 CVX Puma, the Fent 724 Vario, and the Valtra T234. They're all banned. Now the captains are going to pick. Are we going to get to see Herbicide and John Deere balers? The ideal combine. Ooh, Trelleborg might not be going for the John Deere baler.
Are they gonna? They are going to leave it.
They've got a transport company as well. Interesting.
Yeah, which is why they've left the baler, because transport company is slightly more expensive in points. And then we have...
No surprise, the 6120M for Wooler.
No.
Yeah, he's good with that.
Didn't get banned. It's going to be selected.
Right. But he's shown time and time again, if it does get banned, he can switch to the Linder or a telehandler, but I think that's his preferred piece of machinery right there for stacking. Understandably so. Yesterday against Cortiva, Trelleborg in one of the rounds went with the 6 cents player perk. But I don't know if that was a strategy specifically going in against Cortiva or not. We've not seen that today, really.
Virus has gone for head start, which gives the tractors and the harvesters can drive off immensely faster after boarding them. So maybe he's going to, I don't know, what's he going to do with that? Maybe he's going to try and get to, well, he's obviously going to try and get to something much quicker than the other team. They're on the pads, I reckon. He's going to use that to his advantage.
Driver 53 in chat says, is my insanity an underdog? Well, if just going by the standings, they are below Valtra in the standings. So if they were to upset Valtra in the next semifinal matchup, that would be surprising. But they showed a really strong showing earlier in the quarterfinal and really showed that they might be able to match Valtra all the way with the same sort of tactic.
Yeah, I mean, they showed that they can put loads of bales on right at the end, and that's exactly what Valtra do. So,
right.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
And Trelleborg are doing it as well so far today. We'll probably see it from them again as Paul crashes into the ideal and grabs it.
Yeah, again, I think that is a tactic they're using. It's not a mistake. They're doing that on purpose.
No, it's
as
smart.
You were saying earlier, that is
way.
the quickest way
to
get.
I mean, if you pull up on the outside of the pad, you've got to jump onto the pad then, right? So, yeah, crashing into the back is fastest way.
That was an interesting approach to grab that baler by Jay. He drove up over the platform instead of going around and pulling up, but it worked out well for him.
And that's gone into the crop. And JK with the Kuhn baler. So this baler, this would allow them to create more.
What happened here?
I guess we're seeing the silhouette of Jay running over the platform. It worked out well for him, though.
And Philip is in the field. Byrex in the New Holland.
Bam Bam has got the first bale.
Will Bam Bam get there in time to score a huge point? JK's going to get there before. We know JK's pretty good at this. Can he pull it off this time? And he can. Oh, no, he can't.
No, he's missed.
That's
is not
twice
good.
now that we've seen players that are usually pretty strong with the first
Yeah.
bale delivery, with the Deutsch Fahr kind of having to adjust a bit differently than normal.
106 and
Oh,
105.
1 point difference. Trelleborg actually ended up recovering and getting theirs in slightly before Astragon, so nice bit of recovery there by Jay.
Yeah. A little bit of a slow start getting the first bale, but still, it's still above 100, and I would say if you can get it above 100, I'd say it's good. Get it above
Right.
120, 125, that's really good.
And Astragon have to be pretty happy with only 1 point difference as well,
Yeah.
compared to Trelleborg. So early on, a long way to go, but they're right in the hunt now. But they need to make sure that they get enough bales created this round to match
Now,
Trelleborg's
as
production.
this Deutsch doesn't have a care wheels, it's going to be quite slow going through the crop. He's going to follow back on the path he came, so he should be able to go a bit faster.
25 seconds
currently-
roughly from our first drops.
2 bales for Astragon and 0 bales for Trelleborg. Which is odd, seeing as we've seen Trelleborg creating bales.
Right, but I think they created a lot of them like more after the 10-minute mark. They definitely were focusing on stacking up as much grain as possible at the beginning of the last round.
Oh yeah, no,
To
but
control
I
that
mean,
multiplayer.
this time we've seen them out with the Kuhn baler creating bales. So why it's
Speed up
reading
and
0 at the moment,
bale
I'm
multiplier.
not sure.
I would say bale multiplier. Bam Bam beginning to unload Virex. And it seems like Bam Bam's going to head over to the unload point now. Oh no,
Got our
gonna
first
get the last
perks.
little bit of grain off the ideal combine there. And we're about to hit the 11-minute mark. Score is 105 to 106. Still, no change there. And JK heading down with full load by the looks of things.
Yeah, fair amount on that. Neither team picked up any of the power-ups then.
Yeah, that's pretty common for the first drone drop in the 12th minute. Oftentimes it's not worth wasting the time to chase them down, depending on where they spawn.
JK went straight over the... Oh, he went to turn. Okay.
Positioning himself.
And he's running
And
away.
jumping
Doesn't
it.
he know... Oh, what's going to happen
Well, this is
here?
what he did last time,
Right.
right? So Astragon took
Yeah.
advantage early, but they didn't deliver any bales. They only have 2 bales at the moment, so they
Yeah.
couldn't do much damage here. I'm sure we'll see Trelleborg do the same thing here, and they're going to bring both
Yeah,
of
so
their ideals
now-
over full.
Right now, everything's kind of going the same way as it went in the last game. Do you guys know why they go up and down on the unload point? They move forward, move back, move forward. How do they do that?
Don't.
I mean, I don't think it speeds it up, does
just
it?
trying to keep themselves energetic, I guess, moving back and forth, keeping their hands on the keys. I don't know. I don't know how
As
to
I know,
explain.
it doesn't
Yeah.
unload any quicker or anything, so...
I see most teams
Yeah.
doing that, so it's... Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's like in auto racing when there's like a caution lap and you're swerving back and forth to keep the tires warm. Maybe
Oh.
they're keeping
Maybe.
their fingers warm on the keyboard.
And he's kicked off the weight again.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure
Well,
why.
maybe he thinks that it slows him down when he's bailing. I don't know if it does, though.
Glad everyone is enjoying themselves. This is the first of our semifinals here today. Trelleborg won the first round. If they win this one, they go into the final over Astragon.
And again-
Astragon need to win this round to force it.
Yeah, and again, like the last game, Trelleborg's conveyor is on fire. It's smoking. But,
Problem is Astragon just doesn't
Trelleborg-
have the bales created to take
Yeah.
advantage of this 3-time multiplayer.
yeah, but Trelleborg have
Trelleborg
got the
now
ideals, and they're probably going to come
creating
again
bales?
with loads of grain.
Definitely. There's the giveaway link in chat again, guys. There is a giveaway going on today. If you click the gleam.io link, you can enter in for a chance to win a premium edition of Farming Simulator 19, an Alpine Farming expansion, or a Platinum expansion for FS19.
There's some interesting stuff going on at the moment where Trelleborg are just creating bales very quickly.
This looks exactly like the last game.
Yeah,
full
they're
load.
sticking to it. Watching.
Combines
Right?
have got a full load as well. Right now, it's looking like Trelleborg's going to win. Everything's playing out the same.
This seems to be the reason why Trelleborg seem to be creating bales quicker than Astragon. Seems to be because they have the Kuhn baler, and Astragon just can't seem to keep up with it. Silo closed.
Oh, this would be.
Can
I thought for sure Trelleborg were going for it there. That would have
Well, that
been
would
huge
be
for
awesome
them.
for them to go for, because I mean,
they need
Yeah.
to?
Trelleborg are about to unload
Yeah.
everything.
There we go.
They've done
Astragon
it.
have closed Trelleborg silo.
Okay, so-
Absolutely
Well done.
Brilliant play from Astragon.
They've combated
there.
it, unlike the previous game.
Nicely disrupted things.
Now they need to take advantage in the next 75 seconds they have left and get some of those 10 bales delivered,
Yes.
so they
Yeah.
can get the little bit of extra
and
points.
actually go and deliver their grain. Go and deliver their
That too.
grain and
Increase it.
and go and disrupt what Trelleborg are trying to do. They
Now's
got
the
another
time.
62 seconds.
Like, yeah, there's still 7 minutes to go, but with how strong Trelleborg were at the end of the last round, this is the moment for Astragon to try to take advantage and score themselves some points, as it looks like Trelleborg are going to close their silo now, and it'll last for nearly 40 seconds longer.
And Philip has seen that it is closed. And Trelleborg are not wasting any time. They are emptying their combines into that auger wagon.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised when Trelleborg didn't grab the silo closed right away, but I think they did it on purpose. They were going to leave it a little bit later, so they had look at that. They have over a 40-second advantage that it's going to run longer, and they're sitting there waiting. So they are going to looks like they're going to score some points, but there's only 10 seconds left on Astragon's silo close, so this multiplier 2.1 is not going to last. So they got 2 in and scored 42 points total, and that's it.
An extra 4 points though could be could make a big difference. And things have evened up. And now Trelleborg are trying to push forwards.
Warco asked in chat, how do you know if you win the giveaway I've entered? I would assume that when you fill out a form on there that you'd get an email with how you sign up. There you go. Chalky's answering you in chat now. Thanks, Chalky.
Yeah, I think you get an email. You put your email in on Gleam, and that's how you do it.
I love Gleam. I've started running all my own giveaways through that as well.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
Wooler getting some airtime there. So now the multiplier is going back up for Astragon. So they've actually played it better with the multiplier, although they're gonna fall short of getting it back to even at 2 times apiece. So 2.1 to 1.9 in the favor of Trelleborg. A little bit better staying close to Trelleborg in bale count as well, and they do have the lead at the moment. Under 5 minutes to go, under a minute away from the super drop. If Astragon could get a super drop and it really be a beneficial one, that could really help them here. They might be able to force the 3rd round.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. This is the deciding point right now. If Astragon want to get into having a chance to win and get into the finals today, they need to get this round under the book, right? They need to win this. If Trelleborg wins, they have not made it. They're out. Four minutes and 20 seconds. Both teams very close. However, like we've been seeing, Trelleborg comes in with loads of bales right at the end. Very similar to Valtra.
And
Philip lurking in the area of where a super drop could potentially show up here. That could work out well for
just
Astragon.
5 seconds left.
I have a feeling
Although-
he's watching the stream.
There we go.
Bottom boost. That could
Bottom
be
boost
huge.
again.
Oh, wow. This is huge.
What is he waiting for? These are valuable seconds that he
Yeah,
keeps
like,
wasting.
It's not like, and if someone would have picked up the other location for the other team, that one would have just disappeared. It's not like the normal drops.
This really is working out like exactly the last round, apart from Astragon managed to combat Trelleborg with the locking of the unload point.
They need to
Cutting off
get
the
as
silos.
many bales into the bottom of the barn now in these next 45 seconds as they can, Astragon, because we know that Trelleborg are going to bridge this gap.
I mean, I think
at the
Trelleborg
end.
right now are bringing in a full load of bales as we speak.
And unfortunately,
396 to 237.
Astragon really could have used the multiplier in their favor there with the bottom boost, but still, it helps a little bit.
Another bale coming in. As they have the bottom boost, they can go straight in right there with the bales into the bottom. And yeah, you can see, look how many bales. Again, at this moment of the game, Trelleborg have got a full load.
23 to 2, 24 to 2 now. Outstanding bales.
Look at these stacking, these unloading skills there onto the conveyor.
Bam Bam is out there creating more bales. They need more bales.
They do.
One thing they didn't have in the last round, so they need to get as many as they can. And Paulie's back out in the field getting more. Oh, and he's crashed.
Ooh, little crash there.
With JK.
Crash.
Not good.
Astragon cannot afford any slip-ups here because
Yeah.
it might not even be enough with the bales difference. There's the
Plus
bale
40
combo
right there.
countered,
Oh,
so
bale
nice
combo
job
countered.
by Vyrix. So that's 30 points for Astragon. That could help.
Yeah, that was good.
That is a really good piece of work from Astragon. They just they've got to hold out for another minute and minute and 45 seconds.
Right now, things are looking pretty good for Astragon. They're much better than there was in the last game. However, the multiplier is in at Trelleborg's favour, so if they come back with another full load...
13 points is the difference. Trelleborg's about to take the lead here.
There we go.
Yeah, 541 to 512. I'm just not sure that Astragon are going to have the bales in the end. That's what it's going to end up being.
Trelleborg's got a bale-tastic.
Oh,
and there's loads
there
of
you
bales
go.
coming. Look at this. Look at the amount of bales coming off right
They
now.
could have done with countering it
points.
again.
Oh, it's happening again,
Astragon.
guys. They're going to do it, I reckon. What do you guys
Yeah.
think in the chat? Let us know in the chat. Who's going to win? Who are you thinking is going to win this? Does Astragon have a chance, or do you think Trelleborg are going to just manage to do it again?
I just don't think they have the bales at this point, and we know that Trelleborg are probably going to get all 10 of those in. So I thought Astragon was going to do it. If they could have countered that, that would have been 30 points and take 50 off the board for Trelleborg, and that could have given them a chance. But
I mean, the thing is, look, there's already like 4 going on, and Wooler is so fast at this, and he's so clean that with 40 seconds to go, he's going to get these on, and they're going to go. Look at this.
yeah,
There's a load coming in through Astragon, but whether they can
Not
do it in the
enough
next
time.
25 seconds,
Not
I
enough
don't think
time.
it is.
Not enough bales.
They also
not
don't
enough
have
time to
bottom
get them in the
boosts anymore.
top, at least. And
Yeah,
that's
they don't
where they
have-
really need to get them.
And they know it. They're putting them in the bottom.
JK and Paul are just sat there waiting right now, just hoping.
And
the
another
Wooler will get these
bale-tastic
in.
for
Fantastic.
Trelleborg, so another
That
50
is-
bonus points.
Trelleborg
Nice
has won,
there.
everyone. Well done to Trelleborg. There's no way at all
Another
Astragon can change this.
890 points scored.
And the
The
flashing
flashing
lights
the lights
again.
and the beeping of the horns.
They're just showing off right now. Well done,
And they're
Trelleborg.
into the final, and they'll play the winner of Valtra and My Insanity in our next semifinal.
So there
Wow.
we go. Trelleborg are through. Yeah, I mean, we kind of expected
absolute
that.
masterclass from
Yeah.
Trelleborg.
I mean, Trelleborg are one of the top teams, and Astragon
36
is.
bales to
you know,
28.
Astragon are good, but obviously not as good as Trelleborg, and we kind of expected it to go that way. But it was a great game from Astragon. They did do a pretty good game. So well done.
So at the very least, Trelleborg, if they were to lose the final, they would get 70 circuit points along with the prize money and the Noble Chair and Nitrado voucher. But if they win the whole thing, they'll get 90. But either way, they're either going to have a 70-point lead over Cortiva or a 90-point lead over Cortiva in sole possession of first place in the overall Season 3 standings.
Wow. So there we have it. Astragon Trelleborg is complete. We know that Trelleborg is through to the finals. Next up, we're going to have Valtra and My Insanity. Valtra, they're really good at putting loads of bells on right at the end. And My Insanity, we've seen the same. So this could go either way. This is going to be cool to see. Might be the first best of 3 we've seen today.
I think this is going to be close. I think the thing to watch in the next game is going to be how many points each team scores. If either of them are getting up to those high 800s, then they have a chance of beating Trelleborg. If they don't, I think it's going to be a hard fight for them. I think that it's going to be very difficult to beat Trelleborg if they're not scoring those kind of levels of points. But we are going to head off for a break now, so we'll see you when we come back.
Okay, everyone, welcome back to Farming Simulator League. Next up, we have got Valtra and Mine Sanity. We just had Astragon and Trelleborg. We're in the semi-finals right now. And I'm joined with Kerminator Live and Virtual Farmer as well. And yeah, we're going to see Valtra and Mine Sanity go up against each other next. Valtra won last month. They win by adding loads of bales right at the end of each game and obliterating the other team. Mine Sanity has a similar tactic as well. So it's going to be fun to see these two going against each other next.
Right.
You guys, how do you think it's going to go?
Well, coming into this weekend, Valtra were 5th in the overall standings, My Insanity 6th. By the end of today, the standings from like 1 to 9 are going to look a little bit different. There's definitely been a big mix-up, but these two teams coming into today, only 30 points in the circuit points separated them, so they are two evenly matched teams, as you say, Joe, and like we saw My Insanity play earlier, if they can match those tactics and go toe-to-toe with Valtra, they could give them a run for their money.
Yep, they can indeed. And what about you, VF?
Yeah, it's both these teams playing very similarly. I think it's a toss-up between which one's going to win.
Having a look now at the highlights of the last semi-final, Trelleborg beating Astragon.
This is a really good tactic for that.
It really is, and they control the multiplier by doing that.
And there's the moment we've been waiting for.
They managed to keep getting the bottom boost as well at Astragon, which was really good to see.
Yeah,
really
it definitely helped them. It wasn't enough to give them the win in the end, but it definitely gave them a little bit of an advantage to cut into that lead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it meant they didn't need to put the bales on the conveyor, which sped things up.
Saves
and that's
a lot
why
of time.
they did. Yeah, that's why it did. They managed to get the points they did. If they didn't have that bottom boost, they probably wouldn't have got as many. So
like
Yeah.
we knew that Trelleborg was going to bring in a lot of bales late on, but like at about the 3rd minute mark, before Wooler started putting these bales on, like I thought for a moment, I was like, Astragon might actually pull off this round and force the 3rd round.
Yeah.
But Trelleborg just showed again that they're ready to score a lot at the end of a round.
It's this is the thing. This is the reason why I think this is a tactic that Trelleborg have come back with in order to try and beat the tactic that Valtra have got. Because Valtra, let teams get ahead and then pile on the points at the end. Trelleborg let other teams get ahead and then just pile on more points at the end.
It's going to be interesting if it does end up being a Valtra final against Trelleborg, because it's going to be a battle of teams that score points late in a round in different ways. A nice little bit of work there by Wooler, again, getting that bale more than halfway up the conveyor belt. But yeah, like Trelleborg uses the transport company to score a lot of points late in the round and have a lot of bales stacked up, whereas Valtra are consistently bringing bales over to the barn and leaving them for later. Here's the first bit of showmanship by Trelleborg. Look at the little wag of the back of the baler too. I love it.
I kind of think that the way to counter this is to take this baler out of commission. The reason why Trelleborg were able to create so many more bales so effectively is that Kuhn baler, because it just allows you to create bales for a lot less straw.
I think Kuhn as well. I think not Kuhn. I think Trelleborg as well. They have great communication between each player. They've been obviously together. Oh, this is when they went face to face. But yeah, they've got great communication, so that helps them as well. Tell each other where to be and where to go, and what to get.
But the definitely the key to them creating so many bales in that last round was that baler.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Kuhn has 3,600 fill volume, which the Fent has as well, but that's 2,000 better than most of the other balers. The New Holland will do a fill volume of 4,000. So
yeah, I think that Kuhn's the fastest baler as well. It doesn't produce as much, but it's the fastest, which is.
I think if I was Valtra or my Insanity, I'd be looking to reserve that baler.
Yeah.
The fastest in work speed, if that's what you meant, Joe, is the Fent and the John Deere at 24. The Kuhn does 20 kilometers an hour, so it's actually one of the slowest in work speed, alongside the Krone and the Case, according to the stat sheet. But it definitely seems like it's working a charm for Trelleborg so far.
Yeah,
I would say if that's the case, you probably want to be grabbing that Fent baler. That might be a really great way to counteract.
I mean, it might not be that specific baler. It might just be the use of having that baler.
Oh yeah, but you could see that. I mean, even with 2 John Deere balers that Astragon had, they were struggling to create anywhere near as many bales as Trelleborg were. And it really is a case of you've got to create as many bales as you can to counteract them. And you're looking, Trelleborg are scoring 900 nearly. You've got to be scoring that kind of level. And that's what I'll be looking for from these two teams here, is how many points do they score to win it?
Yes, indeed. Anyway, coming up to Valtra and my Insanity now. We're going to see what goes on here. Will they go for a similar setup as before when Valtra and Linda went together? Or is it going to be different? We have the Manitou MLT 737130 PS Plus band. C234 Valtra. And we also have the captain's, the banning phases going. The captain phases next. The 7726. The JCB or Massey. Okay, Massey 9407S.
Both telehandlers are out of this one.
Yeah.
The John Deere 6120M still in play, though, with the manure fork on the front. So too the Lindner.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Both teams
identical.
I'm guessing the John Deere baler is cheaper points-wise to reserve.
Yeah.
It is 2 points. The Kuhn, and the Fent are all 2 points to pick, and the other 3 balers are 3.
Is the John Deere baler the second fastest?
It is the fastest, tied with the Fent at 24 kilometers an hour.
Right. So there you go. That might be one of the reasons as well they're going for it.
Look at this, completely identical so far.
Wow.
Across the board. To see if Scotty goes with Archimedes or not.
Jeez.
No, nothing. Okay.
No.
I mean, the
So
tracks are
3 points
identical.
left for Hightower to play with.
Oh, wow.
There you go. There's the Archimedes now. And the
There's the
6120M. And
My-
the 6120M.
Yeah. Either my insanity is doing this on purpose or Valtra is. I mean, there's no way these two teams go for the same stuff. I mean, there's so many tracks in this league.
We've seen from my insanity game through here, they are employing exactly the same tactic as Valtra. I am not surprised they are going for match.
I mean, they found something that works.
Yes, tired hands. There is a pick and ban phase, kind of like League of Legends, and I have a friend who was like super excited when he saw that the FSL has a pick and ban phase. He completely geeked out about that.
I have never played League of Legends.
Me either.
Me neither.
There goes my insanity.
In fact, I
Getting
think I went on it for like 5 or 10 minutes, and that was it.
Yeah, you can't tell by watching the FSL, but if you play regular Farm Sim, one of the best things about that game for me is that it's just chill in nature and laid back.
Oh.
Of course, the FSL is completely different, but yeah, Farming Simulator, much more my speed of game than a game like League of Legends.
Well, I
but to
mean,
each their own.
I mean, even Farming Simulator League is laid back, really, when you think about the other esports.
I don't know. I've had
Compared
to go
to regular
lie
Farm
down and have a quiet moment after some of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, VF does get a little bit. Yeah, he goes a bit crazy sometimes, but I mean, rightly so. I mean, it gets pretty good at times.
Oh, Martin coming in, dropping
Oh,
in.
he catches his record from last
139.
month.
And there's one of them times he managed to do
That is
it.
how you do it.
And
Wow.
he's not gone with the Deutsch Far this time, so going back to what he knows.
And Jan comes in with 131. That's good as well.
131 is
that
good,
is
but
good.
man, up against Martin getting 139, that's tough to match, of course.
I don't know. That was so close to 140 again. Are we ever going to see 140?
I don't know. If we do, I'd be willing to say it's probably going to be the man we're looking at right now on screen, Martin, for Valtra, because he is just showing that he's got the top-notch skill with that first bail delivery for sure.
Yeah. I don't see many other players get that high of a score.
I think that the team that wins this is going to be the team that disrupts. Because if both teams are playing, point for point, match for match, then it's going to go right down to the wire.
It could come down to a disrupt by your opponent, or maybe unforced error by your own team too, that could decide this one for sure. Because the perks are the same, the equipment's the same, so it's going to come down really to the gameplay, and maybe the drops and the super drops too.
Yeah, I think the super drop is the most likely place for that disruption. Because I think otherwise they are going to go shot for shot, these two teams. I mean, look at this. They're both picking up their auger wagons at the same time.
Yeah, this is almost identical right now.
This is like my insanity. Watch what Valtra are doing, man. We can do that. We can play this way.
Yeah, it won them the tournament. Let's see if we can go win one now.
Let's see if we can do it.
I mean, listen, if that it's a tactic that works for Valtra, so my insanity, take it on board, and maybe even try and see if they can do anything to make it better.
Brain multiplier or bail drop.
Yeah, these 12-minute drops aren't usually the most useful, but if teams are nearby, they may go for it. I mean, bail drop one bail, that's going to save you some time later, and go ahead and get one over by the barn.
We've seen teams going for it before. I mean, if passing it, but it's not something they always go for. They usually miss it.
And especially since they've been weakened slightly. There goes my insanity. I would be surprised if...
They're going for it.
Oh, they're kicking around. Trying to get the... this does waste valuable seconds.
Yeah, I think they're playing the waiting game and hoping that Valtra will grab it first so that they can go in
Yeah,
after.
and here comes Valtra. They're going for the grain multiplier, and off they go.
Oh,
And
last
there we
month,
go. They've got it.
remember last month someone left it like too late and did not give themselves
Oh.
the extra second to get to the drop and ended up missing out on it when they were sitting there and waiting.
Yeah, they was dancing around a little bit too far away from it.
And here we go,
Here comes
Valtra
Martin.
right on top of it, ready to take full advantage of that.
I'm taking the back route to the silo to unload.
And
Opening up the
forcing
pipe
my
before
insanity to
before
go
he
and
gets
drop
there.
right now.
And unloading, here we go.
I do feel like it's a case of anything you can do, we can do as well.
That's why I was
At
just
the
about
moment.
to sing. Yeah, a few minutes ago.
Yeah,
it's
not
just-
necessarily better, but we
Yeah,
can just
but
do it.
as well. Yeah, I didn't want to go that far, but they are matching each other punch for punch at the moment. But I don't know, is that enough grain to get the multiplier back to even for my insanity? It's looking kind of close. It is going to be
there
enough,
we
though.
go.
There it is.
And there's nothing between it.
Yep. So it's just the first bale points that are the only thing that's different at the moment. My insanity's got like 5 extra seconds on the grain multiplier, but they don't have any more grain to deliver now, so.
Yeah, wow.
You're right, Felden. Yesterday's John Deere and Valtra games, even though Valtra won it in 2 out of 3, they swept them. It was really close and came down to the final seconds between those two. I think we might be in for a similar result here. So
And
just
now
over
getting-
9 minutes to go.
Oh, man. Baler for baler, tractor for tractor.
It just keeps. It's like we're not even switching between the two teams, and we're just watching one team, even though we're switching. So we're seeing like a mirror of each other at the moment.
And just 8 points in it.
I'm wondering if this is going to stay 139 to 131 up until like 3 minutes to go, and then we're just going to have points flying onto the board. I have a feeling that's where we're headed at this point. "25 seconds roughly away from the 8th minute drops. Looks like Martin's going to go for some
Martin
points now,
getting some
actually.
bales on. Yeah, they do normally put a few points in at this point, so they don't have a massive rush at the end.
Martin's
But,
so good at that too, putting the one bale out and then putting the other one right on top. Lovely. Very skilled player.
My insanity currently in the lead on number of bales. 10 bales to 5.
Ooh, silo closed right nearby. High tower for Valtra there. Speed up as well. Definitely I would see him going for one of these as soon as he's done unloading.
Yeah. Oh,
Actually,
no.
not quite yet. He still has 30 seconds. Now, well, maybe not.
He has disconnected the auger wagon.
Here comes a teammate behind, so maybe they're going to leave it to them to grab it. They can
Crashes
get back.
into the
Hightower
baler.
can get back to baling.
Just nip the baler on the side there, crash into it.
Yeah, so there's Steyer now, and here actually comes someone for Valtra. Saw their silhouette there. That's Martin.
Drops are about to end, and they've picked it up.
Oh!
Oh, so my
No,
insanity
they
got.
did get it. They did get
Oh,
it.
both got it. Okay.
Oh, I thought
Oof.
Valtra had fouled that up for a moment.
Oh man, that would have been a huge mistake.
They
And
both got it
Valtra well
pretty much at the
aware
same
that
time.
they now have a minute and a half before they have to worry about the silos.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the best thing to do now is just to get the grain down there ready for when it ends. Seems like that's what they're doing. But he's not going to take it all the way down. Stayer's going to get the baler instead and do this row.
Look at the grain. Like we've said, these teams have been even. They both have 30,000 liters of grain at the moment too.
Yeah, I mean, they've got
Not
full
much
loads.
difference.
Yeah.
8 points is the difference, even on bales, even on
Yeah.
grain at the
Oh,
moment.
wow.
I mean, goodness.
Not even on the bale, on the combo, but It's pretty close. They're definitely, they really are pushing each other's.
171 now. My
abilities
Insanity
right now.
off screen scoring some
going-
more points. 191 now.
Super equal, these two teams at the moment.
211.
Yep, 159 for Valtra.
But
And now Stayer's going to get ready to unload all this grain.
what a
as it
52-point lead is nothing for Valtra to make up in the last part of a round, and they're going to score some points now, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, now we're coming up to the 5-minute point. Valtra is going to begin to really start loading up these bales. And so is
both
my
teams
Insanity.
now heading up to drop more grain as well.
Scotty making a mistake on that one bale. It's going to fall off, but plenty of time to get it back on the belt here.
And here we go, Valtra unloading.
In a minute now, it's going to unlock.
With
And there we go, we can
Insanity
start.
still locked though.
It's
Valtra
unlocked for a
have
few
bales on the
seconds less.
conveyor. They're holding it. It's going to be some bales and a nice extra multiplier for them.
There we go, the combating it.
Not sure they scored any points while it was up there. Oh, they did, just maybe.
They did.
They're at
They had
283 to
the
271.
advantage is that the conveyor speeds up as the multiplier goes down, so they score points quicker if they have them on there.
And the multiplier is equal on both sides right now, so hasn't done too much. Hasn't changed the multiplier.
Bale advantage in the favor of my Insanity at the moment. 40
This
seconds
does
away
feel
from
a
the super drop.
Very close game.
Will we
Could
get
come down to
see,
the super drop.
Will we get to see Valtra and my Insanity load loads of bales on right at the end?
I hope so.
Yeah, we may. Yeah,
It'll be an exciting finish and could potentially come down to the last second here, but my Insanity are doing a nice job of having more bales at the moment. They are trailing
Well, they're
just
not
by
trailing
12
by
points.
much. Yeah, they're not trailing by much. They really are keeping it quite similar.
And
We
they
now
do have
have,
2 extra bales, so
Yeah, we now have 6 tents activated, so we know where the super drop's going to go.
my Insanity is lurking in the area.
What is it going to be?
And
Bale
Bale
Withering.
It is Bale Withering.
Ooh.
That could really be the difference against a team like Valtra, who often come down to the last few bales, and it looks like Steyr is going to get it here for my Insanity.
Yeah.
My Insanity's got it. There we go. It
So
doesn't
now
last
that's
long,
a 3 bale advantage
but it
for
only
them.
does 1 bale, so there we go. Valtra losing a bale.
This could really now come down to a mistake by either team. 383 to 371. Valtra in the lead. 3.5 to go. 3 bale advantage for my Insanity at the moment.
I mean, if my Insanity manages to win this today and beat Valtra and get into the finals, that would be so hilarious. They come and they copy their tactics and they beat them.
Yeah.
That would be a big upset.
Yeah.
Beating Valtra at their own game, that's really quite something.
This
So
was
there's the
Scotty
Bale
loading the
Withering
bales.
kicking in.
Yep. 2 minutes 50, guys, until we finish this round.
This is so close.
So now it's even on the bales, and it's 8 points that separates the two teams.
It's even on everything, pretty much.
That is insane.
I mean, even the tractors right now that they're playing with, it's all the same. It's literally all the same.
Now an extra bale, 2 extra bales for my Insanity, but we see Martin creating more for Valtra. Wow, okay, buckle up everyone. We're almost approaching the 2-minute mark, and this really could go either way. It really could come down to someone maybe getting caught on a bridge or something like that here.
Got in with 3 more bales. Hold your breath. The bridge is going up.
Oh,
no, he
yeah.
is denied.
Got him. Oh my god. Oh, he's got some fish fingers on the end of that.
Wow.
I don't know how he's
That'll
going to
slow down the
the
approach
bridge.
a bit.
I don't know how he's gonna, I don't
That's
even know
going
if
to
he's
be
gonna...
the land bridge.
Yeah, he's going to go through the static bridge, but it
Don't
might
take
just flip
this
them off.
too sharp or too fast.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Martin
Martin's
flipped the
got
bales.
Just yeeted a
flying.
bale.
Right at the moment when he... Oh, and
More
the Scotty
bales.
comes and crashes.
Scotty, no, Scotty held
But he's
them.
kept the bales on
Scotty
it.
held them.
Oh, it's going wild
Oh
now.
my
A minute and a
days.
half to go. 12 points.
I think Valtra are feeling the pressure of Mind Sanity's copying.
Mind Sanity has 3 extra bales right now too, so if it stays that way and both teams deliver all their bales, Mind Sanity's going to take this one.
Yeah, Valtra have never had this happen to them before, where another team literally copies their tactics. So, Valtra are definitely struggling. They don't know what to do.
Scotty is good at stacking. It's really gonna come down to like a mistake. If Mind Sanity doesn't, there it is. There's one.
Off. There's
It
one
could be
mistake
that.
from Mind Sanity.
There's an unforced error.
Remember that if it comes down to 1 bale. Remember that moment in the last minute.
I mean, I don't think Valtra have figured out a way to be able to combat a team doing this to them.
But
So
here's the thing.
this is hard right now.
Scotty seems to be.
I mean, they're a good 70 points ahead.
Yeah, and Scotty has been doing a great job at stacking them 2 at a time, whereas Yan for Mind Sanity is doing them 1 at a time. And 30 seconds left, then there's 5 bales sitting there that I don't think they're going to get them all in.
Unless Jan can be really good and really quick at this.
Yeah, he's just
20 seconds. There's not the time for them to get them on there.
I mean, it's close. 611 to Mind Sanity, 10 seconds to go.
Oh, another one fell off for Mind Sanity there.
Nearly 700 for Valtra right now.
That's gonna do it.
Valtra's done it, guys.
Oh.
Wow. Jeez. Man, so 2 bales fell off in the last minute for Mind Sanity, but I don't even think that would have made up the difference in the end. They just had too many bales left out on the field undelivered. Yeah, 4 undelivered.
Yeah, you could feel the pressure though that Valtra had because of Mind Sanity's, just use of the tactics they do. Right? I mean, yeah.
But this is how 4 of those delivered, they would have won.
We've seen this repeatedly from Valtra. It's not that their games aren't close. They are almost always close. It's that they still get more bales in than their opponents.
Yeah, even if they have less, we've seen them win with the statistics against them, really. We saw them win the tournament last month just through pure efficiency in the last few minutes, and they didn't make any mistakes. Scotty was stacking double the amount of bales every time compared to what Jan was doing for Mind Sanity, and that really made up the difference in the points in the end.
And you can see in those final moments, Jan was, rather than going up to a bale, stacking it on the next one, taking that extra second, stack it on the next one, and then take both in. He was grabbing one, reversing up, putting it on, then going back and getting the one in front of it, coming back. And that was costing them time.
Yeah.
The whole way through. So yeah, interesting thing, 703 points. Trelleborg are scoring 200 more points than that at the moment. So that does not look good for either team going into the final against Trelleborg. If both teams keep scoring that kind of level.
Right. It's going to be interesting to see. Valtra now just 1 win away from their 2nd final in a row. They would have a great chance to win it. Mind Sanity needs to bounce back here and cut out those unforced errors to hopefully force a round 3. I love seeing everyone's so excited about that. Felden says, this is not helping my blood pressure. Marco says, Jesus Christ, my heart. Tommy the Jobber, that was insanely close. I'm glad you guys are enjoying yourselves. And that's the great part about when we get into the later rounds. You see some really top-level gameplay and some really close contests.
Yeah, I mean, it can definitely get into a round 3. I mean, by just looking at how everything just went just then, it really could have easily got into a round 3. So we may get to see it. May get to see the first one today.
In all fairness, we can say that about Valtra a lot.
Right.
It can go to a round 3.
We kept saying that last month, and they didn't lose a single game, right? And it was impressive. So
I just don't understand how we haven't had a best of 3 yet again today.
Have we not?
No, we haven't had a third game yet today.
I thought we had. Oh
no, it's all been 2.
Oh goodness. Okay.
This is what I mean. It's weird. I mean, we've never had this before. Last month we had it.
We
and
did
this month so far. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we've never had this happen in 2 months in a row.
No.
So the chance of it happening and the chance of being 3 games today at some point is high.
Right?
know.
Is it going to be here or maybe Valtra against Trelleborg? Because that's going to be that would be a really closely fought one, or My Insanity against Trelleborg too. So
I mean, we usually have them in the quarterfinals, but it just hasn't happened yet.
So both telehandlers have been banned this time around. We're into the captain pick phase now.
Yeah, will it be the same? I reckon it probably will be.
No. Valtra gone transport company.
Oh wow, bit of a change. Oh no, they've changed. No, it's the same.
They're trying to fake out. They're trying to fake out My Insanity.
Yeah, they might have just been trying to trick them there,
Yeah.
which was risky because the time could have gone. Same tractor, same under pressure.
Yeah. Gotti and Steyer 15 selecting.
Same tractor, Archimedes, and no
Archimedes.
Yeah, that's the same.
Nothing.
And then Hightower will probably go Archimedes.
Yeah.
And PB will go nothing.
6M. There we go.
What do you know?
Change.
Wow.
How did you guess all of that, Virtual? Impressive.
It's almost like it happened last time, right?
I'm psychic.
Yeah, it's almost like it happened in the last round.
This has been another great event today. I'm looking forward to whoever comes out of this one facing off against Trelleborg in the final coming up after this semifinals wrapped up. Been another great day of Farm Sim League action.
Really
I think My Insanity, like they showed in that last one, they have they have it in them to force a third game here. They just got to cut out those individual errors, make sure they don't have any bales dropping off in the crucial moments, and maybe have another drop or two go their way.
They are managing to steal the John Deere combine.
That's not good.
Oh, he's getting a bit stuck, but I think he's got off.
That could have been really bad.
Yeah. And the combine is back in the field. Jan is heading there as well. Can we get another super high scoring first bale? We get a 140.
Martin already has a bale in here. He's already heading in.
That's quick. And Jan's already in the field still. Yeah, Jan's still in the field. However, Jan is near
this is
the
going to be
barn.
telling because I think Martin is making these bales from the far end.
Will Jan get there first? No, Martin's going to get there.
Goodness.
14 minutes.
Can he do it right? Oh, we can.
Oh,
again.
139.
Oh,
he has to get it in.
So
he has
impressive.
To get it in
134, not bad.
Under 14 minutes. With over 14 minutes.
Oh, a bit of a jump there on the bridge, but he managed to do it.
In order to get the 140, he is so close to that.
I think he will do it at some point. He's getting the 139 quite a bit.
VF is known to know things. Yeah, normally wrong. People only remember the things I get right.
Oh, a little bit of in-cab looking here. This is how it looks inside the ideal.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Where'd the driver go?
We was a fly then in the cab.
And Jan going up to get the auger wagon. Yeah, both teams heading into the middle to get the auger wagon.
It's almost like I have deja vu at the moment.
Thought we're seeing two parallel universes.
Yeah.
The blue universe and the red universe.
Yeah. One with a different name. 6 cents have been activated. Now we can see where the first drone drop's going to be. Will they go for it? They did in the last game.
Both teams almost identical on grain as well. And the drop has spawned. It is right down the far
Bale
end.
multiplier and speed up. Wow.
I would say neither of those are ones that are useful to either team right now.
No.
Enzo, no, I don't believe there is a New Holland team.
Nope.
No, I think it's one of those things where if you go past that drone drop, you'd get one maybe, but it's not something you'd go out your way for.
Yeah. Which means I feel safe doing that in the chart.
And the first load of grain is heading to the unload point. My insanity.
Something tells me that off the screen somewhere, Valtra is heading over to the silo as well.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, would be the answer to that.
There it
In
is.
fact, they are already there.
What was the, I missed the drop that Valtra got. What was that?
Speed up.
Sure.
Increases your team's
That's-
max and work speed by a certain
There
factor.
you go. It was hard to make that one out. Thank you, Joe. So 20% faster for 120 seconds. They've got 45 seconds left on it.
And again, you can see them going back and forth. I don't really know why.
I think that's just for us at home. Maybe it's, you know, hi mom.
Maybe. It could be, but at the same time, you could look at it maybe is where that could be a place where they could take a break, just a quick break, just to calm the fingers down. Because they're moving so fast, right, all the time. So
Right.
It's kind of maybe wasted energy. You could maybe conserve your energy a bit better.
Under 10
Got
minutes to
3.
go now.
4 bales for Vulture, 3 bales for my insanity. Currently undelivered. And my insanity just that 1 bale closer to a combo at the moment.
Martin pulling up to the barn. Going to go ahead and put some points on the board. We've seen this consistently from Valtra. They like to score a few now. They will score most of their points later on in the round. But go ahead and get some on the board while they can before potentially the multiplier could go against them while it's even. Just go ahead and give yourself a little bit of a cushion.
Yeah, this is true. They score a good bulk, you know, during this part of the game, but a lot get put on right at the end.
It also means that they don't have to worry about scoring quite so many at the end as well.
Yeah.
Right.
It takes a little bit of the pressure off at the end.
Yeah.
20 seconds away from the 8th minute drops now. Sixth Sense is activated. You can see they're right on the edges of the field either side, so we might see teams chase this one down a little bit more. PB picking a couple of bales up for my insanity. Bridges raised and speed limit minus 20%. So looks like Scotty's going to go for speed limit right away, wasting no time. I'm going to set right back into the John Deere.
That should allow Valtra to create more bales than my insanity at the moment, because obviously they're able to move faster. But I think my insanity are about to even things up.
Yeah, they're going to match it and look like they're going to go for speed limit as well.
Yeah.
There it is. Theirs will last for about 20 seconds or so longer. Scotty heading over with some more bales. Was that 2 on the front there? Here comes Jan with a few for my insanity. His teammate going through the middle bridge there, PV bringing some over. So now my insanity getting some bales to the barn. Valtra doing the same. Steyer, meanwhile, at the silo. Didn't quite. I'm not sure what the point of that was. I think he thought about maybe flipping the multiplier and then thought maybe we should save it. I'm not sure.
Which is odd, seeing as my Insanity are loading bales onto the conveyor. Why would you not
Right.
give yourself some multiplier while you're
even if it
loading?
was just 2.1? I mean, that little bit of difference could make the difference for you. But
and it might stop.
very
It
interesting.
might stop Valtra scoring points as well, because now Valtra will just put bales on.
Right.
Whereas they might hold off if you got their multiplier the other way. It's a weird choice, that one.
All right, 6 minutes to go to decide this one. It's still really a close one, too close to call at this point. 319 to 254. My Insanity has to win this, or it's going to be Valtra versus Trelleborg in the final coming up.
And that would be something. But also, it would be something if My Insanity can beat Valtra today, because you know, copying their techniques and things, that would be just as equally pretty entertaining for us all. So we've got two pretty cool two scenarios that can play out.
It's just so impressive how composed Valtra are most of the time through. They just make very little mistakes.
It does feel like Valtra are in the stronger position right now.
Yeah.
Right, they're in a better position at this point than they were last round, and they still won. So
it's just these bales. I mean, they've got more right now. There's probably loads more going to be put on later on. It's just whether My Insanity are going to come with loads as well. But the multiplier is still the same for both teams.
More undelivered bales, but they are 80 points behind.
It's like we were saying earlier on in the tournament today. What would be good for a team to do, maybe even right now, is just randomly go and put some in the unload some grain. The other team doesn't expect it, and it gives you a chance to score some higher points.
Neither team has any grain at the moment, so usually teams tend to not focus on it later in the round. But that's a good point, Joe, because we don't really see teams do that at this point of a match, so it could really throw off a team like Valtra, who are used to scoring the majority of their points at the end of a round. If you were to go,
the biggest problem with it is you've got to take one of your team who is either stacking bales or delivering bales off doing that job.
Right.
And is it going to give you enough of an advantage to go and do that?
Well, it's never
compared to getting bales back or creating bales that are going to score you points.
This is the thing. This is something they should do off screen when practicing, just to see. Right.
Yeah.
Super drops are on the field now. It looks like we've got Crazy Tool again, which allows you to press bales for a low amount of straw. So it's 2.1 multiplier for Valtra.
Valtra's got it.
Well,
that might just do it then for My Insanity. I mean, it's close on the scoreboard. They do have one extra bale advantage, but that wouldn't be enough to bridge that gap. And now Valtra are gonna. There you go.
Look at that, out there just pressing bales.
And look how many bales are going to be coming out just now. I mean, they need to keep going, and even keep going when it stops.
Yeah.
And Hightower is doing that.
Nice.
Good. Something we didn't see earlier on.
2 balers out there just producing a whack load of bales.
Jan has got those. He's got his front loader down quite a lot. He needs to be careful with that. It could just nip him, jump him up into the air if he's not careful.
It's also weird that he stopped to unload those bales. I realise that makes it easier for them to be picked up on the way back, but it does cost valuable seconds now. Equal number of bales now undelivered. That is not good for My Insanity.
Last time My Insanity weren't able to get all of theirs delivered either, and that ended up costing them. Here comes Scotty with 3 more. Impressive.
Yeah. Showing you how it's done.
Hitting the 2-minute mark.
3 there for PB as well.
And 2 more sitting there for them as well. Oh, that's not helpful.
Scotty right there to match what PB is doing for my insanity.
And more bales sitting back there for Valtra as well.
We do have a 2-bale advantage, my insanity, but that wouldn't be enough at 20 points apiece to make up this gap. And they have to make sure they get them all delivered into the upper part too. Unlike last round, as Jans dropped one there.
And Valtra showing why they are as good as they are now.
Yeah, I mean, here at the last couple of minutes, we saw it in the first round. We're seeing it again. They're going double the amount of bales for everyone that Jan's putting on. Scotty's putting 2 on almost every single time. Jan's trying to get 2 at least on the fork. Gonna have to load them separately, but that'll help a little bit. But look at that, 5 bales sitting there with 50 seconds to go. Does he have enough time to get them all in? And they also have several bales that are missing. They've got 5 more out on the field that haven't been delivered yet.
Look at
I
that.
think it's going to come down to undelivered bales again. That's what's going to cost my insanity. They've created enough to win, but they're not getting them all delivered. And one's going to fall off here again. Last minute, one's falling off for my insanity. And there's no way with 20 seconds. I don't think they can get all of these.
It's some unforced errors in their stacking that's costing. Valtra scoring nice and high though. That does bode well.
There goes
for them.
another one that's going to fall off, and another. That's one, and
nice.
there's going to be a second one falling off for
800
my
points,
insanity.
everybody. 3 seconds out.
Well, there it is.
There
This
we
is
go.
the final.
There
We
we go.
wanted to see Trelleborg against Valtra today, I think, just because Valtra beat Cortiva in the final last season. So they'll have a chance to knock off the other team that's in first place coming into this weekend. Trelleborg, even if they lose to Valtra in the final, will be in sole possession of first place in the overall standings. But
I mean,
And it has, the overall standings now aren't going to change no matter what the results of the final are.
I mean, this is
Right.
certainly something to say. We
But-
beat Cortiva last month, and now there's a chance we can beat Trelleborg this month, and they're the 2 top teams.
Well,
Right.
and they beat John Deere twice. I mean, as the standings are at the moment, going into today, they've beat one of the top 2 teams and the 3rd team and the 4th team. So they've beaten everybody above them except for Trelleborg at the moment.
well, they'll have
this
the
is
chance.
the one.
Valtra could go, we're beating the lot of you today.
I'm looking forward
very
to seeing
easily.
these 2 different strategies, 2 different approaches by Trelleborg and Valtra going up against each other. It's going to be a very intriguing final.
I think Valtra are going to have to do something to try and bring Trelleborg's score down, because otherwise, as it stands on paper, Trelleborg's strategy scores more points than Valtra's does.
We have Helder from My Insanity in the chat saying GG's. GG, My Insanity. That was impressive display.
That was
By My Insanity.
that was some really good play from My Insanity today. Impressive.
Especially the first round. I thought they were going to do it, and it just came down to those 4
Yes.
undelivered.
I think they had a few unforced errors and those really cost it. We'll be back in a minute though for the final. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. It's final time. We've got Valtra versus Trelleborg up. And I'm joined by Silver News and Terminator Live.
Hello,
And,
hello, hello.
This is going to be amazing.
Yes, this is what we've been waiting for, everyone. Trelleborg and Valtra. This is Valtra going against another top team this month round. Can't believe it.
Yeah, like I wasn't sure that we were going to get this matchup coming in. Like it was a pretty safe bet just based on the form of the two teams coming into this, but I think it's what everyone was expecting to see, and that's what we're going to get. It wasn't like there wasn't some competition here and there, and some teams really pushed them, but they showed why they're two of the best teams in the FSL at the moment.
And I'm still very much convinced that the new tactics we've been seeing from Trelleborg today are their response to how Valtra has been playing. Everything about it says this is how we score lots and lots of points in the last few minutes to counteract the fact that you're going to score lots and lots of points in the last few minutes.
Right. I really want to see this because, like, the transport company with the Anderson loader, if that's what Trelleborg go with, I don't see why they would switch to their tactic at this point. But that going up against Valtra, just consistently bringing bales over for later, it's going to be very interesting to see them with the differing tactics going up against each other.
The difference we've seen in the past, and the thing that makes me concerned for Trelleborg with it, is the whole thing that if you're using herbicide, you're not only generating more straw, but you're generating more grain. Now, if they do grain for grain and or harvesting for harvesting, then that is going to leave Valtra with more grain and more straw, which on paper should mean they win. But
right, but we've also
Trelleborg,
seen Valtra win without having more grain or more straw, or even less bales, and Valtra still pull out wins. So,
but
it'd be interesting.
The amazing thing is the amount of points Trelleborg's been scoring today. Both their games against Astragon, they scored nearly 900 points, which was a massive amount. Which is not something the Valtra have matched today. So yeah, I'm very interested to see where everything falls I think in this final.
I think something that Trelleborg has done really well today that maybe Valtra can think about trying to match or disrupt is the ability that Trelleborg has just completely controlled the multiplayer throughout like every single one of their rounds they've played. They get those two ideals over with the Horse Titan. They let the other team, they let their opponent be drawn in and to delivering the grain first, so the team thinks they have the early advantage, and then boom, all of a sudden Trelleborg brings two full ideals and a full horse over to the silo and dumps it all in at once and takes control of the multiplayer.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, we saw we've been seeing also today that Trelleborg has been doing a similar tactic to Valtra and My Insanity, where they put loads of bells on at the end. So yeah, it could go either way. I mean, Trelleborg have been doing something very similar to Valtra, so.
Here we see the 139 by Martin there, the highlights from the last semifinal.
And then some early points in for
one of the bales dropped off, which was not good.
And then beautiful piece of stacking.
It managed to flip it with the back door of the bale.
It does.
Not only are we going to see two of the best teams, but we're going to see some of the best individual players too in this final. So we've got some of the best stackers and talented players across the board taking part in this final coming up.
Gotti getting blocked there from getting across. And having to go to the next one. And that, yeah. And then that one started coming up as well.
Rejected.
And that's why we see him follow Martin across later with that clipping.
I think the other guy comes in as well really fast. Look at this. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He managed to keep the 3 bales on, though. And then this was the end of the first round, so there we go. And you can see, obviously, Valtra
700
won.
points.
Yeah. Then there was a huge flip over the bridge, but he managed to make it still. Again, a bit of airtime from Scotty. And then the last remaining moments when some of the bales dropped off on Valtra's side. But they managed to win. So yeah, that's all what happened in the previous round. We're going to get to see things like that next. We're going to get to see more problems, more amazing things, more tactics, and maybe a win from Valtra taking out another top team in the FSL. All coming up next.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one
Yes.
to see if Trelleborg can take advantage. They're going to be picking up 90 points over 70, but they are going to be sole possession of first either way.
Do we think this is going to go to 3 rounds? Do we think that that it's possible that both teams are so well matched that it could flip flop and
I
take
don't
it to
know.
a decider?
I feel like seeing the first round will give us a better idea of whether it's going to go to a third or not, because it's differing tactics. So
I
think
think what the teams win. Yeah, you've got the medals, the gift
Noble
card
chair.
for the Trido, a hero black gold noble chair, and €3,350.
pretty good
which
prizes
is,
there. Those medals look
that is-
really nice.
They are very nice.
Now, in
I
terms
just
of
want to know how to get my hands on one of those farming simulator shirts like Lars has on. Those are Farm Sim League shirts. Those are nice.
Oh, I tried that. I couldn't. I did ask. That's why I have my own virtual farmer one that's never been seen on camera. Yeah.
But
No,
yeah,
I
about
did ask.
talking about the best of 3. I think out of all the teams today, these 2 teams are the tops. So I think the chances of it going to the best of 3 is much higher, to be honest, than let's say Vulture and Mind Sanity or something, or Astragon versus Trelleborg. So I think we might see a best of 3. But I'll be really surprised if we don't. 2 months in
I
a row
think
where we
it's
don't.
definitely possible, but just this is the first time really that it'll be a completely different approach from both teams. So it'll be interesting to see how the tactics play out.
Right, so we are going into our final now, and Trelleborg versus Valtra.
Here we go.
This is gonna be fun.
Game on.
Here we go. So, will we get to see similar setup in picked, or will we see a differentiation?
Who's batting
Hopefully
first?
we do.
Blue team, so Trelleborg batting first.
Trelleborg is banning the T6.
Yo! E6 goes. Not one that particularly I think Valtra uses, interestingly enough.
And we also have Valtra banning the Manitou telehandler.
I suspect Valtra will probably ban both of the telehandlers. Would be my suspicion.
Yep, there we go.
There we go.
And then also Trelleborg banning the... What is it going to be? There, maybe? No, can't be. Basically,
it's the JCB, which is, which we know Valtra does use.
So there we go. Bit of a change there in terms of bans. Now the captain pick phase. Is it going to be something changed, or is it going to be straight out the bat, knowing what they want?
There we are. 20 points each. Transport company being slightly dearer in the point selection.
Seems like they knew what they wanted there. They went straight for it. Really quick choosing there.
No trying to feign their opponents.
This is good to see that they're not copying each other, right? They've both got their own tactics, and we're going to get to see them both play out and see which works. But we might just see Trelleborg doing more bales at the end, like Valtra, just to try and counter that.
Bringing in the 6M, while the Clace Puma 240 CVX with under pressure is Martin's choice. Scotty using the little case with 6 cents. Interesting.
I saw Trelleborg go with 6 cents when the other team did it yesterday, but that's not what they're doing here. But that'll be interesting because with 6 cents, you'll be able to see where the drops are going to appear.
But that is a really good choice because Werler chose nothing, and Valtra waited until he had chosen nothing in order to choose 6 cents. Because then they had they had to either drop Archimedes ++ or under pressure to do it. Absolutely brilliant play from Valtra there.
Right. So 20 seconds before the normal drop, Scotty for Vulture will be able to see the location of the drop on the mini map in the map, and then the super drop will show him 2 possible locations. So I have to hope he gets the 50-50 guess right.
I mean, you're not going to want the other team to have 6-7 fire, because then they're going to know just like you.
Before anything has even started, Valtra have already disrupted Trelleborg.
Right. Well, and we saw like Trelleborg, I believe it was, that did it to Cortiva yesterday in the play-ins, but then they matched each other, and it was only one of the rounds when one player picked it, another player from the opponent's team picked it, but it was only one of the rounds that they did that in.
Yep, and Scotty heading out into the field already, down the hills and around the bends to the field. And JK's already there.
Trelleborg.
Wow, will JK get to the bale early? Will we get to see a high score?
Is Martin already making his way back to score himself a 139?
He is as well.
Yes, he is. He's got 11 seconds to get this in.
Go. Just not going to make it fast enough.
Everybody willing him to get there and drop it. 2.
He's close,
1.
but he ain't
No,
going to do it.
it's not quite.
So close.
But
139 again, though.
If
So
it was just a
close
few
to
seconds, if it was a few seconds more, it probably would have got 140 there.
Pretty nice match there by Jay.
If he gets in on that 14-minute mark, he will get a 140.
Wow.
So close.
So 4 points between them.
Trelleborg in the grain advantage already by about 4,000, 3,000. That's what they've done well today, controlling the multipliers.
Which is interesting, seeing as they don't have herbicide.
No, they have transport company.
Yeah. So they must have got into their harvester quicker than or into their harvesters quicker and got harvesting quicker than Valtra did.
I mean, that's going to be interesting because Vulture love to bring in tons of bales right at the end. Trelleborg has that ability now with the transport company. That might be a way they're going to try and counter. We're ready to unload into JK just here. Here we go. And he's going up the side on the path of the field, not indirectly in the field this time. Martin getting the Ogre trailer. Now he's got care wheels so he can drive fast through the field. Isn't going to slow him down.
There we go. JK heading off to empty the other combine now. And one mistake I think Valtra did do is they allowed Trelleborg to get the 2 ideals.
Yeah.
Right, because Trelleborg have shown time and time again today that they want both of those so that they can control this multiplier. Take both of them full, as well as the horse full to the silo, and really flip that multiplier in their favor.
This is really going to show us today, you know, whether Vulture can beat Trelleborg. Because if they can beat Cortiva, that's amazing. And we have seen Cortiva beat Trelleborg before, so it is possible.
Right, Vulture have a chance too to make it 2 wins in 2 tournaments, and if they could keep that up for a couple more events in a row, they'd be knocking on the door at the top of the standings.
Yeah.
A lot at stake for both teams.
And there we have it, direct delivery and bale multiplier. Will they go for it? They may not. It depends.
And Trelleborg now setting themselves up. Valtra are delivering their grain, so this is where their different tactics start to kick in. Valtra need to start scoring points with these bales at this point, in order to take full advantage of this.
Right, that's what Trelleborg's opponents have been failing to do against them so far today, because Trelleborg is allowing their opponents to get the early advantage in the grain, because their plan is to bring those 2 full ideals over and to flip it back. But Valtra need to try. They've got 4 bales outstanding right now that they could take and deliver and get 30 points per on. Having a look at Hightower and the John Deere Harvester. Comes Martin now.
And Ultra knowing full well that they need to get this grain in as well.
Four-point separate the team. Still just the first bale bonus points on the board. Valtra, though, not scoring any points. I don't think they've taken any bales to the barn at this point.
I think it's a problem that they know that if they go and try and score any points, they've got a problem in that they won't be able to actually then counter the grain later.
Right, you're right. I mean, they've got to weigh the pros and cons of both. Maybe Martin now is hoping to get these two plus a couple more in the baler over before Trelleborg flip it. They time it right, they can score some good points.
Have got to get to the end of this field with these two harvesters in order to flip this the other way.
There goes Martin now. So
yeah, he's going in to go and score those points while he can with this.
And this is about the time where Valtra normally would go and score some points. But now they've got the multiplier in their favor. If they can get these bales all onto the conveyor and time this right, they're going to have a nice little cushion here early on. And this is what Trelleborg's opponents have failed to do so far today.
Trelleborg's conveyor is burst, it's broken. They're going to need to try and combat that at some point before they start trying to score points again.
Is Martin going to put those other bales on there? It would be, yeah, he is.
Yeah.
It is wise.
That's 120 points right there if the multiplier stays where it's at.
Yeah, that multiplier is high. He's going to get a lot of points for this.
And if the multiplier starts moving, those are going to speed up and score more points very quickly.
Oh, any minute now, this is...
They may have timed it. They may have timed it right, though. Valtra's going to score a good bit of points here. There's 199 to 135. There's the first two in.
Valtra have been creating more grain. They just need to get that grain in.
And there we go. Speed limit and speed up for the drone drop. The latest one. Two pretty good speed drops there. And there we go. The multiplier is now being combated.
And now two more in at 2.2 times on the multiplier. So 4 bales scored with extra points on the board. And nearly 110-point lead.
And Scotty is heading around to go and collect bales now. And this is the thing. Trelleborg now have a massive amount of straw on the field. Valtra have a massive amount of straw on the field. They can go through, they can press bales, while Trelleborg are mucking around at the top end. They're able to go and score points. And Trelleborg now delivering grain and increasing their multiplier and getting bales onto their run.
Valtra answering back now, though.
And Valtra,
well done.
And this is disrupted Trelleborg's entire strategy at this point.
Yeah, they're playing well against Trelleborg at their own game here.
In fact, Valtra have held it at a 2.1.
Wow.
That is huge. Putting
Trelleborg
at
had
a
more.
Disadvantage like this.
Trelleborg got it to 2.
Bit left.
Yeah, Trelleborg, I guess, kind of drew them into that. Paul was just sitting there waiting.
That is still Trelleborg at a disadvantage because Valtra managed to score points while they had a 3 times multiplier.
2 at 3 times and 2 at 2.2 times.
This is Trelleborg on the back foot right now.
Yeah, they do have the advantage in bales, but that's no surprise. The thing is, Valtra has been scoring a lot of their bales already, so...
Yeah. And very much taking the position that we'll keep scoring while we can. We'll get ourselves as far ahead as we can, because they are in a position where they can. Knowing that Trelleborg are going to be delivering a lot of bales at once, later on.
All right, so we're coming up to the 5-minute point now, and the multiplier is the same for both teams. 233 to 344, top just there for both teams as well.
Very calm driving by Hightower.
Yeah, everything's going pretty smoothly right now. It's we're definitely going to see a lot more heated up, a lot more action in a few minutes' time. And I'm really looking forward to seeing whether Valtra is going to do what they usually do, where they absolutely launch loads and
Paul
loads
was
and
trying to
loads of bells
grab the
right
weight
to
and
the end.
instead detach the Anderson loader.
Maybe Trelleborg will do the same as well. Maybe we'll see loads and loads of bales coming in from them right at the end.
Well, it's interesting that Valtra are going a little bit different with their strategy, and they're just consistently scoring points because they know that they're not going to be able to match Trelleborg at the end bale for bale. But the thing is, they've already scored way more of their bales than Trelleborg have, because Trelleborg's spending the time chasing them around with the Anderson loader at the moment.
Well, this is true. I mean, today we've seen Trelleborg have some really high scoring games. So with Valtra's tactic, they're not always super high with that tactic. They win, but they're not always high. So, yeah.
And
That's why
Valtra
they're
know
changing things up a little bit.
where the drop is come, and what is our super drop?
Always getting stuck just there.
Lord Baylor for three bales.
Wow.
And Valtra
And
are going to get it.
up there.
There we
And
go.
they've
So
got
he's
it,
moved.
3 extra bales.
This is awesome for Valtra's side. Just moved a few bales. What was it? Was it 2 bales, 1 bale?
They moved 3 that time.
3 bales.
3
Wow.
extra bales.
So Valtra's just moved 3 bales to their barn, which is really going to help them. Martin trying to figure out where to go right now. He's picking up this bale already. Ready to go and drop it near the barn.
You know, I'm not sure they had any bales created when that activated, so I don't think it put any at the barn.
Oh, really?
But at least they kept Trelleborg from getting it. Yeah, look, there are none.
Oh, yeah.
There aren't any.
Oh, that's not very good, but yeah, they've stopped Trelleborg, so that's the main thing.
Valtra have played a nice round so far.
Yeah, this is
and
good.
They are ahead by a bit. Of course, like they are at a disadvantage for the bales, but will it be enough for Trelleborg?
It's like Trelleborg might. I kind of have a feeling Trelleborg are going to come and combat it with this transport trailer.
But that is the end of their transport trailer. That's the ridiculous thing.
Yeah, they've got to create some more now and bring them as well.
It's a bale-tastic combo.
Ooh, wow. They needed that, Trelleborg.
Trelleborg in the lead.
They needed that.
And
we had Scotty was over here
on the back foot,
focusing on stacking them onto the belt, and probably didn't really realize there was a chance to counter, because those 30 points instead of the 50 in Trelleborg's favor would have come in handy for Valtra.
I mean, really nice positioning there and loading from Scotty, like we saw earlier on as well. He's definitely not letting the pressure get to him.
This will put Valtra back in the lead. Maybe not.
By a point, they're in the lead.
By a point.
But the bales are against them at the
there
moment.
We go.
And we have more coming in on Trelleborg's side. Look at this full load.
This is a killer for Valtra.
This is what I've been saying. This might be the way they do it. This might be how they think going to win. They're going to combat it with this transport trailer. Valtra do not have that.
Valtra in the lead now, 684 to 663, but that's not going to last too much longer. Just not enough bales at the barn yet for Valtra with a minute 15 to go.
You see, we've been seeing games where Valtra's been at this point, and that's how they win. So now this is when Trelleborg's going to load them up.
So the lead's about to go in the favor of Trelleborg here. There it is, 703 to 684.
This might be a kick in the teeth for Valtra.
This is shaping up to be Valtra's first loss in the last 2 tournaments. Just not even like in matchups. I mean, just a round. They've not lost a single round.
And they dropped a bale.
Valtra coming back with 704, 744 now. Can they pull it off right at the end?
This is the thing. Valtra have
4
not
bales to 2.
scored today over 800. Well, I think they've scored an 803 is their highest.
Yeah, and
Trelleborg
are way over that right now. Yeah.
Above that.
This is what I mean. Vulture's got good tactics, but it's just them points. They need to get them higher. And Trelleborg have done it. I think Trelleborg's going to win, guys.
Yeah, they've done it.
Wow.
3 points.
There we have it, guys.
Wow, it ended up not even being close, really.
913 to Trelleborg. This is one of the first losses Vulture's had.
Yeah, and Valtra...
that's what I was saying earlier, is that Valtra are good, but they're not scoring the really high points. Trelleborg have got a high point scoring setup. And look at that, 5 more bales they delivered as well.
Right, and 6 more into the upper part of the barn. Valtra throwing a lot of them into the bottom at the end of the round there.
How are Trelleborg creating so many more bales against teams who have herbicide?
Do you think it's just
How
because
is that possible?
Do you think it's just because they have, they're not focusing on delivering the grain right away, and so they have 2 harvesters running, 2 ideals, and someone baling, and then they let their opponent go and deliver the grain first, and then they answer back, and then they spend the rest of the time just creating as many bales as possible. It's really impressive. I mean, that they've tied the record again there. They've been 1 away from setting a new record twice today.
Yeah, maybe they're just out more with the balers at the start as well.
But it doesn't. But that's the strange thing, is it doesn't seem like they are. It's just, yeah. I'm not seeing a huge difference in anything they're doing.
I thought Valtra did a lot of good things in that round to disrupt Trelleborg's tactic, especially with the grain multiplier at the silo. The 6 cents paid off for Valtra as well, but it ended up not being enough. For the first probably 12 minutes of that round, I thought, okay, Valtra's going to do this. But then the transport company tactic at the end really paid off for Trelleborg.
It'd be interesting to see which balers that they're using to do that. I don't think it's a case of that there's not enough straw out there. I think both teams are creating plenty of straw. So it is a case of what Trelleborg is doing something with their balers, and it may be. I think you might be right in that they're just out there with 2 balers for longer.
Right. They didn't go with 6 cents, and so you think that's advantage for Valtra, but they also have to spend the time to go after those drops. So that's time wasted that they could be working on the fields as well. So,
and ultimately it didn't pay off because they didn't have bales there to use with Lord Baler.
Right. Yeah, that could have, if they would have had those, that may have helped them a little bit. But yeah, they grabbed that. Of course, even if it's not going to be beneficial for you, you want to grab it because you don't want your opponent to get it. But still, like you said, they could have had 3 bales moved directly near the barn there at the end of the game, the last 4 minutes. So, if they would have had the bales, it could have made a difference. Here we go, round 2 now. Will Trelleborg win the final in 2 games, or are we going to see Valtra force the first 3rd round matchup of today? What do you think? They go with similar setups here?
It's going to be Valtra. Yep, there we go.
Manitou MLT 737 out.
I think at this point, Valtra knows that they need to score more points. That's the way to beat Trelleborg, and also to counter them and things like that.
Yeah, they've got to find a way to create more bales.
Yeah. How do you take it at this point? Because it's not like there's an obvious mistake or an obvious error they're making. Overall, it's easy to see what the problem is. How do you fix that during the play? What do you change that makes you create more bales?
Well, actually, thinking, maybe the thing is, maybe it's not necessarily about creating more bales. Maybe it's about having a multiplier for longer. Maybe that would help them. But like we've been saying, maybe during the game, maybe if one of them sneaks off and does that, maybe we'll get a higher multiplier.
We've got a new thing in the mix. Valtra have banned the Fent baler.
So between it and the John Deere 1424, the 2 fastest balers in regards to work speed at 24 kilometers per hour. The Fendt has a 2.5 meter working width, so that's the smallest in the game.
Yep. But do you guys get what I mean about saying about the going at some point in the game going and increasing the multiplier and having that longer?
Yeah,
Because
Right,
It's,
I mean-
but it's then what do you sacrifice in order
Yeah.
to go and increase that multiplier?
But
That's,
how
that is,
the way Valtra wins is by delivering bales fast, and if they can't get any more because of their method, maybe they just need to increase the multiplier. But yeah, I get what you're saying as well. It's I'm trying to think,
Right,
but
well,
I don't think there's a way. It's strange.
I mean, if they were to get lucky and say like have the multiplier in their favor, be delivering bales and also get a silo close drop
Yeah.
against Trelleborg that kept
Yeah.
that advantage for a bit longer, that could swing it without having as many bales. But it will be interesting to see. Look, teams pretty ideal as far as perks go here for the player perks. We got the John Deere 6120M and the Case IH 240 CVX out there for both teams, with the Maxim CVX 145 and the Valtra S374. The only differences. There's a giveaway link in chat, guys. Giving away a copy on Gleam of the Alpine Farming DLC, the Premium Edition, and the Platinum Expansion for FS19.
And here we go. We are off.
ooh,
Valtra had
slight
to win
mistake
here.
from Scotty.
I think we've got two tractors there got stuck. One on both teams. Scotty's going to get the Case baler. Obviously has the care wheels on it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it has the care wheels, but it acts like it does.
Yeah. And straight up at the top of the field, you can see Martin straight out there bailing, heading back, going to score those first points.
Yeah, look at that. He's already got the grain. Oh, he's already got the straw, and he's already going there. 17 seconds. If he can get this in the next 15 seconds, everyone, he has got 140. Can he do it on this game? Nah.
I don't think so.
No.
I think he was closer last round, to be honest.
6,
He needs a fast track
5,
or something.
4, 3. It's gonna be
139.
138.
138. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
he
a
needs
second slower.
He needs a fast track or something to get back there really fast. But then you can't go through the field because then you don't have kill.
No.
Oh, the fast track is actually in FSL. It's actually slower than the Linden track and the John Deere 6120M, the Fendt 515C. The fast track is 55 kilometers per hour, and those three are 60. And then you've got the bigger tractors that are 70.
The fast tracks are the fastest.
113 first bale. A bigger gap this time between Trelleborg and Valtra on first bale. I don't think that's a huge worry for Trelleborg because they are just scoring so many more points.
Yeah, that's one of the first things, too, Joe, that I realized when I started doing commentary. I was like, the fast track's the fastest tractor in FSL, and then I had a look at the stat sheet, and I was like, okay, I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying what is because I was actually driving one yesterday for a couple of hours on the road for the first time, and they're fast. They're really fast.
There's a reason it's almost always the tractor I go with when I'm playing Farming Simulator as well, to be fair.
Alright, Martin is going to get the Ogre trailer. Here we go.
As it stands at the moment, Valtra apparently have 0 bales created.
Trelleborg do, yeah, the blue team.
Oh, Trelleborg do, sorry.
Yeah.
Valtra have 5, yeah, okay. Or
JK and Wooler
0
here.
bales
Yep.
outstanding, sorry.
JK going the same direction as last time. He's going up the track, so he doesn't destroy any of the grain, any of the wheat in the field. And we've got bridges raised and silos closed.
Those closed.
I don't know really about this one.
Neither of those are massively useful for either team at the moment.
No. Maybe silo closed. Maybe if the other team does maybe start loading, but they probably won't yet. So I don't know.
We'll see what Martin does, and he does not move. Oh, he does. And he's ignoring silo closed.
Kind of useless at this point.
Techno the Viking in chat says, do teams try to follow the same plan each time, or is there something to make it so they have to do something different? I think that in general, teams come in with a plan that they're used to, a strategy that they know they're strong at, but the best teams know how to disrupt their opponents. And so in reverse of that, the best teams also know how to adapt to what their opponents throw at them.
Yep, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah, I mean, there's all these factors, right?
Valtra.
Yeah, with the pick and ban phase at the beginning of rounds too, like that can often, you can use that as a way to disrupt your opponent. But most of the good teams always have a backup plan just in case.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to, because the other team can so drastically just change your plan, just like that. And one thing we've seen with the best teams as well is the best teams, the way to win them is to disrupt them. So they do need a backup.
Trelleborg getting themselves in position. Valtra realizing they don't have to go and immediately deliver their grain, and in fact have left their auger where it is, and are creating bales.
Interesting.
What a really good idea. They need to make extra bales. They know they don't have to immediately deliver. They can take all of this up at the same time and get their 2 harvesters up there, knowing that Trelleborg are going to do the same. Can work really well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, definite change in strategy that looks like they're trying to disrupt things with Trelleborg at the moment.
Yeah, we were on the same train of thought there. I was thinking the same thing, because this is about the point where we're used to seeing Valtra go to deliver some bales, but they realize they need to bridge that gap with total bales created. Trelleborg have been matching the current season record of 39 a couple of times today. So Valtra have to figure out a way to bridge that gap a bit. Multiplier now going in the favor of Valtra. Will they take advantage, though? They have a massive advantage in bales right now, too. So if they can keep this multiplier advantage and get some delivered before Trelleborg goes and flips it back at the silo, they could take advantage. Last time they scored a few points with the multiplier in their advantage, but not quite enough to make the difference in the end. And no one for Valtra is heading towards the barn right now, so that tells me that they're not ready to deliver any bales.
And they're just filling up their harvesters, and yeah, there they go, heading to the drop-off point.
I just now have noticed, though, that Valtra did do a job in keeping Trelleborg from getting both ideals. Well, that's a way to disrupt them a little bit. They've been used to getting those today. Good bit of driving by Paul there with the wide header on the John Deere harvester.
And you see, this is the point at which there's a little bit of a problem with Trelleborg's strategy. They have to have 2 people taking harvesters up there. What Valtra need to do is get their bit refilled and then take it back up there, and that will only take 1 person out, so the others can be making bales.
Martin delivering some bales.
Slight advantage to Trelleborg on the multiplier at the moment.
Outstanding bales are closer to even now. Trelleborg, it's actually even at 12 apiece now, so Trelleborg have fixed that. Unlike last round, Valtra not able to take advantage of that 3 times multiplier and get any bales in. And it looks like Valtra have picked up the 8th minute drop.
Which I'm not sure what
It's bridges lowered.
Bridges lowered,
yeah.
So all of Trelleborg's bridges are lowered now, which is very bad at this point in the game. And the multipliers
And
are equal.
Trelleborg again creating bales faster than Valtra are.
And this is what
no,
we've been
that's
saying.
'cause
Yeah, I mean,
how?
they're good at it. Yeah. How?
Is it?
It's
Is
weird,
it
isn't it?
because?
Yeah. It's so strange how they can do it.
Is it because Scotty is in here stacking and loading them up, and scoring points with them? But then you've got Waller out here doing the same.
Right,
It's
I think
very-
it's similar to last time where Valtra are putting more of their bales in early, whereas
Yeah.
Trelleborg are playing the long game, and they're gonna bring a few over now, but bring most of them over with the transport company. The
Two
Anderson
more bales.
loader
There
later.
we go. Bale
Oh,
Bale
Valtra's got a bale
Valtra.
tastic. That's really good on their part. Definitely
Valtra
increase the score
waiting a
bit.
little bit longer, getting a whole load of bales together, and then when Trelleborg's not expecting it, going out there and scoring some extra points.
Yeah.
Nicely
At this point in the game right now, Valtra is at 368, which is pretty good actually. Looking at Trelleborg's score. However, I reckon Trelleborg's going to go up pretty fast in a minute, especially if they
Trelleborg-
get this transport company over here with all the bales.
Trelleborg have 18 bales in hand,
Yeah.
which is a lot. But it's 10 more bales, so they've got 200 points. There is less than 200 points between these teams. And it could
I think-
just be the whole
20
thing
bale.
that they don't have to worry about.
There you go. Look at this. This is going to do it. It's shaping up to be exactly the same as last round at this point. Now come and bring this back, this full trailer load, and they're going to load up, and it's going to go up.
Yeah.
Now what Valtra need to do, maybe right now, but then it might not work, is increase the multiplier. But then you're taking away one of the people of doing something else.
Right.
It's so.
And they don't have any grain at the moment, and most teams show little to no interest in the last 4 minutes or so of
No.
trying to
It-
deliver grain to the silo.
It takes so long to get up there and creating more grain and everything. You sacrifice creating bales and end up with not putting the multiplier up high enough compared to the bales going in. We have got a drop spawned. It is bale withering for
Okay,
a single
Valtra need
bale.
to get this. Valtra needs to get this.
Looks like
And it's
Trelleborg
going
are
to be
going to get it.
Trelleborg.
Trelleborg
Yep.
got it. Oh wow.
Just
Withered a bale.
I mean, whether Valtra wins this or not today, the fact that they've got here today and they've been going against the two top teams and they've taken out John Deere is just incredible.
That point's just coming in now. They need to block a combo from Trelleborg here, though. And they have it. It's going back and forth both ways.
so methodical, and the way he stacks Wooler, so good at it, especially with this John Deere.
Yeah,
You can tell it's his preferred piece of equipment.
It doesn't let the pressure get to him. You know, even at this point in the game, he's just calm, steady, and he's doing it right.
Yeah, the best teams are the ones who can handle themselves in these crucial moments.
Very true. Oh,
Ooh, so close. And there was the
bale
withered bale.
yeah.
Bye-bye, one bale.
Yeah, JK is just continually out there making bales at the moment, whereas Valtra have to come back and have to drop bales off all the time.
The bale difference is a little bit better for Valtra at this point in the game than I think it was last time. So maybe, just maybe, they'll have a chance here, but they still need to create some more and get them all delivered too.
Yeah, and we're 2 minutes out now. I mean, look at Trelleborg's at 16 bales right now.
Some Scotty with 3 on the front.
It's when Trelleborg bring back that trailer full of bales.
Yeah, and then
That
Scotty
is-
just starts putting them on really fast. I mean,
Yeah.
That's when it goes up.
Yeah.
There's the first call for the return of Big Pig today.
Oh, there we have it. We've been waiting for that.
We need Big Pig.
Glad everyone's having a good time. This, unless Valtra win, Trelleborg are going to take it here. This is the final of the 6th online tournament. A minute 15 remaining in this round. Trelleborg win, it's game over. If Valtra win, we'll go to our first third round of all the matchups.
Here we
today.
go. Ooh.
And look, it's already got it going up in the air because he knows that they need to come off very, very soon. 1 minute to go. He has to get them off onto the ground.
There's less than 100 points between them. This is... Valtra might be in the lead, but they've got a big hill to climb still.
If Scotty can start putting these on fast, which you can, we know that. Not Scotty. If Wooler can do it fast, Trelleborg may have a good chance of winning this.
Brilliant unloading there. Look at that, though.
Yeah.
30
Wooler-
seconds, though. They may have left it too late this time. I mean, he is really good, but will he get all of those on? I'm not so sure.
Gotta be fast. The pressure might be getting to him now.
7:28, 6:53. This is just going to keep
This
changing now for the last
This is
15.
going to be a closer game.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
the
there
drops
goes
off.
2
Oh,
off for
no!
Valtra, though. That'll do it, probably. That's
That is-
unfortunate.
That is bad. Oh my days.
Oh, no, maybe not.
Oh,
7:58 to
oh,
7:33, 7:78.
Valtra,
They've done it.
no!
Trelleborg's done it. Trelleborg's done it.
Trelleborg did it with the bottom
just did it.
barn.
Last moment.
Oh,
Oh my
my
days.
goodness. So Trelleborg take the 6th online
Oh,
tournament in
God.
style. I thought Valtra had it. 38 to 34 there.
Look at
No
that.
undelivered bales. So
Vulture did have it, and then it just 1 second.
It was literally as it hit 0.
Yeah.
Those final bales went in for.
Wow.
to the
For
bottom, and I
Trelleborg.
mean, 4 extra. Impressive.
That was crazy. This is the thing about FSL, everyone. I mean, literally, right on the last minute. I mean, it can just change. Last second, it
Look
can
at
just
that.
change so fast.
7
Wow.
more bales delivered into the top of the barn for Trelleborg, though, compared to Valtra.
There
So
we have it.
that's
But we have to say one
Absolutely.
thing, and it's that Vulture, they're amazing. I mean, they've got to the end again today. They had a chance to win. They won Cortiva last time, and they nearly won Trelleborg this time. They just need to work on figuring out a way of getting more bales. They can put them on fast, and that's how they
I
win.
think the problem is that they're having to have those 2 balers come off the field all the time, and that just adds up.
Yeah.
Whereas Trelleborg are able to keep a large tractor with a large baler out there the whole time.
Yeah.
And as a result, it just creates more bales overall.
And also, I just want to say, we haven't had a best of 3 today. Again.
We haven't?
Second
No?
month in a row. That's crazy. Never happened before.
And we won't have one next month either.
We had a question in chat. Can't they unload the bales onto the? They said treadmill, but I know they mean
the-
conveyor belt.
The conveyor
So
belt,
you
yeah.
have to have the easy stacker perk to be able to have the hitbox of the upper barn door wider to be able to do that. And Trelleborg, that is not their strategy with Transport Company because Wooler is so good at stacking. They just stack them in there to where you can grab them 2 or 4 at a time and get them loaded
Yeah.
in 2 at a time on the baler.
And there you
So
go.
both
That's
teams
JK
getting first
crashing into the
bale in
building.
the first game, 139, 135.
Oh, and he crashed into the combine.
Ooh.
Combine eated him up.
And you can see the whole way through these, Valtra is leading points-wise. They just constantly have that little bit of space to work, but they just can't create the bales quick enough.
Yeah, Trelleborg came in with a plan, and I think you were right, Alex, in saying that this strategy coming into this tournament was in anticipation for, squaring off against Valtra in the final, and that's what ended up happening. And it turned out to be a really good strategy and a way to knock Valtra off their perch after they won last month's tournament. And now Trelleborg, what's that? Their 3rd tournament win of the season.
Yeah.
They're going to be in sole possession of first place, 90 points ahead of Cortiva, who didn't make it in today because Trelleborg knocked them out yesterday in the play-ins. There's going to be all kinds, the table is going to look a lot different
Oh,
after today.
in fact, I'm looking at it now. Wow. Yeah, that is a massive drop for John Deere.
I mean, this is the last second. I mean, look
Oh,
at this.
look at those two
Those
falling
two bales
off.
dropped. Those two bales dropped, and then
That would
Valtra was
have
in the
been
lead.
enough.
And then, literally in the last second, it just went boom, 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 and then
Yeah,
they won.
Right.
that
was
I think
amazing.
that would
Crazy.
have been enough.
It
Amazing.
was a lot of fun to
Almost.
watch.
It's just
That is,
wow.
it has been awesome hosting FSL today.
I love it when it's like this, and season 3 has been like this the whole time. So
indeed.
many close games.
Thanks
And
for all the
there
love in
is
chat
what-
today, guys.
Yeah, thank you to
Trelleborg
watching, everyone.
won. Each of the top 3 teams get a medal for each of their players. There's a €50 gift card from the Trido. A Noble Shares Hero Black Gold, which are really comfortable. And €3,350 for the winning team as well. And that is what they're all playing for. The
That will
Farming
be coming at the
Simulator
end
League
of the
World Cup.
Season 3. Yeah, that thing is going to be awesome to have. Anyway, that is it for us, everyone.
That is it.
I just want to say that this is actually going to be my last Farming Simulator League today, hosting. As we won't be doing it next month, I'm going to be working on a farm, baling throughout the summer, so I won't be able to come back. So I want to say it's been a pleasure hosting FSL. It's been great. Thank you to Giants for allowing me to do it, and VF, Kermit, it's been great. It's been great doing it with you.
Yeah, it's been
Thank you,
nice doing it
Silver.
with
It
you.
has been an absolute pleasure. Yeah, thank you very, very much, and all the best for your farming.
Thank you.
I would love
He's
to
a
maybe
big
join you one day and do some of that, because I always joke with my viewers, I'm not a farmer. I just pretend to be one on the internet. And I play Farming Simulator League, and I would like to try my hand at it for real.
Yeah. Well, if you ever come over here, then maybe you'll be able to. Yeah.
Yeah,
there
I'll
we
let you know.
go.
Maybe
That
next
is
year or
the-
something.
That is the current standings. Trelleborg up at the top now with 460 points. John Deere dropping all the way
Third to
down to
sixth?
6th.
That is just crazy. John
They
Deere
pretty
dropped.
much swapped with
Chrome,
Valtra.
Oh my
Insanity,
God.
and
Wow.
Valtra all leapfrogging above them. Wow.
Yeah.
That is
Who would
that is
think?
quite
Who
a
would think that
change.
Team John Deere would drop that far? And now they're
It's been a
sixth?
rough
Yeah.
2 months, hasn't
it
it?
is.
Yeah.
It has.
They need to
yeah,
pull themselves
two-
up.
My
Um,
Insanity's moved up the table today into 5th place. They're above John Deere. Crone in 4th. Astragon are in sole possession of 9th place now. And currently the top 8, Trelleborg, Cortiva, Valtra, Crone, My Insanity, John Deere, Herman, and Lindner. And
That's
Alex talked about it earlier. That top 8 is going to be really important when it gets to the end of the finals, because then you avoid playing those top teams.
Next tournament is going to be at FarmCon. We don't know what's happening with FarmCon yet, whether it is a full-time, whether it's going to be online or whether it's going to be in person. Keep an eye on the Giant Software Twitter pages and website to know. I think we're about to head off.
Yeah, looks like we are.
Possibly.
Very soon. When you start seeing them looking at the camera waving, that usually means they're going to be ending soon.
We're trying to sort of work out what's going on.
But yeah, it's been great, everyone.
It's been an absolute blast today. Thank you, guys. And
Yes.
thank you to
you,
Giants Software for having me again. You guys are awesome.
I love chat today too. Lots of great input, and I'm loving every month that I've been tuning in to this season. Like, it just grows and grows. The people's knowledge is growing. It's great to see chat are basically like our co-commentators at times, helping people out and answering questions when they can. So kudos to chat, and kudos to you two. And the broadcast team too. What a great broadcast! I don't think we had any technical breaks either.
No, we didn't.
Yes.
What do you know about that? How amazing!
Thank you,
I had a
Tech
few
Crew,
dropped
you're
internet
awesome.
connections, but that was about it. It's been a good day. Also, everyone, I just want to say, everyone, there is a giveaway in the chat. Hit the link, and you can join the giveaway. All right, guys. Looks like
I think that's
I think that's it.
it for us today.
Maybe.
So
Take
we will
care.
see you at the
There it
next
is.
one.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.